weakness is not a virtue, boys and girls. Weakness is not a virtue. Jordan Peterson said something, it's an interpretation of the Bible that I cannot tell you if it's true, but I love this interpretation because it is accurate to the world. If Jordan is right, and the real ancient Greek interpretation of meek was somebody who is an absolute monster with their sword, but keeps their sword sheathed, that is the person who inherits the earth. Because they have the skills to defend themselves. They are capable of great violence, but they become
One always wants experience. So, I thought I'd try it the old-fashioned way. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm great. I'm here to inquire about a job.
Okay.
Great with customer service, I'm good with memory, and I'm a quick learner. And I love food,
That's
especially
good.
McDonald's.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, I can.
Hello, beautiful.
You want to hear something
Hello.
insane?
I can take your resume for a McDonald's job. That's crazy. When I was growing up, I'm telling you, they was hiring anybody with a heartbeat.
Actually don't have
A resume is crazy.
Oh, I can take your name.
Okay.
I like you, or your friend.
You like me?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Thank you so much.
What are the chances you give me an interview right now?
Right now, I don't have authority right now.
Okay, okay.
If I would definitely.
Would you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Great. Yeah, this might be harder than I thought.
Yeah.
I'm going to be walking into random stores to see if I can get a job on the spot.
I have a proposition for you. You give me a job, and I become your best salesman that you've ever had.
I will take a resume for sure, but it's not up to me.
A resume.
I know how unlikely this sounds, but people used to do this all the time. There was no resumes, no online forms
Yep.
or unemployment agencies. If you needed a job, you went down the road and asked the local shops.
I thought Fossil
Well,
was
the problem is there aren't any local shops anymore, and this is what happens when you corporatize everything. This is part of the issue. There are no more local shops where, you know, who you are in the town or in the community speaks to your character, and they know you because they went to school with your parents, and so you go in and you need a job, they already kind of know who you are, and you can get the job. That just doesn't exist anymore. Now it's these systems of convenience, but it's really only convenient for the major companies that build these inconvenient systems where they want you to go online, submit your resume, then all these artificial intelligences start scanning your resume and getting rid of resumes just because they don't have certain keywords that these corporations want in the resumes. So they're kind of incentivizing people to learn the keywords and then learn how to game the system. So you're automatically getting the worst people because you're getting people who want to lie on their resumes because that's kind of what you have to do to even get the job. So yeah, the problem is there are no local places anymore. It's all corporatized.
the one. I thought she was gonna hire me there. Like, she really looked like she was convinced.
So that's what I'm going to do. And by the end of this video, I am going to have a job.
Nope. Knock, knock, knock.
Nope.
Good evening. Look no further. Your top employee of the month every month. Right here. This guy. Are you guys hiring? No? No?
Dang.
Store.
Really?
If you go to.
I thought you said I don't know.
No, we're not hiring at this store. You go to this website here.
Day is about to end. People gather around the village bonfire. One of the villagers wishes to tell a charming story about a couple whose love was stronger than death. I think romantic stories encourage the person to tell. Dead boring idea. Tell a story down. That's the comedic part of the story. Who enjoys this story? Of knights and castles. Promise to tell a tale of fictitious. No, it's fine. fast-paced action. Just the only late-night stories that you approve over are those that give goosebumps. I mean, Knights and Castles, right? Kitty would pick scary stories. Big Knights and Castles is the way to go. All workers work 10% more efficient. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I wonder what the other ones do. Cool.
Build.ca/careers and tells you what's open. What's the
Slim
nearest?
pickings, dude.
Go to the website.
This is near me. Come on. Look, I'll be the employee of the month every month. You can even put me on trial period, and I won't get paid, just so you can see how good I am.
It's not my decision to make.
Whose decision is it, Fahad? Please.
The company's decision.
I need this bad.
We're not hiring, but you can always check
Nobody's
other
hiring.
stores that are hiring. It's a kiosk direct down the hall.
Oh, okay. I'm assuming you work here? Look, I'm not here to buy anything. I'm here for a job.
Let me just find out if we're getting my resume right now. I know we were like 2 weeks ago, but I don't know if we're still live still.
Oh,
Yeah.
But they're not hiring.
they're not hiring.
That's crazy.
Okay, that's cool. I'm only...
You just want to give it in or like?
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was gonna talk my way in. There's no resumes in here.
Yeah.
Didn't work out. Yeah.
I was gonna talk my way in.
Thanks.
You know what's crazy is you would assume that especially in any job that requires sales, a person that's willing to walk through the door shows a certain initiative that people who are hiring should respect. And even if you're not hiring in that time, in this day and age, for somebody to have the initiative to walk in, he seems like he's good with his words. He seems like he's social. He seems like he's a people person. You would imagine, you would assume that that would give him more credibility, but they still want him to go through these artificial intelligence systems.
Look, I'm not here to buy anything. I'm here to get a
Don't
job.
blame the game.
I'm the best salesman.
I got a new goose.
Classes
New goose.
expert you'll ever meet. Okay? I'm so confident. I don't even have a resume.
Don't blame the game.
So, what do you think?
The rules.
Unfortunately, we're not hiring.
You're not hiring? Fuck, no one's hiring. This economy's so bad, eh? Damn. Okay. You sure? Okay. Look,
Nobody's
Prada,
hiring.
see, I know. Versace. I know this stuff. Have a good day. Nobody's hiring. I'm not here to buy anything. I'm here to give you the best thing you'll ever get. Employee of the month every month. Me. I could sell anything to anybody. I could sell water to a fish.
Dang.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I remember that
He
was
can sell sand at the beach. He can sell Chick-fil-A on Sunday.
Is there a hiring manager here? Hi, sir.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that they just
Yo,
left
talk
for
to
lunch.
Wasim, bro.
Yeah,
It seems a hiring manager.
Wasim, where you at?
Wasim? Hi, Peter. I'm looking for a job. And I'm sorry, I'm the guy who could sell water to a fish. I'm a really good salesman, really good people person. Just give me a shot.
I wish I could. The guy that does the hiring's on break.
Oh, they told you. They told me you.
I know what they told you. He's on break, so it's kind of like.
On break. Like he's here though.
He's outside.
Okay, so I'll come back in
No,
like 15.
Champs isn't hiring?
Perfect. Yeah. Great. Thank you, Wasim. I actually have a very interesting proposition for you. You hire me, and you get the best salesman you will ever get in your life. You believe it?
But it's not up to me.
Who's it up to? What do you think the chances are I get hired on the spot if I come meet the sales manager or the?
Possible because that's what happened to me. So.
That's what you. Oh, so you're a smooth
Okay.
talker. Okay. Isn't that what it takes?
I guess. I don't know.
Thank you. Yeah, you too. Thanks.
So there's hope. There's hope. It worked for her, but it seems like it's very interesting that there are all of these managers, and none of the managers just so happen to be in the stores when you have a guy trying to apply for a job. Like, where are all the managers? What are you managing if you're never at the store? Why are none of the managers at the store?
Daria? Hi, I'm Peter.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you
Peter. How
too.
you doing?
I'm great. I just spoke to the lovely young man over there. He told me to speak to you in regards to looking for a job. Let me just say one thing. I know you're probably going to say, apply online or give me your resume. I am one of the best salesmen you will ever meet. I could sell water to a fish. I can sell water to a fish. What I think is if you let me come in here for a week, trial phase, you don't even have to pay me. I'll work for a week. And if I exceed your expectations, maybe we'll talk about a full-time position. If not, that's okay.
Dang, bro is offering a free trial.
For that to happen, I have to have a full-time position available, right? And that's not something that I control. Part-time positions do happen more. Yes, ma'am, of course. So I don't want to waste your time if I don't have a position open. You
Okay.
know what I mean?
I'm willing to take that risk, Daria. Even if you let me come in
Why
for a week.
Fossil? Why do you want to work here?
Because I like watches. And even though I don't wear one,
Yeah, it's because he needs a job, obviously. Like, why do they expect, like, a philosophical conversation around
Companies
why
can't do
you're
free
passionate
trials anymore. It's a
about
liability.
specifically
Yeah.
Fossil watches? It's like, no, I just need a job. I need some money. I
I'm
need...
surprised this guy hasn't mentioned it. That they just can't take people into their store. Just random fucking strangers. Imagine a watch store. It's just like, oh yeah, we just take people in for a day, show them how everything works. And then if we don't like them, we don't hire them, and they come back the next night and just rob the place.
need money, so I'm willing to exchange some of my time.
And you're
so
probably
I can
talking
make some
about like
dollars. I don't want to
slip
be a part
and
of the
fall
family.
liabilities.
There's
I'm
always
thinking
some type
like
of family. I don't want to be a part of the
this
family.
is not the story you show everybody the ins and outs of.
tapes,
So what kind of movements
faces.
does Fossil have?
Which one specifically?
Any of them.
Any of them? This is a chronograph movement. These look automatic to me.
Great salesman.
I think she needs help. You can go ahead. I'll wait.
15-minute wait.
I've shown you I can be patient too, right?
You have no choice. You're a good salesman. I can see that.
Look. The only thing I'm good at is talking to people.
Yeah.
In my experience, people buy from people they like.
Yeah.
Maybe like a 1-day, 2-day trial period. See how I do. You don't even have to pay me. I'm serious.
I'll be honest with you. I guarantee my boss is so who you know.
I'm not gonna lie. I've never bought things because I like the person that was selling it. I usually buy it because I'm already looking for it, and if the person who's selling it is cool, that's cool. But I'd rather have somebody who's more informed on what they're selling than a person that.
I've only not bought things because of the person. Yeah, low trust society has to do with background checks, etc. Also, another good point. Just casing the joint, basically. Well, it's just one of those things that, like, I don't know. It puts you in a weird spot as like, there's a reason you get fired for managers doing TikToks on their morning routines at their work, you know? There's just too many vulnerabilities nowadays. In a mall, you're probably fine. Mall security is always there, 24/7. Same. If I'm already looking for it and someone's trying to sell me on it, just give me egg. I'm comfortable and I just give it somewhere else. And then face to face. Yeah. Like I normally know what I want. That being said, if I ask you a question and you are knowledgeable, that is super handy. But if not, I'm just gonna fucking Google it. I'm gonna Google that bitch. And in fact, if you tell me that the red one's better than the blue one, I'm still gonna Google it because I don't trust you. Ooh, you're trying to sell me something
that I just like personally. But I'm not usually the type of guy that buys something because somebody's a good salesman. Usually, I'm already interested in the thing, and it's a bonus if somebody's a good salesman, but that's usually not the thing that moves me.
I thought I had Fossil in the bag there. Maybe I'll go to the outlets that she recommended, and I'll see if I can get a job there. I'm going to try a couple more places. I think I'm going to change my approach a little bit. I feel like I'm very close, man. I feel like I can taste it. I can taste the rainbow, man. I can taste the job.
He's overqualified.
You hire me, and I'd be employee of the month every single month for the next year. I could sell anything. I could sell water to a fish. I could sell anything. I have an interesting offer for you. You hire me, and I will sell 50% of your stock within a month.
Dang, that's a big promise.
I can't make the call on any of that.
Want to hear something? But yeah, especially if the one you're promoting, the most expensive one, immediately says, yeah, it's like you can't. It's like you can't sell your most important items to people like me, because I immediately am just gonna be like, oh no. Even if the quality was 20 times as good, sorry, Okay, see this?
I can taste the rainbow.
Somebody
man. I can
else
taste the chocolate.
pointed this out. I was just
He's
like, oh, this is
overqualified.
true.
You hire me?
So he's gonna tell the same joke that he's told at all these other places, right? To a lot of different people. But like,
I'd be employee of the month every single month for the next year. I could sell anything. I could sell water to a fish. I could sell anything. I have an interesting offer for you.
that reaction's good. You know, everybody's heard the joke before, so it's always like nervous laughter.
You hire me, and I will sell 50% of your stock within a month.
Dang, that's a big promise.
I can't make the call on any of that.
No? For
Your
sure.
approach is actually really good. Actually, like I never had people actually like web like straightforward with me with that, but I like it. So I'll dip it forward to like my actual manager. She's on vacation this week.
You
See,
hire me?
nobody's there. No.
Well, yeah,
managers
this
are
is
at the place
that guy's
they're
me, by
supposed
the
to
way. I'm
be.
like, oh yeah,
Everybody's
yeah,
saying,
he's
"I
like
have
a
to
chill
give
guy.
this to
I'll
the
give my manager,
in
and I'll
like
talk you
5
up and
days."
everything. Never,
And
never.
I will be employee of the month.
I don't even
every
remember if
month
I gave
for the
them
next
the
6
resume.
months.
If you have
I think I
a
just
resume,
put it under their door.
can take out experience.
Damn, I wanted to avoid that option. It's not that I don't trust you with my resume. It's just
Like
that
your
I
worst
actually just
nightmare.
don't have one.
So
I have no
cringy.
experience.
As a line paper.
Did you?
As
Oh
a-
yeah.
Yeah.
You as well.
Yeah,
Thank you
good
for
luck
your
with
time.
everything. Yeah,
Thanks,
you
guys.
too,
So, if they hire me, I'll tell you. All right. I clean up. I'm organized. I'm a good delegator. I'm a good leader, and I have a very bubbly, loving personality.
Yeah, it probably doesn't help that he has like a camera attached to his head.
Well, these
That
managers,
probably
women,
doesn't help.
women,
People love
women
me.
are good.
So why not take the risk? Give me
Good
give me a
all-rounders.
shot. Give me one day.
I think
to impress you. I was hoping it was.
I think it's underutilized that if you don't have anybody good to be a manager, you can kind of just put any woman who's worked there for a while in that position, and they'll do okay. Like they'll, people aren't gonna be super mean to them. They're gonna do their job, as good as they can. They're not gonna exceed expectations, but they're just gonna come in and do their normal shit. I find lots of stairs have this middle management problem where they just put like people in there that are just okay, and then they wonder why their numbers suck dick, and they have to go to all these extremes to milk their customers. And I was like, well, have like a well-run, well-organized thing. This is probably true. It's so true. As somebody who's worked in lots of different places, if I see a woman middle management person, I'm just gonna assume that they don't really want that job. They don't really like that job. They were promoted out of convenience, and like they still think they're good at their job, but like they don't know what good at their job would look like from somebody who's actually good at their job.
Like back in the old days, when you come in, you'd be like, "Hey, can I get a job?" No.
He said no.
But
It
you
doesn't
remember
work
those
that
days,
way.
It doesn't work that way. Sorry.
Come on.
Dude,
Can't
what's
just come
insane
up
is,
here and
like,
ask for a
I know
job.
they want to hire me. Like I could tell they want to hire me.
You can't hire me?
No, they're just making you feel like.
Why not?
Because I don't have the authority to hire you.
Who has the authority?
The manager.
Is she the manager?
And she is.
Who's the manager?
Do you want to meet the manager?
I would love to meet the manager.
The manager is now just like an AI system that you have to submit your resume.
This guy's a
to.
weird dude.
And then they wonder why, like, all of these companies will complain that their Gen Z workers aren't good workers, and it's because the people you are trying to hire are automatically gaming the system. Like, this is a guy who obviously has his stuff together, but it's hard for him to find a job because he has to go through like this weird system that's been set up for convenience. But yeah, the reason why you're getting bad employees is because you're incentivizing people to learn how to game the system. So you're hiring a bunch of liars, essentially.
And I become employee of the month every month for the
But it
next
works,
6 months.
obviously.
Okay.
So what do you think? Should I start now? I'll go start today.
Unfortunately, we're not hiring at the moment.
I'm not the manager. I don't know.
Do you know when they're in? Are they in tomorrow or next week or?
Look at it. I need assistant.
Oh, you're the. Oh, why didn't you say that from the beginning? I'm out here looking like a moron in front of it now. And your name was?
Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Yeah.
Great to meet you. Thank you guys for your time. That's yours.
Gotta
Have a
leave
good
your
day.
resume.
And whenever they say write your name down or write your thing down, and they're gonna call me, I don't believe it. I don't think it's real.
Was it a good speech?
Yeah, it's not
You
real.
wanna hire me on the spot? If you could.
Why he's so smarmy? Oh,
I wonder
smarmy
if
is
he
such
does
a
an
good word
update
for that
to
guy.
See if any of these places actually called him back.
But not the manager.
Okay.
She's not here today. She would have liked it though.
You hire me, and I become your top salesman of the month every month.
Oh, really? And you beat us.
And hey, whatever makes the store money, right?
Got rejected from Walmart. Can't even get a job at Walmart. Unbelievable. All right, so nobody agreed to actually hire me on the spot, but tomorrow I have a strategy that I think will 100% work. Lie. We're gonna lie. In front of me, I have a bunch of
We're gonna
contact
lie.
information for
Okay.
car dealerships
All right.
and their owners. What we're gonna do is we're gonna call them up and we're gonna see if I can schedule an interview or see if I'm good enough to get the job over the phone.
Gardiner Motors.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, what are you?
I'm escaping the snow by staying inside. What can I do to guarantee a job at your dealership?
You want a job at dealership?
I want a job at the dealership, and within a month, I will be your top salesman, guaranteed.
No, brother.
He said no.
No?
Damn.
Hello.
No,
You're
man.
listening to this.
We don't want a top salesman. No. Just no.
You've just met your number one salesman for the next month.
I have a crazy, amazing offer for you guys.
Okay.
Great offer.
Kind of a crazy, aggressive approach, I understand.
You guys hire me, and then there'll be a plaque right here. Employee of the
Dang,
month
everybody in that place is like Indian. That's crazy.
with my face on it for 6 months.
That's sweet.
That's how much I believe that I could be of value to Superb Auto.
Because that's how good I am. I'm good at talking to people. I'm good at figuring out what they want, relating. And I do on the phone sales.
Okay.
So, and I'm pretty good. So imagine how good I would be in person.
Makes sense.
I have wide experience and variety in sales, online sales, sales through the phone.
I actually have a great offer for you guys.
Excellent.
Amazing offer.
Perfect.
You hire me, and then there'll be a plaque right
Bro,
there.
this is so interesting. Why is everybody that he's talking? I'm not saying everybody, but it seems overrepresented. Like he's talking to a lot of Indian folks. Like, are they only hiring other Indian?
Look at this
folks?
pig.
Like, what's going on here? It's like,
This
what are the
is my
statistically
pig.
speaking? What are the chances that everybody that works
Little
at these
pig.
places are all Indian people?
It says employee of the month every month for the next 6 months.
I could be wrong
I would
though.
love
Maybe they're not
to
Indian.
sell your cars and give you half of my commission. What do you think?
What do you think?
Talk to the manager for that?
If
Why
he
not?
Just have a
tweaked
seat
it a
and I'm
bit,
gonna-
it might work. Maybe.
I'm
That's
here
your
to see
pig. That's
Ibrahim Malik sent me. Malik from. Oh God, this is embarrassing. He was like 3 doors down. Toyota. That's the one. Thank you very much. I'm not an imposter.
Listen, I'm thinking about coming in for an interview. What do you think? You think you have time, maybe 5 to 7 minutes to spare?
I have a great offer for you guys.
Name Piglet.
You hire me, and there'll be a plaque right there that says Employee of the Month every month for 6 months. Hi.
Bro, you can make some real money at a car dealership.
Custom
like, if you're a young
name
person, and if you're charismatic, like if you could get women, basically, if you could get women, then you can sell cars. So if you're a young person, a good way to make some decent money is soon as get some khakis, get a polo.
Bacon.
As soon as you see somebody come on the lot, your butt is out of your seat, and you're going to try to sell a car. And the best part about it is they already came to
Bacon.
look or to buy a car. So they already
They're
came to the
only
lot because
3
they want a
seasons
car, and all
old.
you got to do is sell it to them. Every person you see, your butt should be out of your seat. You shouldn't just be sitting there drinking coffee, eating donuts, trying to make friends with the coworkers. Your job is to sell. If you're a young guy and you looking to make
I
some
love
good
him.
money, being
He
a
said
car
I'll be your
salesman really
second
works.
best
It's a
salesman in
good
2 months,
avenue,
maybe.
especially
Yeah, so he
if
doesn't
you
have
have
keep
charisma.
be
It's
the
a
top
great
salesman. I agree.
Simran? Peter.
Nice
Nice to meet you.
He mentions any stats about creative,
If you
but
were
maybe.
to just meet me and
No,
give me
don't
5
kill
minutes of your time, I guarantee you I'd impress you.
Hi there.
Hey, Ibrahim?
Yes.
Peter. Malik sent me from Toyota.
Okay.
He said to ask you, when do you want to hire me? That's a joke. No, but I asked him for a job, basically,
Okay.
and he said to talk to you about HR and the process.
Yes.
Are you looking for a full-time sales?
Whatever you guys have. Peter, those guys didn't seem impressed, eh? Is this a cliquey place, would you say?
I'm new,
Oh,
so I'm not sure yet.
I was just telling your lovely coworker here that I don't have a resume because I started my own business out of high school.
I'm the assistant manager, manufacturing manager.
Simran, okay.
That's actually very impressive for sales. If you were able to start a business right out of high school, and even if it didn't work out, because business isn't for everybody and it is very tough. But the fact that you had the wherewithal to start your business and it survived for long enough for you to have not had a job yet in your life, you would assume that that's the type of person you would be able to see has the experience necessary for sales, for sure.
Perfect.
So tell me, you're here for sales?
Yes, I'm here for a sales position. I think I'd make a great fit.
Yes. No, I heard like how you did talk.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Oh, it's not embarrassing, I hope.
No.
Okay.
That's nice.
Great.
That's confident.
Okay, so you have experience before?
I do on the phone sales, so I sell stuff over the phone. I don't have experience in person sales. I'll be honest and frank with you.
That's
I don't have
fine.
any experience with cars.
I actually think it's harder to sell over the phone than
Any
it is to sell in
experience,
person.
However, I'm a very fast learner. If you guys give me material or constituents I can read, I can learn it within a day or two.
Okay.
And perfect my pitch.
Like, why the car sales only?
Because I'm very interested in cars, especially.
Say, because I want that commission money, bruh. We got mouths to feed here. We got baby needs some shoes. Like, I'm not passionate about selling cars. I'm slanging motors and transmissions because I gotta eat. And I would think that that's a person that you want to hire, because if a person is doing it because they need to eat, that's a person that's gonna get the job done. Anybody that's got a lie for you.
Okay, but why are you looking for a job now? Business didn't work. I don't know. I think that can go either way depending on how old he currently is or how he looks. Like if he tried for 2 years and he's only 20 and wants to get more real life experience, that's okay. But if he's 25 and it didn't work out, like 7 years, yeah, it would. I think it would depend on the industry too. Like sometimes you get out of the owning your own business game because it's too much unpaid labor. Anybody who's owned a business, there's like a early period of like starting your own business that you're gonna have to put in a lot of like unpaid labor. But if you can't transition into hiring an employee, you know this from video games. If you can't transition into hiring like a register person because you just don't have the sales for it, that could be 7 years into it. You can be like, you know what, I have one employee and they work part time and like I literally can't afford anything else. So either I want to continue doing most of the unpaid labor myself, or his business isn't gonna work. I feel that struggle lots of times where I'm just like, oh man, that is like the tough part of like owning your own business, is that there's so much unaccounted for unpaid labor that they don't get paid for. And it's just you make more money and have more free time working for somebody else. It's just facts of life. You didn't used to have the option, to be honest. That's just how it used to be. Or you used to live in where you worked, Like back home, there's lots of people who own pubs and they just live upstairs. They sleep in a room upstairs. By the way, they cook in the pub kitchen. It's just one big but they sleep upstairs. Like there's weird compromises you have to make to you can't afford a nice house and also the pub. Well, nowadays they do, but yeah. But it sounds like you always have one foot out the door, and your business needs could get in the way of my business needs. So why would I hire you? Oh, I just mean like that's why he would quit his essentially his day job or his old job to become an employee, is if you're done being an employer. I'm not saying he would do both. Yeah, if someone came to me and they're like, hey, I used to run my own business, but it was just a lot of unpaid labor. I just wanna work for somebody else and take it easy. Yeah. That people don't realize how like talk to anybody who's opened one of those. You guys call them something else here. They're like, it's the thing you open for your say woof thing. People open the LLCs all the time to try to like start their own business, and they never, they might run them for a couple of years for whatever reason. But then when they come back and they're like, hey, I was self-employed or whatever, I had a LLC. People don't think, oh, it didn't work out for you because you're shit at business. They think, oh, it didn't work out for you because you didn't want to make that transition or you couldn't make that transition between having employees and not having employees. Base living above a pub. I agree. I think it's cool. But when you grow up in that environment, people don't think it's cool. Lots of Irish people don't think it's cool to live above your pub. Lots of Irish people think it's a sad existence to to work and live in the same place day in and day out, especially around alcohol. But there's a dark side to everything.
For why they want to sell
It's
cars
what you make of it.
other than because it pays well with commission is probably not the person you want. So I don't even know why they ask those questions.
Not luxury, but I would say the higher echelon of cars. Not like Toyota or Nissan, which is fine, but like cars like Dodge Chargers or like Mercedes or Mustangs, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. We do carry those kind of cars. As you can see, we do have it.
Yeah, I mean that's totally okay. It's just as long as I could, I think, take my skills away from being on the phone into in person. And I also speak different languages as well, which I think helps me relate to the customer more. I can speak. I'm very fluent in Arabic, and I can speak Mandarin Chinese.
Wow.
If you guys have any Chinese people come
Hired? Are we kidding?
Yeah,
Hired.
multiple languages.
through, I
But
can speak to them.
Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, because like this is an auto mall, so we do have people come in with
Yeah.
from different backgrounds.
If you were to hire me, I think used cars would be my specialty. I think so.
And how would you be planning to, like, let's say, other than the leads coming in or you're making phone calls, how do you plan to sell the leads?
How do I plan? So I think lead generation is important. And what's super strong right now is social media. TikTok, Instagram.
Yeah.
I know it might be out of the ordinary, but I'm thinking if we start making easy, like, I don't know, someone in a Charger revving like the engine.
Yeah.
We post it. Come down to Supreme Motors. It puts
Yeah.
the eyes within the area. And we
Very simple, bro. There's this place. I used to work for USPS before I started doing. Actually, during the beginning of YouTube, I was making videos every day and working like 10-hour days at USPS and working out. It was a struggle. But either way, what I'm saying is, we had this place where I was working in Minnesota called Kick Ass Jerky. Right, and shout out to them, by the way. But they
Kick-Ass
started this
Jerky.
thing on social media, like the social media campaign, and they had a video that blew up. And I'm telling you, you think that social media stuff just ain't all it made out to be if you have a business. But when I tell you, we would have to take a whole truck just to get the jerky alone to take it to the USPS like department to ship it all out. Like, it was that much jerky they started selling because one of their videos on social media went viral. So if you have like a business, you need to be making short form. You don't got to do long form, but you need to at least be making some type of short form content. It is extremely powerful.
also run promotion as well. We can pay for views to get lead generation, to get people to come in. I think the more the people come in, the better. And at the end of the day, I think people buy from people they like, you know? So if they come here and they like everyone, they like the salesman, they're more inclined to buy. Whether it's not today, it'll be tomorrow, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Do you have your resume?
So between me and you, I don't have a resume because I started this business out of high school.
Do you have a resume?
So I've never had a job.
Okay. So what I can do for you is, like, right now the manager, he is busy, and we have our general manager, he's on vacation.
Look.
Usually he conducts the final interview, but the good thing is he's coming back on the 3rd of February. I
Bro,
believe.
why do they keep asking for a resume? What's better than a conversation? What type of resume
Proof.
is ever going to be better than you sitting down and reading a person based off of a conversation that you're having with them, especially when you're talking about car sales? You would rather
car
read
sales, that's a good
piece
argument
of
for
paper
car
or
sales,
something
man.
that you see on a computer screen
Scummy
than to
as
actually
is.
look the person in the eyes that had the initiative to walk in to ask for the job in the first place. Like, you would assume that the conversation would be significantly more reputable than the resume, but for some reason they're hell bent on this resume, and none of the managers are ever available.
February 3rd.
Yes.
Okay. So you can't hire me right now?
I can't hire you right now, but like, it was up to me, I would hire you.
Would you really?
Yes.
Oh, that means a lot. Thank you.
I guess then you're willing to join as soon as possible.
Yeah, I could start right now if you want me to. Like, there's 2 guys over there that were talking Arabic. I could go help them if you want. Appreciate you, Simran.
Wow.
No worries. Nice
Looking
to talk.
forward to your call. See ya.
Okay, that's pretty promising, dude. He said if it was up to him, he would offer me the job on the spot. So honestly, I lied so much in that interview.
Well, he's the person that needs to be the hiring manager then.
I kind of feel bad. I feel like I shouldn't lie anymore. I should just tell the truth, to be honest. And I think a lot of people would misconstrue what I'm doing, because some people might say, you're taking jobs away from hardworking citizens for content. No, this is real. I will actually work here. Anyways, we're going to put out feelers, and we're going to see how tomorrow goes. But yeah, let's get to work.
Bro's overqualified. Oh, okay. Update.
So, it has officially been 1 full week
Okay.
since I did my rounds at the mall, at some dealerships, and I didn't get a job. No one called me back. No one sent
Sucks
me
to
an email.
suck.
I even went
knew it.
back to some more dealerships like Kia, and it was
I wouldn't bring a resume, but being being references, those is the best. Yeah, references are good. References really are good. You can tell, man. These are the kinds of things that would keep like people like your mom out of your business. Is be like, hey, just give me like your ex coworkers' numbers, give me your ex manager's number of like literally just like the last place you worked, and let me talk to them just for a little bit. And if they're like, hey, yeah, she's chill, she left, because of whatever, or she said she left because of whatever, which is fine. Like we were able to fill the spot, it's fine, everything's good. And like as long as they didn't like say anything really bad, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'll do the thing. But if I call and they're like, oh yeah, she was a bitch, and on her way out, she pissed in the company sink, and I'm just like, oh okay, yeah, we're not hiring this person.
It was more the same. Come with a resume, email me a resume, etc., etc. I don't know if I was delusional or if I was.
Oh, you were
confident
delusional.
to the point where I imagined that this would work. But looking back, who the hell do I think I am that I could just walk into a store or a dealership or anything and talk my way into getting a job on the spot?
Yeah, that's
It was
what
a good
used
idea.
to be,
I like the
though. You
video.
didn't have to be anybody special. Back in the 70s, you could go in, get a job as a milkman, and provide for a family of 3. And you was good. And then you hit the club that Friday and you hear the latest Michael Jackson song. Work as a milkman, provide for a family, and when you want to go out to have a good time, you go out and you hear the latest Prince song, the latest Michael Jackson song. Think about that time. What a time to be alive. But that's what it used to be. You used to be able to just walk in, and off the merit of who you are or how you carry yourself or how you have a conversation, people would be willing to hire you. But I guess that's different now.
Who the hell do I think I am?
You
And
guess
if
it's
anyone's
different.
hiring out there for any position
in a
that's
cave?
remote, call me, please, or comment or email me. Please, I need this.
Man, just be a YouTuber, bro. This was a great video. Let me look at his channel really quick. He only has 4,000 subscribers, bro. This is great content. Everybody should go. If y'all like this video, y'all should go check him out. See if y'all like some of his other videos. Like and subscribe to his stuff. And let him know that I sent you, bro, because he only has 4,000 subscribers, and that's great.
This is homie.
So
Where
Nick
are
Shirley made
the
a
voters?
new video. We're going to watch the new video. I investigated California's voter fraud. Here we go. Let's take a look at it. This is America, apparently. That's the problem.
As they're registered to vote here. It's John Thomas and Philip Thomas.
Yeah.
Is Gloria here by chance? Because she's 100 years old and she voted last election from here.
Can you see my? I said I want to.
I just want to make sure you're not 126 years old.
I'm not.
And do you think it's possible like illegal migrants could be voting?
Not
Do you
really.
know where the ballots might have gone? Like for 108 people, that were registered here.
So there's 108 people that are registered inside of one house?
Comes to fraud, most people think about money. However, there's another potential massive fraud story taking place in America, one tied to the most consequential system in our country,
What is it?
which is our
Taco
voting
Bell.
system. This has
Taco
to do
Bell.
with everything about who runs the
Yeah.
country and how elections are actually controlled. And if we don't have voter integrity, what even are we? And there's one state that is the breeding
I
ground.
think that they 100% have people making up fake
Weird
votes.
video
I think
resume.
they have like people that go from these different political groups that try to harvest votes from a bunch of random people and then basically fill out mail-in ballots and then have those people sign off on it and then they send in the ballots. I think that's what they do.
For potential
Like if
vote
that's what I was trying to do, that's what I would do.
voting fraud, and that is California, where it can take up to 1 month to count all the votes, no voter ID, and
Wait, so wait a minute. A month to count what?
millions of ballots are cast by mail. And with voter rolls that are extremely vulnerable to errors, such as over 200 people who are over the age of 125 years old registered to vote in certain areas. And now to see how easy it is to vote, I headed
See,
to
this is
the
the problem. I've seen some people trying to debunk this by saying it's only a little bit. If you have 200 people that are above 125, that's like a high-end, like abnormality that is like so obviously broken that everybody can see it. So think about if that's happening and there's 200 of those, think about how many other ones there are that you don't fucking see.
To register to
It's the
vote
tip of
inside
the
the state of
iceberg.
California.
Now, this is the register of voters right here. And I want to ask him, why don't
It's
you
the
need
obvious
voter
one.
ID to vote here inside of California? I was curious, how come in California you don't need voter ID to vote?
Because when you sign your affidavit, you're swearing that you're telling us the truth.
Well, we don't need to figure out whether you're a citizen. Just tell us. You are? Okay, all right. Well, here you go. They filled out the form. But they filled out the form.
Battery 65%.
Guys, but they filled it out.
Do you think it leaves any room for error with voter ID, or? Yeah,
Not
I'm just
really.
like curious because I want to make sure that like our elections are as fair and honest as possible, and I feel like voter ID is just something super simple to have.
I mean, it's hard to really put a receptionist lady like this on the spot. What the fuck does she know, right? But at the same time, like, yeah, it's obviously fucking retarded.
And do you think it's possible like illegal migrants could be voting?
Not really. How?
How?
I mean, what was showing the ID?
Yeah, if they don't have their ID and they could just sign on behalf of Richard Sherman,
They could just say it was a name.
then they could technically vote, right?
And she's like,
This
they
poor
would
old
be
lady.
lying. Voter fraud
So these
isn't
old
happening
hags are
because
mad.
if in order to
Signatures
commit
to
voter
verify,
fraud, you
yeah,
have to
they
lie.
obviously can tell. They know Richard Sherman.
Some of these people, man.
Seen his checkbook.
God damn. It's really sad.
Yeah, but what if they just don't care?
What if they don't care?
What if like Richard Sherman and Billy
Oops.
Bob Joe just don't care?
Yeah.
But so you don't think illegals would ever vote, would you?
Uh-huh.
I don't think so.
No.
So instead of showing your ID, you sign your signature
Yeah.
and then it is scanned to verify it is you. So technically speaking, anyone could show up saying they're someone, and if the signature is similar, that vote will then count. And with millions of
Similar?
people voting, it leaves room for fraud to occur.
Just write your name.
Just take these two examples.
A Southern California woman is facing 5 felonies after registering her dog to vote in 2 elections. The dog's vote.
What?
The dog's
That's
vote.
a dog. Why would you register a dog to vote? How could you? What?
Why
the
would you
fuck?
not register your? I
The
have
hell's going on
7
here?
votes waiting in my house right now.
Was even counted in one of those elections. Those behind the stunt say
What
she
the
did
fuck?
it to show the flaws of the current system.
Hundreds of people who cast votes according to state records, but we found they've been dead for years. Including a woman who died in 1988.
We
and
are a 9-vote household.
Records show she somehow voted in 2014.
Wow.
26 years after she passed away.
What are
Then
the odds
there's
of that?
Julita Abutin. Records show she voted in Norwalk in 2014, 2012, 2010,
Yeah?
and 2008. The only problem is she's buried here at...
No. Standing here at her fucking grave?
Forest Lawn. Abutin died in 2006.
Oh,
Is it possible your mother voted in 2014?
There's no way.
Abutin's
no
daughter
way.
Maravik says it's certainly impossible that her mother voted,
Yeah.
but the LA County
can see
Registrar
why.
confirms they have signed vote-by-mail envelopes with her mother's name for the 2014 and 2012 election.
That is insane. How do you not wait a minute. How do you not have a system? Because when a person dies, they get a death certificate and it gets registered by the state. How is it that there's not a cross-checking mechanism? Oh, that's right. It's probably by design. Because, again, these things aren't done. There are no accidents here. A 5-year-old could have come up with a solution for this, right? Like, it's like, okay, well, why not just have a system that checks the other system? Duh. So if you don't have that, if it's something that's so obvious and it's not there, there's a reason for it.
even though she died
Because
10
the
years ago.
signature is.
So it's not some crazy conspiracy
signed
theory
it.
to think that
If she was
people
dead,
are
how'd she
illegally
sign it?
voting inside the state of
Answer me
California.
that,
And with the state
Buster.
receiving millions
Yep.
of illegal migrants, the opportunities for fraud now
That's right.
are even higher as millions of undocumented
Y'all have
people
no idea.
are living inside of
It's
the state.
crazy how bad
Now
this
let's
is.
go meet up with a man by the name of Urson who has dedicated years of his life.
Don't tell me that you've tapped into another fucking boomer that has been autistically fixated on this for 20 years. Oh my god.
It's the autists.
Digging
They
through
speak
voter
to each
rolls,
other. They
finding
have secret
fraud
networks.
and inconsistencies throughout
Oh
the state.
my
So
goodness.
how
Yeah, he's
bad
probably
is
not
the voter fraud here in California?
Well,
Oh,
we
Gen
actually
X, yeah.
don't know because law enforcement isn't really investigating it, and we don't have
We don't know. How can we know how bad the voter fraud is? They won't look into it.
people
Problem
qualified
solved.
to actually figure that out.
And what kind of fraud is taking place?
Well, we have voter rolls of about 22 to 23 million people in California, and we have just in Orange County per se, there's
Yeah.
60 to 70,000 changes a month that happens.
Wow.
So the amount of time and effort to go and follow up with every one of those,
Impossible.
we just don't have the resources to do that.
And so what information have you been collecting about the voting fraud here in California?
We have people that are still in our rolls from 2008 that are still getting ballots mailed to them that haven't voted in 18, 16 years.
And so they haven't voted. What's the problem with them receiving those ballots?
Well, sometimes there's
Somebody
votes
else
that
fills it
happen
out.
later on with someone that hasn't lived here for 12 years.
Yeah.
And we found several occurrences of that. And when we turn that in, those are treated as independent incidences that don't affect the outcome of the election. So they're highly disregarded
hers.
from our concerns as voters.
And what information do we have right
Identifies
here?
dead.
Well, we've got several different pieces
Autists
that we're
will
looking
rise,
at
their
today.
time will come. Yeah, the autists and schizos, man. I'm like, get them in there. I want to be run by autists and schizos. It would be so much better than what we got currently going on. Normies and narcissists. I could be the next one. I could get in government now, and then 10 years, Nick Shirley can come behind me, and I bust all over the place. It's crazy.
One thing that's just a simple anomaly for people to
Not
understand is
schizos.
there's
Are you
people
sold
that
on
show to
them?
be
I'm telling you. Schizos. You think you're like maybe just autists, but I'm like Asmongold. I'm radicalized this. I'm like, no, you need. You think you're like schizos are just as bad as psychos, and you're just like, yeah, but in a different way. And to get the one out, you have to bring in the wolves to get rid of the rabbits, and then you can deal with the wolf problem, okay? But you have a rabbit problem right now, all right? We're not thinking about the wolves right now. We're thinking about the rabbits. They're a liability. They are a liability, but the autists will keep them in check, okay? The books will be straight, and the psychos will keep the population scared and in their homes, and it'll be perfect. As it should be.
125 years old in our voter rolls.
That's a
And
lot
that's
of
a
them.
simple data
Okay, but the
flaw,
rabbits-
but the issue is it
They're
keeps happening
government
over and over again to the tune of
endanger your allies.
it's a mistake.
I'm prepared to unwild the wolves, if possible, and or kill the wolves if needed. Okay, I'm prepared for both. Indiscriminately, if unmedicated, we will keep them in line. The autists will have a schedule for their pills. It'll be okay. It'll be okay at least long enough to get these psychos out of government.
I see. Oh, yeah.
hundreds and hundreds and hundreds in every county. That's a large size like where we're at today. Another
That's
one is
every
we have a lot of
conversation.
voters.
So
that-
this is what I think is going on, okay? Is that it is a very, very simple bell curve. That is retarded? Okay. And I think that the 126 is right here. And I think it is indicative of all of this. That's what I think is going on. Because the 126 is the easiest, most verifiable, layup, obvious one that everybody knows is bullshit. So think about how many that you don't immediately, obviously, instantly know are bullshit.
that are at central locations, 10, 12,
It's just
15
logical.
people at a place where what is this business? What
live
is it doing? These people are still going to continue to get ballots.
Yeah.
Another one is like a lot of the sororities and the dorm houses, you know, where we have typical turnout, you know, or voter turnout is like in the 50 to 70% range, but it's like 106 out of 108 votes cast.
Wow.
So it doesn't mean that that's fraud, but it means these are out of the.
Yeah,
means
I
it's
mean,
not fraud.
though, right? I mean, like, again, it's a matter of, like, degree. Like, what do you think that all these anomalies happen together and they're aligned on top of each other? And every single time that these anomalies occur, they lead to the same result. Guys, I really wonder.
Normal order of what happens, and so that's what we're going to be going around and looking at today and seeing what's out there and what we can find. We have a system where you can register to vote in California without a driver's license number or social security number. Why do we allow that?
Yeah, why?
That creates 9.6 million records that then the state has to send to the Social Security Administration.
What?
And when 75% of those come back with no matching Social Security record.
So, wait, does that mean effectively 75% of these are fraud?
It should make every California wonder, why do we have a system like that?
Yeah.
Why do we have a system that's creating work?
Well, the reason why is that they're trying to obfuscate the voting process and make it impossible to unravel in order to basically inject the voting population with extra votes for whatever side they want. That's the reason why. If there's something that's this complex and this oppressive and this unnecessarily complicated, there's a reason for it.
And uncertainty.
And so what have you done to get this information about the voter fraud that's taking place here in California?
Well, we get our information from the Secretary of State. We get it directly from them. It's a lot of information, and it's very complex. And so we get this from the state, we package it up, and we help with our other researchers across the state that go and break it down into their own counties.
So we have all this information, and now we're going to go head out into the streets of California and see what fraud we can find.
Get the
Where's
ass!
the first place we're going?
We're going to the local retirement community, and the reason this one is just kind of particularly odd, you got 45 people registered, and 41 of them actually turned out to vote in the last election. So,
wow, that's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of old people that vote, but, like, what do you think the probability of that is? Like, I think that they go after the old people the most because they're the ones that don't give a shit. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right. I'm back. Give me a minute. Sorry about that. We're good now.
that's just, again, not typical for 55 to 70% turnout. So it's a mental crisis senior, rehabilitation center. So we're just going to go there and see. Is there 45 people there? Is there beds? And check it out.
Yeah.
Can we speak to the supervisor?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy how whenever they go to another place with a camera, there's actually no problems at all? The people would just shake their hands and act normal because the area that they're doing it in isn't fraudulent. So isn't this also, it's very interesting that this is happening because now it's showing that all of those accusations of, oh, well, they were barging in trying to see kids. No, apparently not.
It looks like there was maybe 41 of 45 people that are registered here. Does that seem low or high to you? Like as far as how many patients or residents you have?
That's probably not accurate anymore.
So that lady right there said that that's probably not accurate.
Ooh.
Right. So this could be a huge location where hundreds of votes could be casted from this one location. She said that numbers sound like they're inaccurate.
Here's another really big one for Nick Shirley, is the people that claim kids on their filings that aren't their kids. Because they take the kids, so this is the way it works, right? Is so people that are illegal aliens come over to the country, and they have kids here, and the kids are citizens, so they get social security numbers. So the illegal alien can't claim them on their taxes. So what happens instead of that is that people that are effectively, trying to save money and scam taxes, they go to these areas where the illegals are. Everybody knows where they are. And so they go there and they ask if they can register the kids in their name and give them a cut of the payoff that they're going to.
All I'm hearing is that a lot of people in the government are doing a whole lot of nothing. They want more taxes. They can't work within the budget. People aren't even doing anything. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, That's the moral of a lot of these stories, is that each little microcosm built around the government is just people trying to min-max the amount of money they can get and the least amount of work they can do. And if you don't have systems to kind of like keep those things from going haywire, which, you know, it's got to be a top-down type of thing, then you're just going to get people continuing to abuse these systems. Like, there's no reason you guys shouldn't have voter ID everywhere in Europe, back home, everywhere we have, you know, you have to show your license to vote. Like, there's, India has it, like, Pakistan has it. Like, there's all these other places that are like, you know, where they have a bunch of poor people and stuff like that. They all have to have government ID to vote in their national elections or whatever they're called. There's no there's no reason for you guys not to have it other than you don't mind a little fraud in your stuff.
Gonna get from the taxes. That's the way it works. Yep. It's that simple. I hope he goes after that too. That's a big one. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, of course.
45.
Correct. So is there a lot more people that could be registered to vote and could be having their voices expressed?
Well, let's move on to the next location.
Yeah, surely.
Now we're here in the University of San Diego because they got lots of voters here. But what's the deal with this location?
It's some sort of institute for peace and justice, so it doesn't seem like you'd have a lot of voters like registered at some sort of an administrative office, but it very well could be. You know, I mean, there's students that are all over the place here, so maybe it's some sort of a central mailing house or something like that.
You have a conference room, you have Garden of the Sky, the Kroc School, classrooms, conference rooms, anything but dorms. And this is the location where 58 people are registered to vote here inside of the state of California.
Is this like a central mailing location, like this building for students and stuff?
No, this one is not. So we do have a mail center.
Wow, it's crazy. It's another person they're recording who has no problem at all answering questions and is not screaming, yelling, and pushing them out. Isn't that crazy? Wow, it's another fucking mystery, isn't it?
Because right here on the John B. Kroc Institute for Peace and Justice, it says we had 58 registered to vote and 50 people voted from this location.
So is 5998 Alcala Park? You're saying
is the entire university.
Is the entire university. So where do the ballots go?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I've never seen them.
So far, we're 0 for 2 as far as getting any clarity about where these votes are being cast from here.
Yeah, or any sort of real clarity.
And at these locations, when there's only around 40...
And again, keep in mind that the majority of this is like houses that have 4 people that say they have 5. These are the outliers that are easily identifiable from a third party with no resources and no ability to do an internal investigation and like a secondary data check. So keep in mind, like, you are looking at the worst of the worst.
Which is the minority. In locations where there's hundreds and thousands of people, it leaves lots of room for speculations, especially when nobody actually knows what the real count is and where the votes are being casted from. And just a reminder, all this information from Urson is the most up-to-date information from the Secretary of State of California as far as the voter rolls go. The fraud continues. Now we're outside of a extra space, a storage unit location. Here, 5 people are registered to vote.
Correct.
Did they cast their votes?
3 of them did in the 24 election, then we had 1 that cast a ballot in the 2020 election and 1 that's never voted. The point is that unless this is a primary residence, right, or where you can sleep, right, which no one's supposed to by law allowed to sleep in their public storage unit, then this is not a legal registration. And these are the things that the county continues to let slip through the cracks.
Let's see if they're here. We have the names of all 5 people. Let's see if they're here. How's it going?
I bet none of them are here.
Sir. Good. We're just looking for a few people here. We have Lily Morey, Philip Thomas, Sydney Thomas, Robert Thomas. We're just looking for these individuals as they're registered to vote here.
Do you have people that live here at Extra Space?
Are you Robert Thomas?
Oh no! Do you think this is the kind of guy they could hoodwink into putting 5 people's addresses down? I think it is.
I think it is.
Okay, so who gave you this list real quick?
From the Secretary of State.
Yeah, it's publicly available information.
What about Robert, Sydney, Philip, and Lily Thomas? What about them? Do they also
doesn't even know?
get their ballots here? Robert Thomas, Sydney Thomas, John Thomas, and Philip Thomas. Do you know where any of those individuals are? Any of the Thomases?
No, they're not here right now.
There's no one living in storage facilities, right? That's
No,
really
right?
the question, right? Just wondering if people are actually living in storage facilities or not.
So 5 people.
Another one where they all answer questions and they don't get kicked out and screamed at. Wow. It might be because it's a legitimate business.
Registered to vote here. They confirmed that nobody lives here. A little fishy. California's got some weird things going on. So 5 people, and they didn't know where any of the Thomases were, but this is their primary location.
Well, if those 2 people actually live here and this is where they stay, their primary residence, right? They get their driver's license here, their tax stuff comes here. It's completely legal. But the other people that are here that they didn't know or do know or so forth, right? Are they someone that was just getting something in a storage facility? So,
but this is a storage facility. There's no apartments here.
No. There are people that live in storage facilities, to be fair, but it seems like that's not what's happening.
Nobody's living here.
Or it might be what's happening, but it's not legal.
But if the couple that we spoke to is actually, this is their primary residence, that would be legal under state law.
So Nick should get a suit and a lanyard. People might be more willing to answer him if he has pro aura. Honestly, dude, that's a really good idea. He should dress up like he's like some sort of official person with like
that
a
was my
suit
thought the last
jacket and,
video.
like a lanyard with like a name tag, and like the name tag can say Nick Shirley, YouTube retard, fucking virgin Mormon, right? And it could say that, but they're not gonna read it. They're gonna say, oh wow, and just make an acronym for it, right? And like, yeah, they're like, oh wow, like YVA, you. Oh my God, this is serious. Let's take it seriously. These business cards, yeah, give them business cards, right? Yeah, it's a little QR code, and it just like takes you to a subscription thing on his website.
For these 5 people that are registered and that cast their vote,
and if it's not them,
YTR register. Yeah, I like that.
Those are illegal votes. And so that right there is 5 potentially fraudulent votes in one location inside of a storage unit.
This is super important to understand before we go to the next location. In California, when you register to vote, you must be your domicile location, which is your primary residency. You can then
AKA the storage.
Head of Doge. True.
and put a different address to receive your mail, but for it to be on the voter registration form and for the voter rolls, it must be your domicile address, your primary address.
So it has to align.
Now we're going to start going to some of these locations where people have put their primary addresses as P.O. boxes. In locations like the one we're about to go to, over 30 people are registered to vote at this one UPS store.
With this fraud, a lot of these people registered to vote have their primary...
See, this is the kind of stuff that I don't think that they can fully investigate the outcomes here. Because realistically, if you have mail-in voting, if somebody doesn't have a house and they just have a P.O. box for whatever reason, logistically, and I think that logically should be receiving a voting ballot, right? I mean, I think that they should be. So this is a law that I'm not even sure if I entirely agree with theoretically. But so like, oh wow, they filled out the paperwork wrong. It's illegal. Yes, it's illegal. But at the same time, I don't view it as unethical or immoral. It is simply just them not doing the process in the correct way. But this is the point where I think that you need to have that back-end checking system and the information.
They also automatically invalid because no domicile. You aren't living there. Also, if you don't have a place to live, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't vote. Yeah, that's my thing. Is that I think you should be a homeowner, invested in the county that you're voting. And that scales all the way up to, obviously you're a citizen of that country. Yeah. That's I'd have like a long list of people who could vote, and it would be like, it'd be like men working, women working, men who serve in the military, men and women who are married, men and women who, you know, have kids, people who own houses, like all people who are invested in like the future of themselves and like their country and stuff. I don't mind having a couple of outliers who are like, you know, just, you know, like the single moms out there. If they want to keep being single moms, that's fine. I don't give a shit. You can still vote. I assume you still care about your kid. But I think it would capture the majority of the country who actually wants like things to be better. And I think that would be the most accurate, best way to move forward. That way, you really can think, oh, okay, so if 51% of the country, you know, does want to let illegal immigrants in, then I just need to move out of my country. I need to go to a different place, you know? Maybe just people because you work, they do volunteer stuff. Yeah, and you can, for people who have like mental disabilities, if they are capable enough to do something, like volunteer, and you qualify that as like a job, yeah, let them vote. I don't care. There's probably not going to be that many of them anyway.
You see what my point is, right? Is that right now they're looking at gray areas. The other two were pretty cut and dried, right? It's pretty obvious these were bad. This one is much more of a gray area. That's what my point is, right? That's why you need to have the internal data.
Residency at a
If
UPS
there's smoke,
store or
yeah, you investigate
United
if there's
States
any
Postal
fire.
Service
Exactly.
location. Right here, we have over 30 people who are registered to vote, and all these people right here, there's over 30 of them, are registered to vote, and this is their location. And a
Come
large
from a guy that says landowners should only vote? Well, yeah, I mean, like, you could say
Yeah.
that, but I'm saying, like, logically, if you believe in mail
Landlord.
voting, and we're working off of that principle, right? Because, like, yeah, you could easily say, oh, retards shouldn't be able to vote, so none of these people should be allowed to vote. But I'm working off of the principle that this is something that you're trying to do. Like, I mean, very clearly, if you're working off of that principle, then logically the conclusion of that would be that people who, you know, have only a P.O. box should be allowed to vote. I mean, that's the logical conclusion of that ideology. Like, of course, and I think a lot of people would agree with that, right? I mean, like, maybe I don't want to see a lot of people voting, but I think I'm the minority with that. The point is that I think that that's why you need to have those system checks.
majority of them actually voted
That's my point.
in the 2024 election against Trump and Joe Biden. And right here we have Gloria. Gloria voted in the last election. She's 100 years old.
Wow.
Born in 1925.
That's
Still
a long
kicking.
time ago.
What do you think about over 30 people are registered to vote in this UPS store right here? Is that a little strange to you?
Is it through P.O. boxes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. What are you trying to do?
I don't know. Exactly.
What are you trying to
That's the
do?
thing is you don't know.
Or what are you trying to prove?
Yeah,
so you have to re-register where you live, right? Where your primary residence is. And so if you've got a primary residence that's a UPS store, there's real tiny houses, you know, inside the UPS store for people to live in.
Probably. What's your guys' affiliation?
My name's
We're just
Nick
citizens.
Shirley.
Yeah,
Could you live inside a P.O. box?
No.
So do you think it's a little strange that here in California you have lots of people who are registered to vote from these P.O. boxes? Meanwhile, you don't even have to show your ID when you go and vote.
I don't want to be part of the whole MAGA storyline. Thank you.
This isn't a MAGA storyline, man. This is just the straight up facts. Now we're going in. How are you guys doing? Yeah. Could we talk to somebody? This is super important. It has to do with our elections here, ma'am.
Can someone come and talk to us?
Is Gloria here by chance? Because she's 100 years old and she voted last election from here.
She probably went in there. If this is chronological, which I don't know if it is or not, but if this is chronological, that Karen probably went in there and then afterwards told her to tell them not to let them in.
All right.
That's probably what
They
happened.
won't even speak to us. Do you know Gloria? She's 100 years old. She voted last election here. She's supposed to live in one of these P.O. boxes.
Well, no, I have no idea.
A little strange, right? Sir.
What?
Have you ever met like a Gloria or anything? She's supposed to live in one of these P.O. boxes. She voted.
Yeah, this is one of the ridiculous parts of
No idea. And another thing that's
Shirley.
super concerning about all this fraud taking place is right now the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, is also leading the way on play market as to who's going to be the Democrat nominee in 2028. What do you think it says about states that don't require people to have voter ID? it's like inconsistent, so people can kind of like tweak it however they want. So I don't know. I don't trust it. That's why.
Should states require people to show voter ID when they go and vote?
100%. Like I think like.
And by the way, this is a super majority issue. Like
yeah,
even a
83%
super
of
majority
America
of Democrats
agrees you should
support
have ID
voter
to
ID.
vote.
It's the same Karen. It is. And yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, like again, Tool fan based, totally fucking based. And yeah, obviously that's the case. Do you think they should have an age cap on voting? No.
Yeah.
People should
now
be
that I'm
verified
old,
that that's them voting, and that's like them as a person. Like that needs to be like a face-to-face action. If they can't, there needs to be another way of verification.
And what makes you think that way? A lot of people don't think that way about voter ID.
I don't know. I think it's just like a common sense thing. Like it should be
fucking obvious. Like yeah, it's fucking obvious. You can't figure out who's voting. Like
you that's voting, and like, your vote that's going
course.
through. So it's not just like anybody.
Do you think people would pass you off for Ralph Saucedo if you just said you're Ralph Saucedo?
No. Like if I said that to me, they'd be like, really? If I walked up and like I said, oh yeah, I'm 100 years old, they'd be like, what?
I could see
you can't
Ralph,
like fake age,
but not 100.
So.
This building here in downtown San Diego, there's over 16 people who are registered to vote at this address right here. It wouldn't surprise you if inside of this building alone, there's 15 people registered to vote, yet all the windows are boarded up.
Oh, one of the business was Ducats, and I never saw anybody go in or out of there.
It's like scamception. So not only is it illegal voting, but it's also a scam business. They're stacking.
15 people are registered to vote, and a lot of them voted in the 2024 election.
Doesn't surprise me. This is California for a reason.
Do you think
California?
Fucking based. Wow.
Voter fraud takes place here in California?
What a guy.
100%.
And do you trust Gavin Newsom?
No.
Fuck no.
No, not at all.
Fuck no.
You can tell by the way he talks. He never wants to answer a real question.
Yeah.
Let's see. He calls ICE, basically calls them out, calls them terrorists. In some ways, I kind of hope he runs for president. That means someone else is going to get governor, and if he doesn't make it as president, his political career is done.
My man.
Even his political
don't see
career,
him
he
winning.
was the
I really
governor of
don't.
California
Right
for
now in
16
Polymark, he's leading
years.
for the Democrats.
Guy's
as far as-
I'm gonna be
GG.
honest. Like I feel like he's leading. Yeah, and also like how is it gonna be like the first debate? Governor, why is your state on fire every year? I feel like every time we hear about California, it's on fire again. How about that, huh?
He's gonna be the next nominee.
Like,
yeah, Kamala was leading. Look how that went.
Do you think California should require voter ID?
Do I think that voters should require voter ID?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Why?
How come you need an ID when you go to the airport?
I don't know why you got to do that either.
So do you think it's
Oh,
possible?
fair. At least he's consistent. Hey, that's
to have
a
fair
good
elections
answer.
in the United States if people don't prove who they actually are by giving their ID when they go and vote?
No, that's too. I can't even answer that.
Yeah, I bet you can't. That's the end of the dialogue right there.
I'm like this. If you hear, you can vote. It's just too much paperwork.
If you're here, you can vote. It's too much paper.
Hey, he's consistent.
Aren't you glad that we live in a
He's
country
related to
where this idiot can vote?
Kinda like either blood by marriage.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
it's all
God.
fakely bullshit. Yeah.
See, I'm telling you guys that you guys have no idea how bad it really is. You got these idiots, man. An absolute battery.
Too much paperwork.
Yeah, too much bureaucracy, too much stuff.
Too much
It's just too much.
So when you go vote, you don't want to show your ID?
Nah.
Nah.
Heck nah, for what?
To prove that you are you.
I mean, I'm me anyway.
I'm me anyway. First of all, this guy's not voting. I mean, maybe he is, but
There it is. Shit, I mean...
he seems like a chill guy.
Yeah,
He got
you
other
think he
things to
voted?
do.
Nah, he probably doesn't even vote. But
Yeah,
like-
exactly. I just FYI.
This is bad.
I'm me anyway.
I'm me anyway.
So no ID?
Nah.
No. What if I wanted to vote on behalf of your name?
Why would you want to do that?
Why would you want it?
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's
These
good that
people
he's
just
that
cannot
he
even
asked
think.
that question because it just proves he doesn't give a shit.
This
like,
is
he's like, why would
scary,
you want to
man.
do that?
See, I forgot who said it, but there was a quote.
He's driving
that
without a
said that
license.
the
Yeah,
strongest
exactly.
argument against
He's like, I'm doing
democracy
11
is a
illegal things
5-minute
right now.
conversation with the average voter.
You don't even know who I am.
Tell me why I want to do that, and then I can make a decision.
What if I wanted you to vote Democrat
Churchill?
and you're Republican?
Based.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, that's a point.
Yeah.
But I still ain't approving of it.
He's
We
like, I
headed
still
to the
don't want to
next
do more
location,
shit.
And it was the exact same thing where tons of people were registered to receive votes from a P.O. box.
So we were wondering, do these people live here?
I don't know. Yeah,
Like, are they living inside the post office?
This is the address of the post office, right?
Wow, another employee that has no problem answering questions and engaging with them.
Yeah. This isn't like their mailing address. That's like their actual registration address. Do you see ballots that have like P.O. box on them and things?
Yeah.
And it's not a problem if someone is registered here to receive their ballot, but if this is their primary residence, that is a problem. And that's what the case is for all these people right here.
I think that what's happening is that a lot of them are just doing the paperwork wrong, which I don't really find, as I said, I don't think this is like a moral or ethical bad thing, but obviously you shouldn't have it happen because it makes it harder to figure out what's going on. But at the same time, I think that, again, like where there's smoke, there could be fire, and you need to look into this.
It's an illegal registration based on state law.
Because this leaves a lot of leeways for people to vote fraudulently, whether it be ballot harvesting or them just voting on behalf of somebody else.
And that's the thing that we have the greatest concern, right? 23 million ballots go through some process. This is one post office in one city in one county in our entire state, right? So it just has an exponential impact when you add up all the little small things that are going on.
As you can see, there's a lot of issues with these voting rolls and a lot of inconsistencies. And one of these inconsistencies is people over the age of 100 years old that are eligible to vote. For instance, there's a lot of people over the age of 125. And in this video, we just filmed around a 15-mile radius. So imagine what it's like all across the state of California.
15
and now
miles?
Let's go see if there's
That's not
actually
even that
126-year-olds voting in California.
I wonder. Doris, date of birth. Oh, look at the date of birth. 1/1/1990. She just randomly clicked it. That is the laziest. That's what I sign up as.
Yeah, Sam.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the default. Like, yeah, the first option, 1/1/1900. Okay, got it. Done. Move on.
Are you Doris?
Placeholder date? Yep.
She's right here. Yes.
Hello, Doris.
Yes.
How are you doing? We're just going through the voting rolls here, and we're just confirming anybody who's above the age of 100 years old. And right here it says you're 126 years old.
No, you got the wrong house.
Are you Doris Wood?
Yeah, but you got the wrong house. I'm Doris Wood, but you got the wrong place. That's the wrong information, all that stuff. No, that's wrong.
Oh, here, I can show you if you like.
No, it's just that it's wrong.
No. How come you think here in California they're just messing up on all these voting rolls here?
I actually think this is kind of a weak point because there's probably a lot of old people that fill out the paperwork wrong.
Yeah.
Or whenever the paperwork gets filled out wrong, the person that's working there sees that the paperwork. So this is what I think happens, right? So, like, logically, big surprise, boomers fuck up paperwork. And they fuck up, and especially if this is on the internet. And I bet she maybe put her, the month instead of the year, and then the person at the office that's supposed to register this person. What probably happened is that, speaking on all levels, though, yeah, well, what I'm saying, Mom had the same issue. Yeah, exactly. The person that probably had this happen that's working there just put in a placeholder date of birth in order for them to process this paperwork and not have to send it back or do anything else.
It's most likely not malicious for people like this. They're genuinely naive and just doing it wrong. People know how systems are definitely maliciously sneaking in a lot of bad. Yeah, I think it's a lot of the people who work the polls in those areas. I think they're doing a good thing by fucking around with some of this stuff. And I do know that there are people who pay people to essentially get, votes from like older people and stuff like that. That's been a thing for the longest time that's been investigated, and it's actually not even like illegal to like go to old people's homes and help them vote, is what they call it. They're just like, oh, I'm just gonna help you vote. I think my problem is that I don't know if I want people who can like barely fill out forms and stuff like that to vote. I don't know. Like, they should have an opinion, and they should have a voice, but man, today's problems are not 1900 problems. It's hard to it's hard to be like, oh, you give a shit about our country, right? And you're like, yeah, I'm dying next week. I don't give a fuck about your. But hopefully they have kids and stuff like that. That are like, hey, grandma, we're voting Democrat this year because blah blah blah. But I don't know the inner workings of all this stuff, so I don't know how much bad it does to let old people who are in nursing homes fucking vote and have people go in there and help them. I don't know. I'd have to really like look into it and talk to a lot of these companies who pay to do it, and the old people who, what do they think? Maybe they're an even spread, and it's a mute point.
Because you have to keep in mind that on all levels of the government, they are basically determined and dictated by not malicious compliance, but cynical compliance. They will just simply put whatever they need to put in there so they can process your document and move on to the next document, because the speed in which they process documents is the way that they get graded for their assessment of their job, right? So that's what I think probably happened here. There's probably no fraud that happened here if this is the same woman. She probably just filled out her form wrong, and somebody there just corrected it to a placeholder date because they said this person's clearly living here, but we don't know when they were born. Just put that down and move on. That's probably what happened.
I don't know, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it says he voted in 51 elections, Doris.
No, not me.
Never mind.
I was wondering why they kept this in the video as like a good faith
mind.
thing, but it looks like Doris never voted in 51 elections. She's on a probably like she's on a roll somewhere, some kind of stolen identity thing. She's on one of those lists. If you can't correctly fill out a ballot, you can auto report it because sent back because fix this. If you constantly don't, then your vote doesn't get counted. Too bad. It's literally the simplest IQ test. Yeah, to be honest, I'd be okay with that being the IQ test. I remember, man, this was a while ago. It was like a year or two ago, but there was like this Washington State thing where they were somebody stopped me and they were like, hey, we're trying to get the ballots changed to be simpler so that, people don't make as many mistakes. We don't waste as much tax dollars. And at the time, I was just like, oh, yeah, that sounds like an amazing idea. Now, I'm like, no, make them complicated. Make them really complicated. Because I don't want all the dumb people voting for stuff they don't understand. It makes me uncomfortable, okay? Make it like a crossword puzzle. That way, the smart old grannies know what's up, all right? They're crossword geniuses, okay? They figured this out. They're like, Obama, okay? But then the dumb ones are like, what the fuck is this boxes for? Help yourself. Help yourself. Yeah. It sounds bad, but like, what the fuck? No, that's the sad part. It's not even complicated. I don't know. These ballots did look crazy. He had an example of the last year's ballots. Complicated ballot. And it was fucking nuts. Yeah, it looks. Did it look like this? No, this actually looks great. Yeah, it was on one of these weird little dotted things. See, even this, man, this is fucking too simple. Yeah. All these are way too simple. Maybe I'm misremembering it. Maybe it was simple. If I looked at it nowadays, because I don't think I'd ever seen like a U.S. Ballot thing. I mean, this is a little better. Okay. Maybe it wasn't that complicated. I was just dumb. I never seen a ballot before. I was like, oh yeah, it's a lot of words on there. I don't know what the fuck's going on there.
I guess, okay. Okay. All right.
Really?
I'm not no 100-something years old.
I know.
I said I wasn't.
I just want to make sure you're not 126 years old.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it really does say you're 126 years old here.
No.
Says,
who did this? You be 126. That don't even make sense.
I know. That's what the Secretary of State says.
Well, the Secretary of State is wrong.
Okay, well.
Put it like this.
It's scary, the simple stuff. Do we people out still?
1940, so she's like 86?
They just don't read or care. Yeah, exactly.
Damn.
All right, Doris.
It's okay.
You have a good evening.
You cannot read or care. It's okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, she 86, 80, yeah, maybe 85, something
People
like
who
that.
are informed will read and will care.
Fuck. That's old as fuck. Yeah, she old as fuck. I mean, like, to be honest, like, she probably could have been there, like...
She's 125 years old. She's voted over 55 times, and she's active on the voter rolls here in California. Let's see if she's home. Hi, how's it going, sir? Doing good?
Nope, I'm cooking.
Oh, okay, well...
Nope, I'm cooking.
I'll be quick. I'm just looking for Virginia. 125 years old?
125 years old?
Yeah. She's registered to vote at this location right here. Is Virginia here?
Yeah, but she ain't no 125 years old.
Really? How old is Virginia then?
80.
80? Well, here on the state of California, she's 125 years old. And she's voted...
I think all these old people just fucked up the paperwork and somebody at the State Department just put it in anyway. They just put in a placeholder. I think that's actually what happened here. I do. Like...
In 55 elections.
But the 55 elections.
Nope.
Is there another Virginia?
No, not here.
I wish you would ask about the elections. Because that's what really would tell it. Because if you ask that woman, did you vote in 51 elections? And she said no, then I think that's really like, that's what I would figure out. Because like an accounting error, a database error, like, I don't give a shit about that. Who cares? Oh, they got the date wrong. Who cares? It's about the votes that matter.
Virginia.
10-4. It's only one in
Use
the whole
logic?
world.
Only one in the whole world. Well, I hope she's voting good, because... So she's not 125? No. Well, is Virginia doing good at least?
So. Well, she's a year younger than me, and I'm 82.
Same. Go tell Newsom she ain't 125, she 81.
Okay.
Awesome, you do that. Have a good one.
Do you see what the problem is? Every location we went to inside this video, there's something wrong with the voter rolls. Whether or not the person's 125 years old, it actually doesn't matter. The part that matters is that the information is wrong on the person who's supposed to be voting.
It's stupid. How do you vote 55 elections? Somebody 88, or he says 82, so she says she's a year younger, so she 81. You could vote in 55 elections over the course of your life. Yeah, because you got to keep in mind, like, there's local elections, there's state elections, there's presidential elections. Like, yeah, I could easily see that happen. Special elections, primaries, yeah, like, I could easily see 51 votes, 55 votes over the course of somebody's life. Like, absolutely.
Inside the United States. And the other locations, people aren't supposed to be living inside of P.O. boxes, yet they are registering to vote out of P.O. boxes, making it impossible to track back who that person is to see who actually cast that vote. This leads to lots of fraud, and everyone should be concerned about the integrity of our elections when people cannot show their own ID when they show up to vote.
This is my outlook on it, right? Is like, if you can't figure out what the fuck to do about how to get an ID, I do not want you to vote. I do not want you to vote because you are an idiot. Like, if you can't figure this fucking shit out, like, let's take a step back and say there's no fraud. There's no fraud. But if you can't figure out getting a motherfucking ID, I do not need you to vote. Absolutely not. Big facts is pretty simple. You can't have a poll tax, though. I think we should give out free IDs. I think let's give them out. Let's give out free IDs, and let's say that you better fucking bring it when you vote. How about both? Like, that's the way I see it. That's what makes sense. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't think so. Like, because, again, some broke-ass dude doesn't have any fucking money. Like, yeah, sure, we can give him a fucking ID. What does that cost? Like, less than $1? Who cares? It's not a big issue. How many people are going to be like that? This is like, what, at most $1 million for a place like California? Like, they can pay that in a second. So it's nothing. No, the thing is that they get driver's license. Yeah, exactly. Why would you want them to vote, though? It's not that I would want him to vote. Like, that's a different conversation. But I'm saying that based on the framework that we have now, like, I can talk about, like, theoretically, like, yeah, I want 80% of people not to vote. But, like, I'm talking about based on the framework that we have now. It makes sense that, yeah, sure, somebody might have their address at a post office. Somebody could put in their date the wrong way, and so the person at the state's office just puts it at 1900 just to ignore it. But I bet there's a lot more going on here that people aren't even really noticing. And I think it's probably ballot harvesting of what's happening. That's it. Free IDs in Germany, you got to pay $50 for one? Well, I don't know about Germany. I'm not talking about Germany. I'm saying about here. Like, that's the way I think it should be here. So, yeah, that's what I think. But that'll destroy your less voting scenario. I wouldn't encourage that idea, but I get your point. Can't you understand the concept of having a conversation in the context of other consistent variables? Like, can you understand that? So, like, for example, it's like, what would you do if you didn't have breakfast this morning? Like, I'm talking about it in a context of something else. Like, I know it's hard, but just try to keep up. So, and it cost me $50 to get it. Is it big? I think that the amount of voter fraud that we have, if I had to guess, like, what's the percentage of voter fraud? I'd say it's probably 5%. It's probably like between 1 and 5%, somewhere around there. I don't think that it's huge, but I think that it's there. And I think that also in a lot of cases, you think 30%, 20%, that's like 1 in every 5 votes is fake. I don't think it's
votes is crazy. When I was in school, it was crazy how many teachers had to emphasize people to put their names on their test to completely fill in the bubbles on the Scantron. Rather than do this X or the machine couldn't read it. Crazy simple, and people would still just not. An ID and a driver's license is very different. Yeah, pay for driver's license and then prove citizenship and get free ID. Why not? Yeah, I agree. It would be like a non-issue for people to pay for new IDs. Like, all the infrastructure is already there. Like the DMV, all the places, they already have places that print them. So just print them. Just make it free. Give everybody who's legal IDs and just require everybody to have them when they come vote. They can put down your little driver's license number or whatever. They could have the same thing for voting. You just write that down. You can even do online voting and mail-in voting. And you just have to have that little, ID number. It's not a big deal.
It's that much. I really don't. Because you think about it like this, right? A 5% differential is actually a 10% differential if it's all going one way. Because it's not only are you taking the 5% away from the other team, but now you're giving it to yourself. So there's a difference of 10%. So even 5% is huge. It's massive. And also most elections, even like California, the voting in California, isn't it something like 40-60, something like that? Like, I don't know if that's accurate, but I think it's somewhere around there. Like, it's 40-60, maybe 35-65. So it's not like California is like a universal blue state. In a lot of other states, too, you've got to keep in mind, too, that, yeah, it's like 35%. So, and we'll find out if they pass the SAVE Act. Yeah, I mean, everybody should be required to use voter ID. I mean, it's common fucking sense you should be using voter ID. But for some reason, we're trying to act like, oh, no, you can't use voter ID. Oh, my God. It's insane. Let me go back. I'll link this
We're just
video
looking
too.
for these
before,
individuals as
just
they're
a second. Sorry about that. And but yeah, I do completely fucking agree with this. Absolutely, I do. And I'll link the video. Nick Shirley. I love Nick Shirley. Make sure to give the video a like. I think he's great.
Pickpocket! Pickpocket! Guard the person! Help! Help! Help!
I'm gonna go back to sleep. They want me to go in here and save the world. I'm good, man. I got shit to steal.
That's one of his videos that blew up as funny. The Stud Whisperer.
What's going on, people? I am your host, Say One's History, and today I want to talk to you guys about something that's made its run across the algorithm like 2 or 3 years ago, and now it seems to be popping up again, and that is going to be the Stud Whisperers. Now, if you haven't heard about Stud Whisperers, or you don't know what that means, it's about guys that are purposely going out and trying to date, talk to studs, and essentially clap them cheeks. But what I found interesting about this particular phenomenon is, yes, I know that they're joking in a lot of the videos that we're about to play, but a lot of these guys, if they had the opportunity to actually sleep with these women, they would. They would sleep with them. And you can't help but to think that sleeping with some of these women, they would develop relationships. I'm not saying all. I'm saying, you know, there's a portion that would. And I thought to myself, why would that happen when guys in this day and age won't even look a woman's way? They won't even try to approach them. And you hear it all the time, women complaining about men not approaching anymore, not approaching in bars, not approaching in clubs, or just not doing it. So I thought to myself, why would a man in this day and age approach a stud and not a regular woman?
Is this you just doing things? Doing things with your mouth?
And
Or are you going to show me
I
videos?
understand that it's minority. But with that being said, I still thought, why would these, you know, smaller group of men want to approach stud women over regular women? And it dawned on me.
It dawned on me right now that you're talking about lesbians, butch lesbians. Useless, speaking too slowly, not news. Well, first of all, it's news to me. I've never heard of Stud Whisperer. Okay, maybe that's a more popular term than I realized, but that's the first time I ever heard that before. But it makes sense. You know, you always want to bang the homie, but then you're just like, but penis. But what if the homie was like, but vagina? That does it. Brother, ooh. Brother, ooh. Might have to take that out of our algorithm. We'll see. We'll see if that guy pops up again. Oh, see this right here. Free speech versus Europe. This is I hate America sometimes. I hate it. Listen. Fix your own shit, okay? Don't tell Europe that there's still a chance for them to survive, okay? They're gone. Listen, the good ones, they'll get out. They'll get out on their own 2 feet, all right? Don't worry about them. It's okay. Listen, Iran 2.0 is Britain now, okay? Just let it happen. Just let it happen, okay? Britain is now a Muslim country, okay? Poland, yeah, Poland will be all right, all right? Other places like Ireland, they'll be all right. they'll figure their shit out, okay? The ones that are on the line, they're just kind of seeing what's going on, all right? They're just watching. They're hedging their bets both ways. They're trying to stay on the fence, which makes sense, you know? They're a bunch of small countries. It makes sense to stay on the fence. But, yeah, I thought it was Pakistan 2.0. It's bad. Yeah, it's bad. But don't go with giving the false hope. You guys did that in Ukraine. Didn't turn out so good, did it? No. Okay? Yeah. Don't do it. Passport bros. What conference was that? There's no way. There's no way.
Obvious to me at all that his first shot at the leadership of the world's most powerful country was anything other than a brilliant and unorthodox marketing scheme, albeit one that succeeded beyond the wildest of imaginings.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
I knew him only at that point as a self-promoting, bombastic, quintessentially American-type celebrity, reminiscent in my imagination of Colonel Tom Parker, the morally ambivalent, although indubitably successful promoter of Elvis Presley. However, Trump made a name for himself in the difficult business of construction, where, particularly in cities such as New York and Chicago, all manner of corruption and trouble had to be managed. A challenging matter to keep the projects going on time and within budget. Anyone who's ever undertaken a renovation of any magnitude knows how badly such things can spiral out of control without...
Man, he's so funny. I thought about this when I was watching this kendo tournament from 2026 while I was at work, and I was just like, oh, so when Jordan Peterson's like, you should use your words like swords, he's like, more flourish equals better. And I'm like, well, kind of. Like, being skilled is good, but like least amount of force is best. At least when it comes to like swordsmanship. Like, you want the maximum effect for the least amount of effort, because it's partly an endurance game. You've got, you know, heavy objects in your hand and on your body. Words aren't constrained by that though. So like, I can see why more flourish can, like, you can fall into the trap of being like, oh, more flourish equals better swordsmanship if you've never held a sword and like actually practiced swordsmanship before. It's not an apt analogy. I get the concept though, being like it's a weapon in today's age to be able to speak eloquently. But at the same time, I think that blade cuts two ways. With at least with people like me, who I like his ideas, but man, when he starts using 7 words to say something, I'm just like, man, you're so funny that you have that weird cadence that I don't mind listening to.
Without diligent devotion of time and attention, he managed,
he does fall off with some random good words though sometimes.
Another feat that is by no means as simple as those who have never done it might imagine.
Somebody who was at the Michael Jackson concert in New York
said when you were seated, you got the loudest applause. People stood up and roared and cheered.
So maybe there was something to him on the diligence, attention, and negotiation front that belied his mere success as a celebrity. After that, of course, he was co-producer and host of the reality shows The Apprentice and The Celebrity Apprentice. These were highly successful and for a long time, particularly by legacy media TV standards, running more than a decade from 2004 to 2015. He's also the author of 19 books, collaborating with various ghostwriters, and has been involved in a true variety of other business enterprises. This history of entrepreneurial activity, combined with his successful bids for attention, speaks to two of President Trump's cardinal personality features. He is extremely extroverted. That is, both assertive and enthusiastic, although more particularly the former rather than the latter. And also at least relatively high in trait openness, which is the single best predictor of entrepreneurial/creative activity and prowess after general intelligence. This makes him high in the personality meta trait of plasticity, which is characterized primarily by the capacity to change, grow, and transform. Something quite evident in the case of Trump, who is a very dynamic individual indeed, particularly given his age. Many people have been set in concrete with regard to their essential being by the time they're 30, not Trump. He reinvents himself constantly and with a high degree.
I just talked to Mandy about getting my year raise, and she said she just has to submit my yearly review, so we will talk to her about my concerns then. Oh, nice. She's probably trying to get pre-approval for some kind of raise. Whether it's as much as you want or not will be the real negotiation. That's good, though. This good.
Degree of continual success. That can happen by chance once, perhaps twice. But if it
Also, it's less of an ambush if you're like, hey, I want to talk to you about, my yearly raise. And she was like, oh, yeah, I just submitted the thing. We'll talk about it once it gets back. It will be on her own terms, so she'll be, no, it's a yearly raise. I was promised. She has to go over my performance with me to submit. Oh, okay.
If it is sustained across
Still
many decades, there is something substantive and real at work. I also followed the Donald with great amusement on Twitter during his presidential run and afterward, when he was in office, before he was turfed so scandalously by the progressive.
So kind of a formality, but that way I can bring up my concerns. Yeah. I like this.
Good thinkers who infested the platform and who must be commended on their arrogance, presumption, and sheer gall. The man has a devastating and underappreciated, at least by the legacy leaders of opinion, sense of humor, although it is also somewhat ruthless. I own a very comical book, The Collected Poems of Donald J. Trump, available for purchase at the Daily Wire website, by the way.
It's just crazy, by the way. A collection of Trump's tweets during his first presidency. What a diabolical book to have in your library.
Which compiles his most memorable tweets and declarations from 2009 to 2019 into beautiful library edition hardback form. It is a ridiculously funny tome. I believe that deeper consideration of this proclivity for the viciously funny is also useful in shedding more general light on Trump's admittedly complex personality. First, we should fairly note that dictatorial types, a category which his enemies insist he falls into, are generally not known for their sense of humor. People were imprisoned in the Stalinist Soviet Union for being the first to stop applauding.
Man, this goes on to something my dad used to say, is that a funny person can't be a bad person. And I didn't really get it, because I was like, funny person can do bad things, but I think I understand now that I'm older. A funny person can't be a bad person, like, as in, like, down to their core. Um, they take too much joy in the pleasure of others, like when they make other people laugh. To not be beholden to some kind of reality where they want to, make people happy. Um, but they can still do bad things. I think that's the part my dad should have emphasized was that a funny person can do bad things, but a funny person can't be a bad person. It would have made more sense to me earlier if he had said it a little bit differently, but still wise words. Not making others laugh makes a high degree of empathy, I imagine. Yeah, like there's just a lot of good stuff built into funny people. They tend to be introverts. They tend to have a unique perspective on life. They tend to empathize well with others. They tend to get along to get along. Like there's just so many good qualities that you can't really be a bad person, but that's not to say they can't do bad things. Which was my immediate autistic thought was like, oh, I know lots of kids who are funny, who are horrible individuals, but they weren't really. They were just, kids being kids.
After a speech by the great leader, criticism was absolutely out of the question and certainly not forthcoming from the top. I've also never encountered a compendium of the witty and amusing things said by Adolf Hitler or Fidel Castro or Chairman Mao. Trump does have a surprisingly thin skin in some settings, but he can take a joke as well as tell one. He was roasted on Comedy Central in 2011, bandied back and forth self-deprecatingly several times with David Letterman. He even made a joke about getting wood during his presidential debate with Joe Biden.
And we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won.
I don't think he could help himself. And I truly like that. He's rough in his jokes, but no more, say, than Bill Burr.
You can't hit women. You can't. You honestly cannot. You ever see how they fall? They fall like toddlers,
And is it not the case that a certain degree of harshness is necessary for serious comedy? Understanding and appreciating this helps us in comprehending one of Trump's more remarkable features, his serious attractiveness to the working class. This is something particularly made evident in his ability to easily banter with soldiers and policemen, a rare trait among politicians, often made nervous by the necessity of interacting with real people with dangerous and difficult jobs. Let us not forget, as well, that the humor characteristic of working class men and women also tends toward the rough more deeply. This capacity to relate, the variability that is so often derided as an appeal to a hypothetically dangerous populism, speaks to me of the paradoxical presence in Trump's character of a substantive degree of agreeableness, the personality trait most associated with empathy for other people, and one that seriously mitigates against the more pathological elements of the narcissism that can be associated with extreme extroversion. How can this be, given his rough and sometimes even bullying humor? Well, agreeableness subdivides into the aspects of politeness and compassion. Although they tend to co-vary, else would not unite to produce the trait, people can somewhat rarely be high in one and low in the other. This makes...
Yeah, like, cutie, why are you so polite, yet so not compassionate?
Them somewhat harder persons to understand, but is something that is nonetheless possible. I believe that Donald J. is one of those people. He is certainly not polite. He knows how to behave, so is not merely unsocialized or accidentally gauche, but he frequently chooses not to. This is part of what makes him so funny. The aforementioned Bill Burr is not polite. Louis C.K. is not polite. Tony Hinchcliffe of current Kill Tony fame is not polite. Many comical people will say, anything that comes into their mind, no matter what. If it is either true or funny or optimally both. Trump definitely falls into this camp.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
It is clear from the personality and psychopathology literature that people tilt towards narcissism when they are extroverted and disagreeable. Trump is indisputably extroverted, and extremely so. He's also definitely low in politeness, but he simply would not be able to make contact with the so-called ordinary people that love him if he did not care deep in the blackness of his heart. I have a suspicion that his very impoliteness is at least in part a mask worn to shield him from the pain that such caring can produce. This would make Trump a man whose gruffness is there to shield himself from the public exposure of his tender heart. There are many men who are like that. Now, I don't know Trump, except from a distance. But I know many people who do. All of them have spoken to me of his hospitable nature in private and of his proclivity to go out of his way for the people around him. So, why does Trump set so many people on edge? To recapitulate, he is exceptionally extroverted, particularly with regard to the aspect of assertiveness. He's also low in politeness. Now that combination has some overlap with narcissism, not surprising in a figure who has been in the spotlight and strived to be for so many years. However, he is genuinely compassionate, really quite surprisingly so, and appears on the basis of his behavior to be relatively or perhaps even markedly conscientious. The presence of those aspects and traits mitigates against what could otherwise be the dangers associated with narcissism. We might also spend some time in regard to Trump's personality, considering his family and the evidence for the Donald's fundamental reliability and perhaps even goodness that its high level of function indicates. The Trump children are a remarkably scandal-free and stable bunch, certainly by the standards set by, say, Hunter Biden. Barron seems to genuinely admire his father. Donald Jr. has many of the same personality traits of his father, for better or worse, but he has also remained free of the taint of narcissistic privilege and power. Jared Kushner married into the family, but has certainly done it credit, not least on the Abraham Accord front. Trump's beautiful and elegant wife, Melania, keeps her own counsel and is admirable in so doing. She does not appear to think that she could or should run the country merely because she is married to the man who does, in marked contrast, say, to Hillary Clinton. This familial honesty and reliability is particularly telling in the case of the Trump family, given that the almost universally Democrat-biased legacy media and its propagandistic agents would be thrilled to trumpet any possible misstep on behalf of those near the former president to the skies. Where there is smoke, there is fire, or so goes the cliche. This is sometimes, but not always, true. The converse may be something more reliable. Where there is absolutely no smoke, even though many hawk-eyed observers are not only watching, but wishing for it to appear, there is perhaps truly no fire. Zero scandal within the Trump family is reminiscent, for me, of the zero wars of the Trump presidency. It's something easy to take for granted, given its too easily invisible non-existence, as it's hard to be grateful for a problem you just don't have. Yeah. But it is a relief. And another indication that the bombastic Donald J. has at least properly ruled his own roost. This is also no easy matter, as we have seen in the appalling family scandals of the Biden White House, and is another fact mitigating against the claim that President Trump is a danger on the temperamental front.
People aren't grateful
address
anymore.
One other relevant clinical personality issue following our analysis of personality, not least through family, consider, before we do so, that there exist two primary influences on behavior.
Oh my God,
personality
what
and
am I-
the habit it
So
constitutes.
polite and also what?
And the specifics of the situation.
I think his example is that something breaks down into two things: politeness and compassion. And you lean more to the polite part, but you lack compassion. So if the perfect version of the trait that he was talking about, I forget what trait it was 50% polite, 50% compassion. Trump is the one who breaks down like 90-10 on compassion. So he's 90% compassionate for people, but only 10% polite for them. Where you break down probably, like 70-30, 70% polite, 30% compassion. I'm going to stew on it until I explode, I must know. No. Everybody has these traits. It depends on how they break down in the person and then what the overall thing is. So like even I'm narcissistic, but my percentage of narcissism is probably like, maybe like 5 to 10% or whatever. Maybe 10%. Let's say it's the worst case scenario for me. 10%. Narcissism breaks down into like neurotic and something else. What does narcissism break down into? Well, this is Jordan Peterson's thing. He normally has like two big ones. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jesus Christ. Emotional volatility, so that would be like 1%. Increased narcissism, probably 1%. Self-destructive behavior, probably like 5%. Sense of worthlessness, probably 1%. Escalating gaslighting, probably 1%. Yeah, so it'd be like 1%, 1%. Self-destructive behavior would be 6%, and then 1% worthless, 1%. But everybody has these things they break down into their. But then my total narcissistic score out of all my personalities, only 10%. So 6% of 10% is how much my biggest narcissistic trait affects me, and that's like self-destructive behavior. Which would be like my diet and other things. Oh, fuck. Yeah.
In question. It turns out that knowledge of the former, personality, is clearly less useful than knowledge of the second, situation or context, when it comes to the specific and demanding task of predicting someone's behavior, current or future. Why? Not least because psychologically healthy persons are flexible, adapting themselves to the specific demands of the current environment, despite their trait proclivities.
Thank you.
Even
I needed
extroverts
this
are likely
today.
to be quiet,
What?
At least when
I'm
they have
sorry.
been well socialized at a funeral.
I was trying to give you a hard
In
time.
fact,
I'm selfish then. No, you're not selfish. Not showing compassion, not being able to be compassionate towards others, like in the moment, is not selfishness. That's just being like, I don't care about other people. I'm not very compassionate either. I can empathize, but I'm not very compassionate either. Trust. I'm low on both politeness and compassion. Don't feel bad. Listen, I don't care about anybody but you and me and our dogs. Listen, sue me, okay? Fucking sue me. I have little compassion for most people, unless they affect my life. Like, if you think you're low on compassion, holy shit, you have no idea what goes through my brain when people talk to me. I'm like, are you a human? If yes, press 1. And if yes, then I'll talk to you. If not, I'm going to find a way to get away from this conversation, because you're not even human to me. You can't rationalize your mind, you're an animal. I'm high in all of those. That's great. Oh, all the things I read? Awesome. Is that the part I shouldn't have read? I was trying to use a bad example for me, and now I'm realizing mine's like 25%. I'm zero. Get out of here. Stop. Listen. There's good things about narcissism and narcissistic people. They're very good people. It's just one of those unfortunate things that has it's got a bad rap, right? Being a narcissist is just getting a bad rap.
There is often something seriously wrong with those who lack such situational flexibility, although strength of character with regard to honesty constitutes a marked exception. The psychopathologies known as personality disorders, which constitute a very serious source of suffering and social conflict, are in fact precisely what emerge when someone is too rigid to change with the social demands of the moment. This all means that it is most useful to gather evidence about how someone has acted in the past in a given situation, if the goal is prediction of their behavior when placed in that situation once again in the future. We have that evidence already at hand in the case of Trump. This means that we don't have to rely on our observations of his personality for predicting his behavior, even if they are well-founded, compelling, or even...
True. No, actually, I was thinking about this the other day. So, it was the whole you know how much you love yourself by the partner you pick. Whenever I heard that, I was just like, oh, that's so good. Because, like, you might cause a lot of trouble for you, which is fine. Like, that's a you problem, all right? But you don't cause me any trouble. And you put so much more joy into my life that for you isn't work for you to do, which is the perfect combination. And, like, I don't think there's anything I wouldn't ask you to do for me if I wanted it done, even if I thought it would be a lot of work, because I would assume that it wouldn't be a lot of work for you. And I was just like, oh, wow, I must love myself a lot. Low compassion, bad woman trait, or bad mother trait? I think you might be confusing what compassion is. Yeah, at least for me, compassion is weighing other people's feelings in consideration of your own. So a good example is if somebody came up to you and they were just like, hey, do you have $1? Like, you can be compassionate and be like, oh, yeah, like, if I was on the street, I would want to be able to buy my, cigarettes and drugs and stuff like that. I should give this person some money. So that at least they don't have to suffer for the night. They can get high and just pass out, because that's what you'd want, as you feel compassion for them. I don't think compassion is inherently a good trait, to be honest. I think compassionate people raise bad children, because they don't value their own experiences and feelings over the other person's experience. Like, compassion's what's wrong with this world, to be honest. It's the destructive empathy. I'd rather somebody who can empathize with others but make their own decision. That's why I like Trump. He's like mostly compassion, but he really does just, like, the politeness is real low. It's real low. He's like, hey, I can empathize with you, but still fuck off. And I'm just like, yeah, exactly. That's what you want. You want them to empathize, but you also want them to tell them fuck off. It's probably because narcissistic traits rub off easily on children. Must be the case. Well, don't underestimate that. That's a you shadow thing. I think everybody has their shadow, and I know your mom is a big part of your shadow. So don't ever turn away from that and be like, oh, that'll never be me, or that will be me. That's one of those things you just keep looking at it every now and then and be like, okay, I know what it looks like. I know what I can be. I know what I don't have to be. Well, I feel the same about you, but I find it hard to believe for you. That's okay. You can find it hard to believe as long as you don't act any differently about, like, you don't not ask me to do things because you don't believe it. You can still. I agree. I agree. I also think it's hard to believe that I picked you and that you're perfect. But you know what? I act in the world as if those things are real. And it seems to be working out. Caring about other people's feelings. Yeah. Yeah, but it's always at the sacrifice of your own. That's the part that people don't get about compassion, is that you can care about other people's feelings, but when it comes to, like, oh, but then what? What happens when other people's feelings is in contrast to yours? Compassionate people always end up sacrificing their own feelings, or their own wants or their own needs to other people's stuff, which can be good, in some cases, but it needs to be measured, man. It needs to be super measured. Yeah, but measured extremely. Oh, externally, and how much people pleaser, all kinds of things, not just the ones you invented in. Oh, not just the people you invested in. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of people out there who are not me, by the way. I'm not a compassionate person. My feelings are paramount. And I move in the world where my feelings is paramount, is to the benefit of the people around me, so that I don't end up in trouble, because I could be in trouble. Like, if my feelings were paramount in this relationship and you weren't the person you were, and you were somebody who had the opposite things of me, I would still feel like my feelings are paramount, and like I should be I just operate in the world where my feelings are paramount, and there just happen to also be your feelings. Like, you also agree with me, and you also want the same things as me, and you also think we should do this and we should get that. Because I don't want to cause anybody trouble. Like, I don't want to have to force people to do stuff. Because I am low on compassion. I can't find the rationalization to care about other people. Now, and there's obviously you're the exception to that rule, where I don't have to care about something to put your feelings first. But that's because it's like a hierarchy of caring. I care more about you than I do whatever the fuck we're disagreeing on some things. But there's that's a 1-of-1. That's a 1-of-1, baby.
Professional.
Oh, okay, yes, I'm. So I am right. What do you think you're right on? You're right about shit. I mean, you're right, but I don't know. It's caring about other people's feelings, like measured externally, and how much you people please all kinds of people, not just the ones you're invested in. Yeah. That's why I think you're low on compassion. Like me. Are you not? Do you actually care about other people's feelings? Not just the 2 people you work with or 3 people you work with. I see why I'm low on compassion, because even if I do care about others' feelings and get people pleasy, well, the people pleasy things, that's the politeness part of it. That's what you're high in. It's the caring about the feelings. Sometimes I always resent it. So being compassionate is performative for me. Yeah, that's why he breaks it down in politeness and compassion. Compassion is like you're willing to sacrifice your own feelings for the other person's feelings. And politeness is you're willing to do the polite thing in that situation, but you don't actually care about the person's feelings or what they want or whatever. That's I feel women are often pigeonholed into being like this. It does make them bitter sometimes.
Man, it's funny that you think that women get pigeonholed into that, because it's just not been my experience with Irish women. But I do understand the cultural context of how you grew up, especially with your family, that you would feel that way, and it makes sense to me. That being said, I think worldwide women are pretty much pigeonholed into being kind of, high in politeness, and a little bit lower in compassion. I think men have an easier time being compassionate with people, because they can be more self-reliant for themselves. Like, they can just sacrifice more of themselves for other people, because they're just bigger, stronger, and better. Boom! I think that's a guilty pleasure I feel being with you. That probably shouldn't make me feel guilty. You make me feel so okay to put your own feelings over others, and it's liberating and just nicer. Shouldn't make me feel guilty that you make me feel like it's okay to put your own feelings over others, and it's liberating and just nicer. Oh, it's a guilty pleasure. You think we're doing something wrong, that we should care more about other people's feelings? I mean, there's a good argument that it's the karma argument of being like, if you are a more compassionate person, we might have like more friends. Like, if we actually cared more about other people's feelings, you and I would probably have like a couple more friends that we could hang out with, maybe a couple more people who we could call in case of an emergency, and we'd be less in our own world. So maybe we're bad people for that. But I've always had a hard time being compassionate. So it's not part of my genetic code. And whatever 10% compassionate I am, or 20% or whatever, is reserved for you, which I feel like I've been pretty honest about. I feel like you've seen me operate in the world, so no misleadings there. But yeah, that's a good point. That should be a guilty pleasure of ours. We shouldn't take pride in it, should we?
But being president, and for 4 years, what did we learn? First and foremost, the time during Trump's tenure was peaceful, particularly on the international front. The importance of that non-problem, really an accomplishment, can hardly be overstated. War in the nuclear age is infinitely dangerous. Had Trump been the dictator in waiting his foes so loudly and fearfully presume him to be, wouldn't some evidence of that have made itself manifest, say, on the battlefield? The typical narcissist, particularly the more malignant, sadistic, Machiavellian types, have absolutely no qualms about sacrificing others to their imperial ambitions. Indeed, they may well regard it as a great honor for others to die in service of their own glorification. Trump, by marked contrast, embroiled the U.S., the most powerful military force the world has ever seen, in precisely 0 wars. 0 is a very low number. Furthermore, he negotiated the Abraham Accords, the 9 miraculous peace agreements that have built around Israel a cohort of, if not exactly Arab allies, at least not outright enemies. In a just world,
the idea of feminism so much, American women, I shouldn't feel guilty about it. I mean, it makes me feel naughty. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. I shouldn't say it's. I don't take pride in it, because I'm like, oh man, it would be cooler if I was a more compassionate person. But I do feel like I'm getting away, like I'm cheating. I'm cheating life. I would not give a shit. I'm taking a shortcut. Ew, friend's boss, friend's brother. Ugh. Yeah. think that's why women love the idea of feminism so much. Yeah, it's that compassionate thing.
Trump and his previous team of diplomats should have been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for this accomplishment, which was deemed impossible by the experts decade after decade of the State Department. It is of significant note, too, that these accords have held even after the events of October 7th, 2023, and all the work that has been done, mostly by the truly pathological actors of the Islamic Republic, to set the Muslim and indeed the broader world yet again against the Jews. Let us reiterate in relation to our analysis. We understand his personality, arguably, and may even have some remaining qualms about it. However, Donald J. Trump has already been president, and his tenure was marked by an absolute lack of cataclysmic occurrences. We can therefore reliably rest assured on that front. It might also be noted here that his impolite assertiveness and proclivity not to withdraw in fear or dismay might be a real strength when dealing with dictators, particularly in combination with his openness, which makes him able to think outside the box and to bring to the negotiating table the advantage of unpredictability. Furthermore, Trump's time as president was also marked by a not inconsiderable domestic economic record, with the arguably marked exception of debt accumulation. At least decent economic performance and peace. The fact of these twin facts has put many of the various concerns I once had about Trump's personality to rest, as has my now more sophisticated appreciation for his particularized and unique combination of traits.
If you enjoyed today's video on Inner Vision, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and share your thoughts in the comments below.
I never heard Jordan Peterson talk about Trump before. I love the way you operate in the world. I admire that about you. I've been more compassionate, but I don't feel there's virtue in applying it so liberally, to be honest. Yeah. Like a great example is being able to understand and be compassionate of your coworkers while still making sure you're holding proper boundaries. That's the ideal golden mean. Like that's the real. Like if you want to be what I would consider a good person and what I consider a moral creature, is that you're compassionate of your coworkers, you're understanding of them, you appreciate them, but at the same time you hold them responsible for, whatever they're responsible for, and you make sure they don't cross any of your boundaries. That golden mean between those two things is what I would consider like a good operator. And it's hard sometimes, Sometimes you're like, oh, I don't want to do this, but I know they won't do it, which is shitty on you. And sometimes you're like, oh, I'm glad they did that because I didn't want to do that. And you're like, oh, okay, but you gotta keep a log in your brain to see if you're being taken advantage of or if you're doing too much.
Because New York City, literally mountains of garbage. And remember, this was caused when they were in a snowstorm, and they still had literal people-sized garbage heaps. This girl's like, what do I do? Yeah, it's getting so bad, and it was everywhere because it not only was happening, like I think right here, there was still a little bit of snow on the ground, but no, this person's saying, my walk to work in the financial district, New York. I think rent for a studio, like a tiny studio apartment, not even a full kitchen, so maybe a bachelor apartment, maybe with a shared restroom. $3,000 a month, and this is what you gotta walk through. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. This is New York City right now. I think they caught Mamdani stand now. You'd think people would be angry about this. Not minus the crime, minus the disgusting nature of the city. Just this alone. What are they protesting today on President's Day? They're protesting Trump with all these professionally printed out signs that came from somewhere. This guy in his old spike leather jacket, Abolish ICE. No, in the name of humanity, we refuse to accept a fascist America. I wonder if they thought the same during the Biden administration when he wanted us all to carry documents to walk around to go to a restaurant. I wonder if they cared about that. Pro-America, anti-Trump. Okay, this is the first time I've seen them wave an American flag, so I guess that's a bit of an upgrade. Okay. Save America, dump Trump, no fascist USA, free... again, a lot of people that should be in retirement homes, but yes. Giant protest, not against the city falling apart, but against Donald Trump.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
Hail to the chief, crossed out saying jail to the thief. Okay, very creative, guys. So they're all yelling
Passion
F
also
you.
must be
I think
applied
it's
to
a Trump
yourself,
tower.
right?
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that's just it. That's just, they're just gonna chant that over and over.
It's true.
F you, F you, F you, F you. Like this
I
is
think both
this
you
is
and
just
I have a
again
problem with being
performative
compassionate
activism,
to
but
ourselves.
also paired with somebody paid for this. They're not gonna pay for to fix the problems, but they really paid for this protest. Refuse fascism website. ICE must go. Trump must go now. Again, none of these protests have resulted in any actual accomplishing anything. I think they bought like something like $1 million facility in the state of New York to hold migrants that are being deported. That's bizarre. What did that sign say? Something ICE, Taunton, Macaut, immigrant. I gotta see what chat. What language is that? Haitian Creole? What? What? What is the percentage of the city that's Haitian? What? F MAGA fascists. Lots of signs, but lots of professional signs. Not a lot of accomplishing anything that is there to waste time. And again, what is their mayor doing while they still have professional activists shutting down large sections of the city? Garbage is piling up everywhere. He is over there simping for the guy that pulled the knife out on the police. They said he had a mental illness, but pulled the knife out on police. And I think he's in the hospital. He hasn't passed away, but he's out there simping for him.
The Queen's District Attorney is expected to bring charges against Javed Akbarati later today. I'm just wondering if you talked to the Queen District Attorney about that.
Are you going to reverse the charges against a guy that tried to end police officers when you have a huge crime issue right now? Or are you going to disenfranchise them even more?
So I think I caught the bulk of your question.
And again, he's on the subway. He's on subway. He's on this the bus, trying to be like, oh, the bus lane project. Look how safe we are. And it's like, how many armed men does he require to go on New York City's subway or bus system? If the answer is more than 0, you already know he doesn't think that the place is as safe as it is.
I have not directly spoken with the district attorney.
But vibes. That's what it always is. Joy, 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 vibes. I'm not actually accomplishing anything, but I'm going to make you feel good about yourself.
I will say, however, that no family should have to endure this kind of pain.
Unless it was a police officer's family and he lost his life, then he wouldn't be addressing it. Again, he's a clown.
What they need right now is care, dignity, and support.
And again, if he was there personally and the guy was pulling out a blade and coming at him, he would not be saying, no, security. This guy needs care. He needs dignity. And he needs support. No, he's going to say, protect me.
Jabez should...
And again, because he doesn't mind sacrificing the copper's life. Doesn't mind sacrificing anybody that would actually rely on this bus lane's life. He just relies on, the vibes are here, I'm getting more support, and I'm going to live in my ivory tower.
Not be prosecuted by the Queen's District Attorney. His handcuffs should be removed.
The Queen's...
Yeah. But did he actually say... If he hasn't talked to the DA yet to remove the charges, he doesn't actually mean it. And again, it's all vibes because you have Beto out there. I forget what he's even running for. Is Beto running? Was he running for like California or something? And they said he was at Swalwell. Yeah, nobody deserves what I'm currently doing to you. Exactly, that's what it is. But here, we hear more Democrats, essentially, they said embracing communism, but also saying, hey, despite what we saw in New York City and the violence and how nobody feels safe there, and there's just paid activists taking over large parts of the city, that, in fact, was a good thing.
What are your thoughts on Zoran Mamdani?
I think he's one of the most exciting people in American politics, bar none. The joy with which he ran his campaign.
Again, the joy. That's what they try to run Kamala and Walz on. Not, here's some performance metrics that we had that say this is what we're doing. Here's the 5-point plan we're gonna do as president. Like here's what we're gonna do to fix the country. It's always joy. He's happier than people that are angry about what's happening to our country right now. Again, it's just vibes. I can't tell you what I'm gonna do, but you're gonna feel good about it. Again, nonsense.
He just looked genuinely excited to be with the people that he wanted to serve, and so often turning the microphone over to them. I mean, when's the last time a politician willingly gave up a microphone to somebody else who wanted to speak? But I think he sought to listen to and learn from those who he wanted to lead in New York, and he presented these really bold...
He's been talking for 30 seconds. He has yet to say a single thing that he's doing other than carambling.
Clearly defined solutions to their problems. This is the most expensive city to live in America. Hey, what if we freeze the rent if you're eligible for it? How about buses are free?
How there's garbage everywhere? How about we make sure that nobody can collect tax dollars to pay for giving the garbage men a living wage so they don't strike and leave you mountains of garbage everywhere? How about we campaign on free transit system and then actually not deliver on that promise?
You can't get fresh and healthy food for your kids. What if the city got involved in helping you to get that done?
Socialism. Nothing's ever worked.
There wasn't...
Look, you're getting really excited. I just want to stop you right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw... the New York Post just dropped this news article, but we can lift this from the interview if you want. Zoran Mamdani's mom has an apartment that is worth $2 million.
Jesus.
So he might have grown up in an apartment that has more than...
He's like, wait. I wasn't expecting anything other than a softball conversation.
God forbid.
Yeah, see, yeah. They keep on saying this is working. It's obviously not. But then the larger issue I think that's happening is they say court of prayer blasting in New York early as 5 a.m. Now again, I don't know if this is real. Anybody can take a clip, early morning New York City, and put that audio over the top. Or anybody could just take a video from, maybe it's not sun up, I mean, it's the sun's going down, something. But there's a lot of videos of exactly this. Over in Brooklyn, people saying, hey, they're getting this blasted 5 times a day. I don't know if they voted for it, and I'm telling you right now, if people complain about it, even if like 80% of New Yorkers complain about it, Mamdani is not going to reverse this. Because if you see the community notes on this, they say it's being 5 times a day, starting at 5 a.m. The community notes say it was in Brooklyn on 2026, but the policy limits it to Fridays and Ramadan evenings, not 5 times daily from 5 a.m. Disturbance point may hold via violation. So they're not saying it's not happening. They're saying it doesn't happen as much as you said it is. It might be violating the rules, but that's how it happens incrementally. It happens a couple times, and they say, well, it's violating a rule. Like we played a video, I think it was over in Minnesota, where they were complaining about it, but the state wouldn't do anything about it because they say, well, this guy, we're going to cite him. We're telling him he can't do it. Like he wasn't playing an audio clip. He was just on a loudspeaker playing it in the city, and they were getting upset about it. It's starting to happen more and more and more, because now you've seen this from Libs of Tech Talk talking about NYPD News, the official NYPD website, saying they hosted a World Hijab Day celebration event where they had female officers put on hijabs to show unity and inclusiveness. This isn't a display of inclusiveness. This is a display of dominance from Libs of TikTok. But by all means, if you're an NYPD copper and you wear it, practice your religion. It's interesting how LAPD coppers, they're not allowed to have beards unless I believe they're Sikh. Then they can. But Now you're changing rules over here. But this is actually something that the New York Police Department has held. Again, not the biggest deal if you want to, but I really wonder if you have it where they play it for their people, it's only one part at a time, and the mayor says, I'm going to look the other way. Then it incrementally gets worse. I don't think that New Yorkers, with all their liberalism and all their progressive values and their pro-woman stances, exactly know what they're bringing into their city. And I think that by the time it gets to a point where the average New Yorker, which I don't live there right now, I'm not a progressive liberal, I would not have voted for Mamdani, but I wonder how many Mamdani supporters have voted for all this stuff to come in, and at one point in time will they realize this is not what I wanted, but it will be too late to reverse it.
So nothing new? I already knew he was a rich kid. Oh shit.
Another thing that's really different for younger people is the permanence of brokenness. In the past, it was kind of like a joke, something to expected to be in a broke era or unemployed for a period of time.
I've been applying to jobs and whatnot, but today I just got really sad because it's been since May that I got laid off and I still can't find a job.
Seattle right now is laying off so many freaking workers, it's a little bit scary, okay? Expedia, they're based in Seattle, one of the biggest tech companies in terms of travel. I mean, we've all kind of used Expedia here and there before. I'm sure you've used some of their smaller companies attached to them as well. But Expedia is firing a lot of people. In fact, in the past few years, this company has fired thousands of employees. Guess what? Amazon recently just fired 30,000 people. Microsoft cutting down too. I mean, Seattle.
Yeah, you guys do have a lot of tech stuff out of Seattle.
But now,
don't you?
with all these tech companies laying people off and leaving, it's not good. This person says, my boyfriend and I moved to Seattle last October for his job. I applied to nearly 600 Indeed listings since we got here 10 months ago, and I've heard back maybe 10 or 15 times. That's it. Updated the resume countless times, applied for jobs in every industry, and guess what? Can't even get a job at freaking McDonald's. That's how hard the job market is. Right now, a lot of Americans just want a job, but you can't get it because all these corporations are firing people. And especially in certain cities like Seattle, it's really bad.
I think I am about to be laid off. Let's find out.
Okay, it is a couple hours after that was filmed, but yes, I was laid off. I have been with my company for about 5 years. Ironically, my last day of service, technically, will it be exactly 5 years to the day from my hire date.
Got it.
And here we go. I've seen so many accounts of people who've been part of layoffs as they happen early in the year like this and are chronicling their journey. So I guess here we go. Here's another one. I feel a lot of things. I obviously was very emotional in a couple of those clips. I feel grateful that I am able to get some sort of severance to give me some time to figure things out. I'm grateful for the love and support that I have in my personal life and professional life. And I'm scared. I'm nervous. I'm hopeful for what's coming and excited at what I can do next in my life. But it's been a day. It's been a week if you saw my last video.
Your girl is officially unemployed. Yesterday I got let go of my job and I didn't see it coming. Me and like 5 or 6 other people got laid off, and to be honest, I've never been in this situation before, so I've already cried, I've already sat with it, and today I woke up feeling better than I felt yesterday. I prayed to God for redirection in my life because I've been in this really weird place. And I just didn't think this is how he was going to do it. But now that we're here, yes, I have a lot of anxiety about it. Yes, I'm very worried about how I'm going to pay my bills. But I'm here. I've always said that rejection is redirection. So prepare to be sick of me because this might be the start of my actual influencer era, okay?
Yes, it's a lot right now. If you're trying to get a job in this job market, it's the toughest it's been in years. Even just compared to last year, it's way more difficult to just get an interview. And unfortunately, a lot of this stuff is out of your control. Like, you have no control over the fact that you're competing with more people because there's been a ton of layoffs, or that more companies are using AI as part of the hiring process, and that complicates things. But you do have control over your approach because your approach can be better than like 95% of the other people that are trying to apply for jobs right now. So what you can do is be more effective and you can be more consistent. So you can do things differently, like don't just apply on the big job sites. Find specific job boards for your industry or your roles. You'll have a better chance there because there'll be fewer applicants. So another thing, like don't just have one version of your resume or even just two versions. Take the extra 5-10 minutes to tailor your resume to every job application.
Yeah, like Cutie
huge
knows this.
Difference. And consistency is key. Have a focused goal every single day of how many applications you're going to send out. Set yourself a timer, maybe 50 minutes of applications, 10 minutes break, and do that several times a day. Just having that goal and that consistency is going to put you ahead of most other people.
Guys, there are no jobs. There are no jobs anywhere. I'm willing to do tiny jobs. I've done tiny jobs. My whole life has been tiny jobs. But now, when I try to do a tiny job, they tell me I'm overqualified because of that stupid degree they told me to get.
Why are you calling him tiny job?
Unless you have a degree from a college. Lies. My friends that didn't go to college have better jobs than I do, with better pay and benefits. My friends that did go to college aren't even doing jobs in what they got a degree in. I just, where did they go? Where did the jobs go? They can't all have gone to China.
The robots.
The robots didn't take all the jobs yet.
No, they're preemptively.
I just want to work so I can buy like groceries and stuff.
The jobs numbers are about to get substantially worse for Donald Trump. Let me tell you why. It's estimated between 140 and 165,000 federal employees took the deferred resignation program, and nobody has a solid number because the government can't agree on their own numbers. So we're just going to go with 150,000. Now, of that number, only 50,000 of those individuals were eligible to retire, which leaves 100,000 workers that are without jobs. By conservative estimates, only about 35,000 of them have been able to find new gainful employment. Right now, instead of working, the remainder are sitting at home drawing their normal checks on some sort of vacation. Come the end of September, all of them become unemployed. Now, the administration did this deferred resignation program in hopes that in the meantime, between stopping work and September, all of these employees would miraculously somehow find employment in Trump's new economy. But Trump's new economy is closing job opportunities. States aren't hiring. Cities aren't hiring. Private businesses aren't hiring. So these workers, they're not getting employed. They're not finding employment. And come the October jobs number, if Donald Trump thought 14,000 new jobs created in the month of May was really bad, wait until October hits and you've got negative 100,000, because we're on the path for that. And October is a really bad time for a number like that.
I got laid off from my tech job about 3 weeks ago because of a reorganization, restructure, or so they say. And
Yeah,
I don't
or
want
so
my
they say.
page to become about that. However, for fun, I was looking at LinkedIn and there was this job at a pretty prominent tech company that was hiring just a product manager. Mind you, I've been a product manager for a while now, and I've been in the industry for roughly a decade. And every company is different. How they structure their jobs, how their titles are, how their hierarchy is. Every company does things a little bit differently. However, this product manager job was, you read through it and you're like, yep, understood. And then you're like, 10 plus years of experience. And it just makes me laugh because we had people at my company that I just got laid off from, senior product managers, less than 2 years of experience. It's just wild.
I've been unemployed for 2 months now, and at this point I have applied to over 200 jobs. Truly am trying on these applications.
As a person that thought that they were unemployable because they could help everybody else get a job but themselves, and they got laid off, I understand. There is no magic to finding a job. There are a lot of factors out of one's control. You can only do what you can do. If you have updated your resume, you tailor it to the job description, you are setting alerts so you're notified about roles that are coming up, you are filtering it by the first 24 hours so that way you know when a role is newly posted so you can jump in and apply right away. You are networking, reaching out to connections. You are trying to reach out on LinkedIn, doing all of the things. You might still be in this position, and that is the reality. There are some roles and industries where it is easier to find a job. I've worked with people that can find a job within 30 days. I've worked with people that it takes months to find roles. Having people in your corner that can support you while you're going through this is going to help you. If you don't have someone you can lean on, holla at your girl, because I've been there, I've done that. I work with people who are in the same boat, and I know that it's tough.
The job market is so bad that I'm starting to rage bait companies. Me and my homies all sought out higher levels of education. My homies went to school to be dentists, nurses, doctors, obviously pilot, communication degrees, marketing degrees. My point is they all sought out higher levels of education. For some reason, niggas ain't hiring. So because we can't get jobs that we actually want, we are forced to work jobs that we don't want. For whatever reason, these jobs that we don't want think that we're supposed to be invested in a job that we don't give a fuck about. Now, granted, if I'm working a job I don't give a fuck about, I'm going to do the job. But that's it. For example, I have a homegirl. She went to school to be a pilot. She works as a receptionist right now. She got wrote up yesterday not because she didn't do her job. Her manager feels like she's not going above and beyond to grow in the company. Fuck that company. We went to school to fly planes, bitch, not to shred paper. So now we rage bait. Me personally, I'm Mr. Quit a Job. You're not slaving me for $28 an hour. I'm Mr. Get the fuck on. I'm Mr. Fuck that job. But now me and my homies rage bait. I'm gonna give you a story about me rage baiting dicks. Before I went to school to be a pilot.
Pretty sure I'm about to get laid off from my 9 to 5 right now, so come with me to my meeting.
Difficult news to share, and that's why I've asked HR to join me. As you have seen, our business environment and organizational structure have shifted in many ways since we began our company transformation. And as we move forward with fewer brands and consolidated functions, we need to make some additional changes. And as part of this restructuring, your positions have been eliminated. The decision is not a reflection on anyone's performance, but it's based on what the broader business needs. I know it's super hard news. I'm going to turn it over.
My apologies for the nature of the call today, and I apologize for the difficult decision that has been made that is impacting you. And I truly wish you nothing but the best as you move forward.
Called it.
Hi guys. It's part of a layoff today, which is crazy. I'm a recruiter, I work in talent acquisition. My background is in like biotech, health tech startups. And yeah, it was part of a massive layoff today, which is a bummer. I'm feeling like all of the emotions and just came on here to kind of talk about it. I'm bringing you along on the journey of processing this layoff, which is like kind of one of the shittiest feelings in the world for like a lot of reasons. Like with the current state of the world and like having to search for a job, I'm obviously like scared and worried. So that happened to me today, and it affected over like half my team. A bunch of us were affected. It kind of came out of the blue. We weren't expecting this. And so, not great, but if any of my fellow like biotech, health tech pals out there have any leads in the talent acquisition space, I'm actively looking. And if any of my friends want to drop a comment on like, some of my qualities of why I'm hireable and great, that would be awesome. But no, just kidding. But yeah, actively looking to network. Probably gonna bring guys on this journey. I'm probably just gonna be TikToking and looking for a job. So, but I have amazing friends and everyone's been super supportive. And yeah, I just like, it's such a blow to like your ego and your self-worth. And like, just like, what are you doing? And I live in the tri-state area, so it's like bills, your apartment, just everything. And yeah, it's just like really overwhelming and scary. So any leads, any good vibes appreciated, but I'm gonna hit the job hunt tomorrow. Yeah, in the meantime, thanks for listening, sticking around. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye. So I got laid off on Thursday. Today's Monday, and I have a lot of thoughts, so let's talk about it. For reference, I'm 28 years old. I've been working in corporate America for, 8 years. I graduated college in 2018, and this is my second, technically third time getting laid off if you include a furlough from COVID. I was not expecting it at all. I was pretty blindsided, but I am super, super thankful for this layoff versus my last one, and let me explain to you why.
Talk. Exhausting just listening. I thought there was gonna be some more insight as to like some of the inner workings of, because Seattle is like a weird area where like when I think of Seattle, I think of like Starbucks and Microsoft and Boeing, and I don't see Boeing jobs ever being taken by robots. Just risk is way too high, and then I don't see Starbucks ones ever getting taken by robots unless they're just kiosks. But even then, I think Starbucks would have like the person, like they can afford the personal touch of having a human there. So I don't think, maybe they cut back on a little bit of staff, but kind of like McDonald's where they got like the kiosk, but then they also have people you can talk to and chat with. But whenever I think about like the Microsoft type of things in Seattle, where it's just a bunch of tech companies, I'm like, oh yeah, that would be a problem. And you know what the good thing is though? A lot of these people don't fucking do anything anyway. They just work from home and they work for like 2 hours and leave their computer on for 6 hours and they get paid for 8 hours. So I don't know, man. Like you gotta have some real life value skills that you bring value to other people. I know what I do at my job. I'm a nighttime security guard. They call me a front desk employee, but I know what I value. I know what I bring to the table. All right, I'm a nighttime janitor / security guard. Okay, when people come in, they like me. I'm chummy with the people, but I know what the value I bring to the hotel is. Make sure no shenanigans happens. That everything's clean for when everybody comes in. At least for the front desk area. All the general things. I've got too many too many job things in our algorithm.
The Bop House are currently getting canceled
for
their
fucking Bop
disgusting
House.
predatory tactics to lure in younger girl TikTokers into their operation, their sinister plot. It's all getting exposed and it's all very disgusting. So let's take a look at this, and if you enjoy, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're approaching Michelle Obama in subscribers on YouTube, and I want to dethrone her, and let's take a look. We have been plotting for you to join our whorehouse since you were underage. Do you feel like we did anything wrong, or do you think that you were given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity by someone like myself? This is so dishonest, dude. She actually is evil. And I know a lot of her managers are the ones posting stuff for her on social media, but this is from her mouth. I don't think anyone told her to say this.
How do you feel?
At the end of the day, I'm not going to make everyone happy, so I might as well just do what I want to do. And I thought that Aisha brought me here because she...
That is a terrible argument. At the end of the day, not everyone's going to be happy with me, so I'll just be a piece of shit anyway. How about I know no one's going to like me, but for the people that do like me, I'm going to be on my best behavior.
Happy, so I might as well just do what I want to do. And
What?
Thought that Aisha brought me here because she was.
Didn't Piper already have money? Why did she need to join? The thing is, right, you know, there's having a lot of money, being like a millionaire, and then there's making $80 million in a year, which is what Sophie Rain claims to have made. So even though she's making a lot of money on YouTube and she's successful, these people live so outside of reality where $1 million is nothing, right? $2 million is nothing. $80 million, now we're talking, right?
Being a kind soul, and like I think she still is, but
because she didn't tell anyone that you were coming.
This
How does
is
that
crazy.
make you feel?
I mean, I thought everyone knew that I was coming here, and I thought it was gonna be cool. I thought like
This is also a fake podcast set up to promote their OnlyFans, by the way.
I went on a cruise with you guys. Like what do you mean? Like I've come to the house and you guys act like you've never met me before and you don't know who I am, and it's kind of giving like when I first hung out with you, like you, and they just want to seem like the better people, like the politically correct people, but like they don't understand that behind the scenes they hang out with me, and it makes me feel like all they care about is like their image, and like I cool all that, but like this is the image that I want. You know what I mean?
And making TikToks with her when she was 1 to the 7 on the official BOP account was definitely not a good thing to do.
I think
but
such levity
1 to the
was
7
my
is
perspective
17.
at
So
work.
she's making TikToks
What do you
with
mean,
the
levity?
17-year-old on the official Bop House TikTok account.
Even
do less,
slightly
right?
That
I
is like
less.
definitionally
Doing too much.
exploitative. 100%.
Very possible.
Probably, okay, not worse, but like
Very possible.
arguably even creepier was the result.
You do a lot,
like,
to be
after
honest.
she turned 1 to the 8. Once again, she was like wearing their merch.
Like I genuinely think like I would love to have you as an employee because I think you do a bunch of good stuff that's probably hard to see on the surface, but the smoothness of the operation and like micromanaging people is underrated. Maybe your boss knows. Maybe she's cued in and she just doesn't want to you know. Want to give away the game, but I do think you do a lot.
She's making TikToks like more revealing TikToks, let's just say, with like Sophie Rain and a bunch of other creators. And not only that, but they're like making jokes about the situation. Like not even this podcast clip specifically where it's like the weird stage beef combined or put in it, but like other stuff. Like it's just like they make jokes about it, like how much she's made and stuff. It's really weird. Let's look at
Well, yeah, of course they're going to laugh about it because they don't think they're doing anything wrong, right? Like, we're talking about, okay, I was going to label them as morally bankrupt, but the issue is when you say someone's morally bankrupt, you're assuming that at some point they had morals and threw them away to sell out or something like that. I don't think these people even think they're doing anything wrong. Their morality is just inverted from everybody else's to where whenever you find a 17-year-old that you can potentially turn into the next member of your Bop House account, that's just more money that you see. You just see dollar signs, right? There is no moral qualms with this. You're not thinking about grooming or exploitation because what's a grooming? I don't know what grooming is. This is opportunity. All I see is opportunity.
a specific clip.
One of my dearest friends how much I made this month. Real quick to just okay.
She wants to join. What's the problem? Yeah, morally inept. That's actually, I like that a lot.
All right, so
morally
I'm just gonna tell you how much I made this month.
Oh my god, this has 321,000 likes, dude. We are
Yeah, it
so
does.
fried. How do I get this kind of money without being a hot woman? What do I have to do?
I don't know. Like, oh my god, I actually have some competition now.
Like, am I insane for saying this isn't funny?
Grift?
Like, they're
Grifting is not working. No, I'm kidding. People call
Grifting
me a
is
right-wing
not
grifter when
working.
I've been making literally the same content for like 3 fucking years. Doesn't the act of grifting have to be a temporary and fast switch that is a 180 from your previous beliefs because you know the new beliefs that you're going to adapt will result in you getting more money and popularity? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Thank you for the sub.
They're literally normalizing it by making it a joke almost. Like every TikTok now is just kind of joking about the link.
Yeah, they're being ironic about the oh, I got you when you were so young and vulnerable. Now you're making all this money.
Haha, how much she's made. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
She's gonna be set for life. Ha 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 ha. And it's like,
we're back.
yeah, her parents had her on a site called I can't even say it when she was like allegedly under 1 to the 8, and it was disgusting. Like, we can look at some of that clip later, but like, let's just say like this is not funny. I don't think it's funny. I really do not find the humor in this. Ooh, you have competition. Ha ha ha. You're so funny. Sophie Rain, you are literally a grown adult. Like, how can you, like, you have lots of money too. Like, why do you need to do this? Why do you need to do this type of thing? Like, why not just Like, why? I don't understand. Like, what do you get out of it?
It's just crazy to me. Like, this creator of this video that we're watching, I don't think she's a bad person. I just think that you have to sort of not understand the type of person who would make an OnlyFans account to not understand why they would then go and do something like this. Because I understand if you're doing OnlyFans, there's a lot of factors that would contribute to this, right? Desperation, mental illness, you know, a strange relationship with family members, not seeing anything to lose from doing it, right? These sorts of traits, alongside many others, would result in someone having the same poor decision making to do something like this. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're not shocked that she would do OnlyFans, but you are shocked that she would do this with a 17-year-old. Like, I don't understand that. That to me doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, I see poor decision making twice in a row. Do you only see it once? It's very confusing to me.
This may be a little bit more clout, but you already have clout.
You know what, guys? I would be just as mad as you if Piper was joining the Bob House, but that's not what's happening, and that's not reality. If it were our intention for her to turn 18 and then join the Bob House, I would understand and I would be mad too, but it's not.
Bidian
That's
boy, I'm
literally
disgusted.
not what's happening. Every single girl in the house is against her joining the Bob House, and if for some reason...
Treating a serious matter with humor, I guess I mean, I need to take it less seriously in general because I'm only stressing myself out. No one else worried but me. Yeah, there is kind of like a live to let live with a lot of this stuff. Because it's genuinely like, I don't know. It depends on like the severity of things. It's like having a misjudgment of like mistakes. Like, what's your error rate? If you're trying to get to 0, you'll always be stressed about it. But if your error rate's like, oh, I just want to, you know, minimize the errors to the best of my ability, and that means you're okay with like some things, you know, not being perfect or not going wrong or going wrong, then it's just like less emotional toll. But if you're trying to get error rates to 0, then fuck, man, that's a tough job. That being said, I like that you're the kind of person who've been like, oh, this will go wrong, and I will laugh when it happens, because that's sometimes the attitude you have to have, because you do notice that, you know, there's a possibility of something bad going on.
She just ended up joining the Bob House, which she isn't. I personally would be the first to leave. So,
bro, remember Team 10 and how everyone thought that was the worst thing ever? Jake Paul, Nick Crompton, that fat English motherfucker. You remember this being the Martinez twins? The 2 illegal aliens? Wonder where they are today. Maybe back home. But I'll tell you, that house, at least there was something happening. You know, there's at least content to watch. Jake Paul was lighting a mattress on fire and throwing it into an empty pool. These bitches made a content house, and all they do is sit in front of their camera and then talk about this drama that they've manufactured. It's so lame sauce, man. Not that this is meant for me, not that I'm the target audience, but content houses used to mean something, man. Like the Phase House. What happened, bro? We used to get something from content houses. Now we get this dog shit? What? I mean, if they're millionaires, they're really ruining their lives at this point. I don't know what you mean.
Let's please stop jumping to conclusions. It was literally just a TikTok collab, and I'm not talking about this anymore.
It was so weird because they...
You wanna know the shitty thing about this whole situation with these girls doing this thing? Is that his opinion is the minority opinion. Like, millions of people give these girls monies so they can expose themselves like this. Like, his opinion is, like, they're rich. These bitches rich. They're successful in the game that they're playing. Well, he might not like it. It might be mortally bankrupt, but I don't know what to tell you, man. You are, unless he's trying to jail these motherfuckers for donating to these bitches, you ain't gonna. We playing in the mud? Gross gremlins. They were playing in the mud. Treating everything as stressful, not the way, just getting stressed over actual problems, the way to go. Yeah, because, like, you work in, like, the health care field. So, like, there really is some stuff that, like, you know, if it's, like, insurance stuff, like, it's cool that you can get all the insurance done and all that stuff so that you guys get paid. And if there's like some kind of metric that, you know, your boss cares about, she'll probably tell you. I'd just be worried about, like, you know, people not being able to get care and time and stuff. That's why I'm glad you're doing the schedules, because, like, to be honest, like, the only real big thing is that, like, people are healthy enough to pay, right? Like, they're still living their lives. You'll still be able to get in contact with them. So, like, you know, just distinguishing those problems from, you know, some other stuff that's like, you know, who cares? Ugh, yeah, exactly. I think I just have a great fear of being fired too, because fucking up even a little bit. I need to get over that. Oh yeah, I don't think you'll ever be fired. I mean, if you're fired, it'll be because of, like, they're trying to cut down to like the minimal amount of people, and they haven't found anybody else who's more expendable than you. And I mean, like, hospital wide. I think you could work at that hospital in some capacity, probably until you're old, until you're fucking Debbie's age. There's not like traditional careers anymore, but there is things like what you're doing right now that have so many, like, you know people who know people in that hospital now, that like you could get a job working any other floor, any other place. You could probably, you know, take your RN. Like, it's a huge web of being able to get a job if at any point, which will not happen anytime soon with how old people are. We're not getting less old people, okay? We're getting more old people. You're still going to have, you know, it's going to be popping there. So if you just do the best that you can without worrying too much, I think you can work there forever if you want to. It's just a matter of if you want to or not. That's the real. That's the part where I'm trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out. Yeah, as people who support brain dead gooners, I agree. Listen, I know we're having two different conversations right now, but the problem is that his moral opinion is like the old Christian thing of being like, you know, oh, you shouldn't have sex before marriage. It's like, yo, dude, your opinion's a minority opinion now. You should genuinely just be like, hey, for me and my family, you know, I think it would be best if my son and daughter didn't have sex before marriage. But, like, at that point, it ends. That's it. You should. I genuinely think people shouldn't complain about this stuff. I think it does them a disservice because they're in the minority. You know, maybe culture will will come back around for pro-Christianity, and then things will change about, you know, people selling their bodies on the internet. But I doubt it. I doubt it. Few things that are unstoppable, and that's gooning and war, okay?
He almost took it seriously at first when she was 1 to the 7, probably because it was, you know, illegal. It was borderline illegal, allegedly, or whatever, so I don't get sued. But, like, the minute she turned 1 to the 8, all of a sudden they're all joking about it. Ha ha ha, funny little joke. She's gonna put us out of business. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. This is so quirky. Look, they're both wearing...
Isn't it, like, kind of fucked that women have an IPO at 18 years old? Like, at 18, they can just launch themselves as a brand, as a commodity to the world. I'm on sale. Yeah. I'm 18 now. Come and get me. It's like the drop of GTA 6, but for their body parts. Kind of fucking insane. We gloss over this because it's become so normalized.
It's insane to you.
Literally, you have these like, Lil Tay did this. The Bad Baby Cash Me Outside girl did this. And they're raking in because of their pre-established popularity, in some cases multiple millions in one night. What does that tell you about the type of people that are purchasing this content? They're probably pretty fucked in the head to
you're
be
getting
finding
there.
The freshly 18-year-olds on the night they turn 18 as the most desirable product on the market, you know, to throw money at them. I think that's disturbing, you know? They should make a honeypot where they have an AI girl that just turned 18. They subpoena every single guy who subscribed to that OnlyFans, you know? That, to me, that's just suspicious.
You're talking my language now.
Like, this is like, am I
this
crazy
like
for saying that this isn't funny?
Honeypot,
like,
all the guys
who
subscribe to this
Raquel,
AI
obviously, if you were to ask her, she always replies with, like, guys, this is my life.
This is true. It makes me a little sad, but maybe I should rein myself to being at this exact position for the foreseeable future, because I could have this literal job for probably the rest of my life too. It's working, can keep you up. It's working, I can keep you up. It's working, I can keep you up. My cock up? Oh, I can keep up. You're saying the two conversation things. Gotcha.
Want to do what I want
faith.
with it, which, like, fair, you
I
can do
have
what you
all the
want,
faith
but, like,
in your brain.
just, like, watch the documentary or something to know that, like, there's something sinister behind all this, and the BOP members, especially Sophie Rain, have contributed a lot to this, and I just don't think it's funny. Like, she can donate to all the charities she wants. Sophie Rain can do whatever she wants. She can do a lot of good things, but, like, it still doesn't take away the fact that this is just a very weird thing to do.
I love Piper, and I'm really happy.
Well, she's also decided to publish all of her charitable acts, right? Like, none of the things she's done have been in private. The Mr. Beast 5 million Team Water donation, that was plastered everywhere. Hey, I'm Sophie Rain, the OnlyFans creator. Check out my website. And I just gave $5 million to Team Water. Like, yeah, and a tax write-off. Like, I refuse to believe that this is, like, you know, a donation done just out of the kindness of her own heart. Like, yeah, I mean, did it have to be $5 million? Probably not. So maybe, you know, at least it's helping people. But let's be honest, these are sinister moves, 100%.
That she's joining us. If she's going to be in this industry, it might as well be with somebody that is going to guide her to the right.
All right, hold on. I'm going to watch the beginning of that clip again, but I wanted to just say as well, a lot of people want to only focus on the guys who are paying for this shit because
Yeah,
they
that's
wanna
me. You're
focus on
talking to
the
me now.
accountability of the men who are in relationships, who are buying this content, because you can't complain about OnlyFans girls if your gender is also the one that are funding them. Okay, well, let's take a few things not for granted here, because first of all, men are obviously horny, and they are in many cases, because of the internet, because of dating, excluded from dating in a way that would be fulfilling for them. So they have to make up for that by purchasing, like, the girlfriend experience from some random girl on OnlyFans.
No, these are all choices.
This isn't how it should be.
You and I have the same dog in us. You and I were both born with a penis, all right? We got our dogs in us, all right? And we all have to rein it in when we grow up, all right? We stop fucking the couch, and we start trying to find a bitch to fuck, okay? I get it. But it's a choice.
Right? In a lot of cases, these men aren't losers, they're victims.
Oh, fucking cry me a river. Holy shit. Disgusting opinion.
Of a time, of a scenario that has made it sort of impossible for them to find a genuine partner in a way that would have been accessible and easier maybe two decades ago, right? So I feel a lot of these men, obviously, you know, if you have a guy who's
my
buying
pre-described
an OnlyFans
wife
for a girl
who
who
lived
just
in
turned
my
18,
village.
I don't view him as a victim. That guy's
My
cooked,
parents
right?
made
But I mean,
assigned
for a
to
lot
me.
of guys who are just gooning, you know, it's easy for people to just say, "Oh, that guy's a fucking bum-ass loser chud," and to some extent, that's totally true. I also know for a fact a lot of guys that live like this wouldn't have to if they were born only 10 years earlier. Because times
but
have
guess what? They
changed
weren't.
so much, and it's not their fault they were born later. You know, it's
They
just
weren't.
a product of
They were not.
you know, just
They were
randomness
not born
of
10
just
years
the stars
earlier.
aligning, right? And so yeah,
So
but I
you
also
have to
know
do the
for a
moral
fact,
thing
a lot of
in the
women
moral
that are
time you
making
live in.
this kind of content, like they're
You
100%
gotta do the
to blame as
immoral
well,
thing.
right?
Just
you know,
because the
like
time's
if you're
different.
making shit like this, you can't complain
would've been a moral
about
person
you know,
10
guys
years
being
ago.
creepy or stuff. If you're providing them with content that you're creeped out by, how does that even make any
that's
sense?
weird.
Oh, guys are so creepy, but I'm also
Rapists
going to
would've been
accept
moral
the creepiness if it's
100
you know
years
if the
ago.
thing that they want me to do, which
a
I
morally
think is
good thing to
creepy, is
do.
paid for. It doesn't make any sense.
The honeypot have subscriptions open 24 hours before 18th birthday and just send them all to jail. Good trap. I agree. Genius trap.
Well, but also significantly more men are consuming and creating demand than there are women who are willing to make this type of content. Something like 0.05% of women do OnlyFans, 50% men have consumed OnlyFans content. I don't think that's correct. It's not 50% of men who have consumed OnlyFans content. I don't think that's correct. There's no way 50% of all men have consumed OnlyFans content. That just cannot be accurate. Maybe you're talking maybe about porn in general, but the OnlyFans, like, I mean, yeah, I don't. There's just no way. Maybe
Percentage of men. U.S. Okay, we'll just do users on 210 million registered users. Okay, how much are the U.S.? Okay, 1.1 million creators in the U.S. and 120 or 180 in the U.K. U.S. users. U.S. Okay, it doesn't break it down to just US subscribers, but it's a US platform and they have 1 million creators just from the US, which is the largest creator hub. And there's 300 and something million users. And you're telling me it can't be 50% of the male population is subscribing to this bullshit? Woo. Okay.
Maybe if you divide by age or some way, I don't know where you got that number from. There's just, yeah, that doesn't seem accurate. But yeah, and then 0.05% of women do OnlyFans. I don't know. I mean, you'd have to, obviously, yeah, that's true because a lot of women are too old to do it or they're in relationships. But, you know, if you ask about like women from ages 18 to 25, it's probably something like maybe 2%, 3%, maybe even 4%. Maybe that's pushing it. But still, it is a very high number and it needs to go down, right? And the people promoting this to women are other women. It's Sophie Rain telling you she's made $80 million and dancing in front of a camera and getting all of these likes that's convincing women to behave the same way. This is why I made the joke at the beginning of the video that women are following in her footsteps, because this is literally like they see a woman, they see that she's succeeding and they want to succeed. It's really that simple, right? They don't really care about the morality of it or whatever. They just think it's life on easy mode and they see it because it is life on easy mode, but they think that they can get the same result when the reality is it doesn't work like that. You do need a pretty tactical team around this sort of stuff. And SFW is so easy to access, you can find it by accident. That has never ever happened in the history of mankind before. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of guys who may have never been addicted to porn if they were born 20 years earlier just simply have been because they saw it too early. Like they saw it when they were 10 years old and that triggered something that wasn't supposed to get triggered in their brain, you know? And it's very unfortunate. And I think the people who have made it so that that's the case should be held liable, right? There should be some sort of investigation toward like the main, you know, porn distributors because they know 100% that kids are watching this stuff. Because in the states where an age requirement has been set in place for these websites, they've decided to just stop operations there. So if you're saying to a company, hey, we need you to start submitting IDs for the people who use your website, and they say, okay, well, we're not going to do that. We're just going to not, you know, operate in your state. You're kind of telling on yourself that underage people are using your website, right?
Take away the fact that this is just a very weird thing to do.
I love Piper, and I'm really happy that she's joining us. If she's going to be in this industry, it might as well be with somebody that is going to guide her to the right direction instead of people that might want to take advantage of her. And I know
you guys want to take advantage of her. What are you talking about? At least it's with the good guys, which is us, and not the bad guys.
For a fact, like, none of us would ever do that to her, you know?
You would,
and
though.
I was also against it before because she is 18 years old, and she is able to make her own decisions. Like, she's an adult, you know? So it's like, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do.
Yeah, let the girl live her life. Summer, Ava, and Joy. They did all these things. How does that make you feel? Like, would you say something to them to try and change their mind?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, the right direction in this industry is crazy. You know, like, well, we're sending her off on the right direction. We're going to take care of her by pimping her out. I don't understand.
Childish. Like, I think what they're doing is, like, some kid shit. Like, what are we, in middle school?
Because imagine how it makes Piper feel.
Yeah, like, Piper is, she's a young girl. She's trying to feel like that she belongs somewhere, and we're over here bullying her. Like,
yo, this bitch is out of her mind. She's literally saying she's trying to figure out where she is in the world, which shows that she's sort of directionless and needs help and needs guidance. And you have now, the OnlyFans whore, has said, we're here to help you. That's predatory. That's literally insane. There's this young girl who's directionless.
Girl, she's trying to feel like,
she's trying to feel like
she belongs somewhere.
And we're over here taking her into the fucking bop house. You need to be in jail. You need to be, from that sentence, there should be a chute that opens up below your feet and it transports you whoosh up into jail. Thank you for the 4 gifted sub, Asbestos Warrior. I appreciate that.
Asbestos Warrior.
We're here bullying her, like
bullying her.
Why?
bitch. Bullying her would be calling her a stupid slut, which I'm not gonna do because I think she's a victim of your grooming tactics. Like, you guys are so, this is master manipulation.
Are we doing this? Let's all sit down like normal adults. Like, let's talk it out. If you guys
Normal
don't agree,
adults.
like, let's hear you guys
are normal adults.
out why you guys don't agree why Piper should join. She's an
I'm gonna be honest, any of the girls that made TikToks with Piper when she was 1 to the 7, I don't think that any of those girls were actually against her joining. I mean, they could say now or after the backlash, oh, we were against it, guys. No, if you made TikToks...
Yeah, bro, you're telling me that this woman right here who literally did a TikTok with the 17-year-old, she's so against her joining the industry that she's in, even though she's literally astroturfing her start?
You knew exactly what...
They're 100% in on this, bro.
You were doing. That's the entire purpose of the house, is to
Yeah,
advertise.
like, come
which, once
on.
again, nothing wrong with that. If you want to advertise, you do that, get your bag. Like, everyone has to make a living. Like, who cares what your job is when you're an adult? But you knew exactly what you were doing when you were doing that with someone 1 to the 7. So you can't, the way they, like, try to create some, like, manufactured drama out of this is, like, half the girls were against it and some were for it. Like, no, anyone who made the TikToks, which was almost all of them, and I'm not going to get into specifics because I don't know all of their names, but anyone who made the TikToks with her was for it. Like, regardless of the fact that now you want to get drama and get clout out of it now that you've gotten backlash. But, like, a lot of them were for it, and I'm not buying any of the, like, oh, they care about her, they didn't know what they were doing, or now they regret it. Like, are you kidding me?
Okay, so we need to talk about the fact that Sophie
Well, because she was popular before any of this as well, right? So it boosts traction for them.
Rain has been lying about her age, saying that she's 20 when in fact she is 23 years old. Now, I get lying.
Is this real?
When you're in an industry like, right, there are a lot of creeps out there, and sometimes you need to protect your identity. I completely understand that. But making yourself younger, especially in an influencing space where you are influencing younger girls, right?
Well, the reason they lie about their age is because they know a lot of the guys who consume this stuff have porn brain, and they like to watch stuff with younger girls. So they're fulfilling a fantasy for their customer base.
Like Sophie Rain, it's not just
Doesn't
about
have to be
creating
real.
content
It
that
just
is
has to
content.
be
It's also the Bob House and
Right.
creating an influencer
29
life and having a lot of young girls look up to you.
Yeah.
So when you, as a 23-year-old woman, are claiming to be a freshly turned 20-year-old, there is a
right
lot
off the oven.
that is problematic with that.
Sorry for the quick topic change, but I saw this TikTok and I was like, this is such a great point. I have to add this to the video.
First of all, you are setting...
It also makes it so that she's exonerated from things that could be excused by her age. With her pretending to be 20, she's now able to use her age as a shield from criticism, right? Oh, she's just 20. That's only one age older than 19. If she's 23, she's had 3 more years for her brain to develop and for her life to live, for her, for her to have gained experience and stuff. It makes it sound less sinister, all this stuff, right?
Unrealistic beauty
I
standards.
have zero pity for these people. Oh, 100%. But they're doing fine. That's the issue, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing to pity. They're making a shitload of money.
Just fine.
It's for girls who just turned 20. There are a lot of 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds that currently look up to you and they're like, damn, why do I not look like this 20-year-old? Like, oh my god, she's 20, she has her shit together, literally look. There is a huge difference between a freshly turned 20-year-old and a mature, grown 23-year-old in terms of where you are in your life, how you look, how put together you are, how your body looks.
It is really annoying how a lot of Sophie Rain's content just revolves around lying. Like, lying about drama, lying about beef. Like, the amount of staged beef is just, like, it's so annoying.
Are you starting to get that maybe the content only exists to gain eyeballs, right? Like, you're complaining about content that is all an ad. Oh, it's annoying that she does this. It's annoying that she does that. Well, yeah, because the annoyance is the point. You're complaining about a function of the thing, right? You know, it's like, this is all by design. She's doing this stuff to piss people off, to get eyeballs in order to draw attention to her OnlyFans. You know, you're talking about her content and this and that. The content doesn't make money. The TikTok doesn't make money. These are ads, right?
Annoying with, like, like every creator to.
Good
so
ads.
sometimes it's
the real thing that makes money is the OnlyFans.
legitimate. Like sometimes there's creators legitimately calling her out, but I don't know if it's fake half the time because a month ago they faked a drama with her. So is it fake this time? I don't really know.
It's fake.
And lying about her age, like she just likes to lie about stuff, and it's just kind of annoying. Like I mean that's most of the internet now, but it's like I mean just say your real age. Like I don't know why it's so hard to just.
Well, I'll answer your question as to why it's so hard is because it's all a persona. The same reason she doesn't use her real name. Sophie Rain's not her real name. That's a stage name. 100%. Why would you ever be honest about this sort of stuff? Like, you're asking for behavior of character from someone who doesn't display behavior of character.
Like about things like her name and stuff. Of course, anything that protects her identity, like this creator said.
Oh, okay. So because her name is changed, that's fine because it protects her identity. You understand it's not about the identity, it's about having something more Googleable, right? Sophie Rain, it's more memorable. Rain, it's a simple, easy last name. Simple, easy first name. Oh no, it's just to protect her identity. I think it's to do a little bit more than that, okay? This is 100% true.
That makes sense, 150%, but like this, I feel like that's not going to protect her identity.
It's all
Maybe
marketing.
It will. Educate me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I just feel like this is, once again, like this TikToker said, setting very unreal expectations.
All of that. So when you have young girls looking up to you, claiming that you're 20 is just unfair and it's setting unrealistic standards. That's the first thing.
Sophie Tate.
The second thing that's harmful about claiming that you're freshly turned 20
Freshly
is, again,
turned.
sets unrealistic standards for young girls. But it also inspires young girls to, oh, the second I turn 20, I need to capitalize off of that. And
I agree with this. I don't know if a lot of you guys watch her, but there's another creator known as Ari who does the same content as Sophie, and I do not know everything about her, so maybe she's somehow problematic, I don't know, but I've seen some of her TikToks, and I actually like her content. Like, she's my favorite, like, type of these creators, and recently she's kind of made a video against a different creator, so I don't know much about that specifically, but she did make some videos where she talks about, like, once you do this job, it is really, really hard to pursue any other career path. And that I don't know exactly why that would be. Maybe
Money too easy.
These new gens don't understand the idea of consequences.
I sound like an idiot. I don't know a lot about that content specifically, but I felt like that was good because she's educating her audience. Like
nobody wants to hire
money
a former
and attention.
Girl.
Oh,
like
fuck.
That's the whole
Inject
thing
it
with
right
the
in my
job.
fucking vein.
It's high risk, high reward. The risk is that you ruin your fucking life and you can't get a job and you make no money. The reward is that maybe you end up
think these
striking
bitches
gold
can't
and
get an
going
office
viral,
job
right?
somewhere?
It's okay
Oh,
if
you are a
pursue a career
dumb
like this,
fuck.
but just make sure it's what you want to do.
You're a
Because,
dumb
it's
man.
not like a teacher. Like you can just switch your career. Like it's something that like it's just hard to change your job, and that's completely fair. Once
The
again,
porn
like,
stars
that is a
can't
completely
work in
fair
an
thing to
office
tell your audience about
under
it.
a male
yeah,
boss.
setting unreal expectations. Like, oh, the second you turn this age, you should.
Well, it's not
Okay.
just about the job. Like, if you think that the only reason OnlyFans is bad is because you're not going to be able to get a job afterward, then you're an idiot because it bleeds into like every area of your life. You know, if there's naked photos of you on the internet, that's going to affect like most of your options when you're dating.
Relationship
Obviously, some
and
guys
family,
won't
yeah,
care,
yeah,
But I would
that's
argue
true.
that the guys who don't care about that shit are just like not going to make good partners. You know, if they don't care about infidelity, which I would consider that to be an instance of infidelity, they probably wouldn't care about cheating on you.
Do this, yeah, that could potentially make someone kind of get stuck in that area, if that makes sense. So I think that's what this creator is trying to say.
But there are a lot of young girls that do go into and they are aided. They are severely by talent managers. So it is a very, very dangerous space to navigate as a young girl. So when you're promoting, oh, I just freshly turned 20 and look at me, I'm in this space, I'm making all this money, you all on the internet should do it too, go ahead. That's a dangerous rhetoric. It's a dangerous rhetoric to feed to young girls that, oh, you can do this at a young age, go ahead, start over. Because if that's what you're going to start at a young age, sometimes it can hinder you from other job opportunities.
And another thing that creator Ari said was that, once again, like, it is easy for managers to obviously do a lot of things because sometimes girls are not very old, so it's easy to take advantage in many different ways, and it's very disturbing and sad. And once again, yeah, maybe she does glamorize it and lying about her age. Once again, it is true. Social media obviously is a lie in many different ways. Relationships are fake. Everything seems better and easier than it actually is. So yeah, I agree with this completely, because it's completely okay to pursue this type of career, in my opinion. And I know I'm gonna get hate for that. I honestly don't care. Like, if you want to make money, if you really
I just think the issue when you say that there's no problem with pursuing this type of career is you're viewing that abstractly. You're viewing it abstractly, and the reality is there are a lot of problems with this. You know, you want to say, I don't care if this person wants to do this. Well, you should care because of all of the issues that are in and around this industry, right? Like, you can't just get on there and expect smooth sailing. The rocky ride is like a guarantee. You know, you can't just expect people to go on there and it goes 100% right. Even if it goes well for you, there is always people trying to exploit you. There's always weirdos who are trying to stalk you and find you and do horrible things to you. These are functions of the job. You can't remove it from the job. You can't say, oh, you're going to do OnlyFans, but if you do things the right way, none of this is going to happen. All of it's going to happen. Right? It's the same mentality of people who look as drug addicts as fine because it's their choice. There is too much, I think, in our society, there's too much respect put on people's decisions because they made them, right? Oh, it's your choice to do that, so it's fine. Well, yeah, I mean, we're not enslaved. People have free autonomy. Like, oh, you can do that. It's your choice if you want to do that. Like, people can make bad choices. Have we forgotten about this? If someone wears clothing that looks retarded and I want to say, bro, you look stupid, I'm not going to not say that because they made the decision to wear those clothes. Like, if anything, I feel like that warrants the criticism even more. Like, yeah, it was a bad choice. All right, he can wear what he wants to wear. It's not my place to judge. Well, I think the result of the choice reflects on his ability to make decisions, which is worthy of criticism.
Really hate these type of creators, then I guess hate on the people buying it first before you hate on them. Unless they're obviously doing something that is borderline illegal. But, like, allegedly, obviously. But, I do agree that there's lots of different problems with the industry, and I just don't want young girls to have these problems because they think it's just going to be crystal clear.
Guys, I just did some really intense reading, like hours of reading, and I found out that it's a federal crime classified under human to even use on your TikTok to promote your own if there's explicit content on your own, and it falls under a lower version of CSE, child nation. So holy shit, Sophie Rain really did commit a felony when she let Piper Rain make TikToks with the Bop House. Because when you promote anything, because I specifically looked up, is it illegal to promote your content on TikTok with TikTok videos? And yes, it's extremely illegal.
And that's the problem, is that it's just become so normalized. They're just desperately trying to normalize it. It was just TikTok videos, guys. It wasn't that big of a deal. And the second, it's just so crazy. The second she turns 1 to 8, oh no, now it's not.
Yeah, there's definitely a fine line between it's their choice to do that. Like, no one's going to say it's their choice to shoot up her school or not. Yeah, exactly, right? Like personal autonomy, the whole idea of it, I forget where this comes from, but it's like a philosophy thing, is that you have the freedom to make decisions up and until it negatively affects other people or something like that. You know, it's like, I have the freedom to punch you in the face because it's my choice. Well, no, because you have the freedom to not get punched in the face, right? It's like, I don't want to get into the philosophy of it, but I'm just saying, if your decision for respecting OnlyFans as a career is because people like want to do it, that's like dumb, you know? Like, because then you have to respect people who do like rug pulls and stuff. It's faulty logic.
Now she's making so much money, but it's okay. It's okay because she's adult. She's an adult, guys. It's okay now. And it's like, the switch was crazy. Like, she's just doing TikToks, guys. She's not doing anything. We would never do that. We would never do that. We love you guys. We love her. We would never. We're good people. We're great. And then the second she turns 1 to 8, they're like bragging about it. They're joking about it. They're saying, well, she's an adult. Why don't you let an adult live their life? And it's just like, I feel like it's just a huge gaslighting session that these girls are doing.
That is actually a great point, right? Where you'll say, oh, this is wrong up until she turns 18. Then it's like, oh, she's 18 now. Why does it even matter? The problem also is like instantly solved because she's 18 now.
It's
kind of ridiculous.
She earned $43 million on and now she's fucking bought a house.
Good.
Oh, and she's called it The Boss. This house has its own TikTok account that's been up for 2 days and it already has 100,000 followers. Now Sophie has come out and said that different companies have offered her 7 figures to take her V-card, and despite turning them down, some of them are very persistent.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know much about the industry, and I mean, I guess that's interesting because I have seen the podcast where she says that companies offered her lots of money to take you.
That's probably not true. If I had to guess, like I don't think that's like 7 figures to like I mean maybe. I just feel like that's one of those things that you just can lie about to gain popularity.
You know what? I cannot elaborate. My gosh, I don't think this video is staying up for long. So you may be lucky if you're watching it right now and you have learned a lot from it because it may not be up much longer. That's honestly interesting. Like, once again, I just am not educated much in this industry specifically, and I just did not know that that was like a thing that like they offered her.
I don't like the word educated. Just say knowledgeable, right? Education is mandatory. Knowledge is something you just learn.
Tons of money for that, and I mean, she could be making it up, but at the same time, like, I wouldn't be surprised if she wasn't lying about this.
Let's talk about the not so great parts of my job being a bot. I know that a lot of what I share online is glamorized, and I can't lie. Making millions of dollars a month is an incredible opportunity that I am extremely grateful for. But I do think it's just as important to talk about the downsides and the real effects that this industry has on a person. First, I want to be very clear about something. There are very few creators on here that have actually made this kind of money. I got extremely lucky. I still don't fully understand how I got into this position, but I'm extremely grateful for it.
I'm glad she made this video. Maybe she's taking a step in the right direction. This is kind of recent, but let's go through a little bit of it to see what she said.
I mean,
that's how you got in this position.
Part of it would have to do with her appearance, you know? You have to be hot at least, like somewhat
incorrect.
hot.
As the downsides, because it is...
She looks like every other bitch out there. No, this was a good marketing, is why she got this much money. I don't know who did it.
Women that it is always like crystal clear and awesome and sparkles to be in this industry. And obviously, I think her first point is pretty good. I feel like it's kind of obvious though that like, yeah, you're probably not gonna make millions a month. It's just like anything else. Like if you start a YouTube channel, you're not gonna make $50,000 a month right away, or maybe ever. Like.
It's actually counterintuitive, right? Like, the more popular that OnlyFans has become, the less money the average creator on there is making. Because when you have all these people trying to claw for the money of, like, you know, a group of guys on there, those guys are probably only giving their money to, like, one or two people, and then they're gonna get, like, pissed off by it, you know? That seems to me like what would happen.
So only few, at the end of the day, it's just advertising like any other social media platform. Like, people don't go on this type of website just to see that type of stuff. They go on there because they want to see your specific type of stuff. Like there's a reason they're like, so it all comes with the advertising and why exactly they'd be going to that yours. Why would they go to?
Well, these fucking retards also think they're actually speaking with Sophie Rain and not like Jagpreet in India. So, you know, I mean, if they don't understand that, they don't even deserve to have the money in the first place. Like, it's better off in their pocket, honestly.
Yours and not just some random other site. Oh my gosh, I have to be so careful. But like, it's all about the advertisement. So if anyone starts one and they're like, oh, I'm gonna make as much money as Sophie Rain because I'm pretty much as pretty as her, I don't think that's how it works. Like, it's really comes down to the advertising, and Sophie Rain is pretty good at it. Is she very problematic in many ways? Yes, and especially the way she advertises, like Twitter. A lot of the time it is like, what are you doing? But I mean, it works. It clearly is working.
That being said, this career is not a guaranteed path to success. Unless you already have a massive following, it is incredibly difficult to make life-changing money from doing this. Over the last 2 years, I have reached my financial goals, but it came with costs that I never fully anticipated. I have been stalked multiple times. I have filled multiple police reports. I've filed restraining orders, and my anxiety is at an all-time high.
Once again, this video, I'm glad she made this recently. It's kind of a trend, I think, that people have been talking about this. And Ari makes these videos pretty normally, but I'm glad she said this specifically because this is what my biggest fear would totally be if I was in this industry. Because obviously, it shouldn't be like a crazy thing to say there are a lot of creepy people out there, and especially when you're this famous, and obviously people become obsessed. Like, that is terrifying. Like, I don't blame her for being scared. That is legitimately terrifying. I would totally be scared all the time.
That's sort of the point, right? It's like you're gaslighting your customers into thinking they have a real chance at dating you, and when they have that idea that they have a chance and they're talking with who they think is you, they're gonna go out and probably try to find you in some cases, try to stalk you, try to think
you're my girlfriend. You've been my girlfriend for a year.
I want to go find her in person now. It's just not how it works. Yeah.
Because
I wanna
there are
meet
some
up.
evil
You said
people out there, and
we're gonna meet
people
up
combined with obsessed
forever.
is
You've
a
been saying
very
this forever.
terrifying combination.
The private life that I thought I could keep outside of social media is getting harder and harder to protect every single day. I've also had a break-in that forced me to increase my personal security, and the reality is images of my body are going to be online forever. Something I can never undo or take away, no matter how my life changes in the future. People will constantly judge and pick apart every decision you make. And sometimes the hardest part is staying silent, because you realize that no matter what you say, some people will just never respect your thoughts or opinions because of what you do for a living. I want to be clear. I do have a great life.
Honestly, this is a pretty good video. I agree.
I mean, at the end of the day, when girls see this, they don't hear the anxiety. They don't hear the break-ins. They just hear $80 million for showing my ass. Whatever. I'll be anxious. I'll take all these things.
Yeah,
In
sign me
head,
up.
It's a price they're worth. A price they're willing to pay, and it is literally worth it. I mean, break-ins, maybe 1 or 2 break-in, a bunch of stalkers, and anxiety for
you do the
$80
math
million
on that.
It's not bad.
Completely. I hate how people are dehumanized that are part of this industry. Like, I see tweets about them on Twitter and stuff, and just the way people talk about them, it's like...
This is retarded. Like, when people complain about people who do porn getting dehumanized, that literally is the point of their job. They want to objectify themselves. They want to be this entity that is gooned to and transacted with that you don't actually touch or feel or anything. That's like the entire point. I don't understand
out there.
You want these people to be treated like these angelic, innocent virgins, but the whole point of their job is to not be that for money.
My gosh, like, they're humans too. Like, they're humans just like you, and it's just like, I don't understand how you can be so dehumanizing to someone. Like, it's just like, it's nothing. It's like,
because of like all of the video, like dehumanizing.
Because of all of man's programming over all of time.
My point. I'm going to
the
use
reason we were able to kill
when
people
you say
in war.
People are being objectified when they're objectifying themselves. Who's the problem there? It's themselves.
Keep this energy for someone who's like does actual bad things, like actual terrible things. Like, you act like they do.
And by the way, objectified and dehumanized in this context literally just means being called a slut, being called a whore.
Commit like some horrific crime. Like, it's just like,
which is like that's like their job title.
The dehumanization is unreal, and that is honestly disgusting and very terrifying. So I am glad she brought that up in this video too. And a lot of these things, yeah, I do completely agree, and it is good she's telling her audience this, because a lot of them are obviously young girls.
I'm not complaining or comparing myself to others. This job has opened so many doors and provided so many opportunities that I am incredibly thankful for. But gratitude just doesn't cancel out reality. That's why I feel a responsibility to be honest with you guys. This industry comes with real risks, emotionally, mentally, and physically. It's not something you guys can just jump into without serious thought, without serious research, and understanding of what the long-term consequences are. My intention has never been to influence young girls down this path. If anything, I want people to do their own research. I want you to ask hard questions, and I want you to think about what kind of life you guys want 10 to 20 years from now. Don't just think about the money. I don't usually open up like this, but I hope sharing this gives you a more realistic perspective on this industry.
Okay, I don't agree with her when...
Yeah, I'm a little sick of this brand of e-girl, which is like this woke OnlyFans creator. You know, like, they're like this enlightened OnlyFans creator. Like, her and Camila Arujo are supposedly these saints. They do OnlyFans, which they know is kind of taboo and kind of dirty, but they're honest about it, and they'll show you the right way to do it if you want to do it. And, like, it's supposed to be this, like, down-to-earth kind of, like, older sister sort of shit, and I think it's disgusting. Like, I still think it is manipulative. Like, the whole premise of this sort of talking is that we're just, you know, I'm just like you, I just do things a little bit differently, but, you know, I'm like your older sister. I'll help you, I'll ease you down this path that you're gonna walk down because you've seen my content and are convinced that it's what you should do. Yeah, to me, it's still pimping. It's just the same, it's just in a soft voice. You're still normalizing all this stuff, even if you talk about the downsides. Like, this doesn't change anything. You're in a $10-million home with a net worth that people can't even fathom. It's just lowercase pimping. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I don't know.
Lowercase?
This whole, like, you know, girls supporting girls bullshit, but it's being used to justify exploitation and manipulation, which I think is just gross, because it's done in this, like, soft way. You know, it's because they're trying to make it seem like they're the good guys. The bad guys are the older men who are gross and they're buying this content, but me as this, like, purveyor, this e-pimp, you know, I'm different though. I have your best interests in mind. It's just weird.
But I hope sharing this gives you a more realistic perspective on this industry.
Okay, I don't agree with her when she says she's not trying to influence young girls because of the whole, you know, Piper situation and regardless, and a bunch of other things. But I can definitely see where she's coming from. People were not very happy in the comment sections, though. They were commenting things like ChatGPT, script, and someone said, like, you chose this industry. I don't think that's the point. I don't think the point of this video was for her to act like a victim. I think the point was to show people that, like, hey, it's not all a dream come true, because obviously Sophie Rain, like, she has millions of followers, her TikToks are fun, like, she's pretty, she seems to be living the dream life, and that's obviously, once again, sound like a broken record, but that's gonna cause a lot of girls to want to pursue this.
It's crazy to me. The most popular female influencers literally are like the worst influence on the women who support them. It's crazy to me. Like Sophie Rain, Alex Cooper from Call Her Daddy, Hannah Mojo. These women are horrible influences. Like, they are awful. Awful influences on the women who are following them. You know, you see the clips, it's the advice they give to their followers, it's the way that they behave, and it's just ridiculous how women will then turn around and blame men, right, for, let's say, mistreatment or something like that, when the treatment they're getting is from the behavior they're replicating from these horrible role models. Like, it's crazy to me.
Career option, which is okay, but she should help.
Men are treating me like shit. Well, you're pretending to be a slut on the internet because you saw these people do it, and this is what's happening as a result. That's not men. That is a result of your own actions. You degraded yourself and are now being told that.
Yeah, make her audience aware that
it's like an observation. If you call a whore, it's not even an insult. It's just like a fact.
Hey, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Like, sometimes hard things happen, especially like there's a lot of creeps out there, and like a lot of obsessed creeps out there, and that's dangerous. And the break-in is terrifying. I hope that she gets good security. No one deserves that. Like, literally no one deserves that. So I hope that she is able to stay safe 100%. Like, imagine being in this job.
Imagine getting your home broken into. I think we get it. Good video. I mean, this woman seems maybe a bit younger. I don't know if she knows how the world works or anything. She seemed kind of ignorant, but we'll give her some grace. Sophie Rain, horrible person. All these bops, horrible people. And that's about it for this video. If you guys enjoyed, please be sure to leave a like. If you didn't leave it.
Nice. It always makes me think if the Always Sunny episode where D was banging a bunch of guys and rating them on the app, and they're just nasty goobers coming up to get ratings. It was like, no, I'm empowered, but they just call her a whore. They were like, you can rate me lower. Even that's cool. I miss you too. Always Sunny, man. Dumb shit just happened to work. I try not to get worked up. Good. Brother,
Chambers. Good morning, Teddy's picture. Oh, hello. You must be Teddy's feline. What's your name? Sarah. And I would accept that name if there wasn't a rename option. So let's go ahead and rename this cat. Well, actually, first, let's see how many characters we can add. Oh, boy, it sure looks like a lot. Yes, indeed. It feels like quite a lot. I'm glad our cat's name can be this.
I have to solve this. Can't keep feeling like this. Yeah. You gotta build some kind of like structure, some kind of new scaffolding in your brain where you're just like, oh, okay, so here are the things that I'm gonna kind of care about, and then whenever I start getting worked up about something, check my list and go back to it and be like, oh, okay, it's not one of those things. It could be simple too. It can be like, you know, is this something that could fall back on me? And then what is the chances that it does? And then kind of do the math on that.
This long. Well, here we go then. Behold, for it is I. Thou canst call me Catlania, from the village of wherever this is, on the 4th.
Or it could be like a comparison thing. Like, you know, are you comparing someone else to you? Or it could be something like, are you doing the thing that you would want to do if no one else, was around? I'm sure there's a bunch of different ways you can kind of create some scaffolding around it, just so you know you're making sure you're putting the efforts you want into the right places.
Earth moon of the 15th planet. Anyway, thanks for coming to my Cat X talk. And confirm. Unfortunately, you can't see the whole thing. If you stare at the cat, then try to look at the whole thing, it disappears too fast. But that's okay, we know it's there. Isn't that right, whatever your name is? Yeah, that's the spirit. Anyway, don't follow me. Something tells me this world is too harrowing for the likes of you. And I don't mean this dragon. I mean this. Ugh, solicitors. No, I don't want to buy whatever you're selling. Welcome, you've made it to Ursa, a peaceful land, blah, 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 next. And with that, I shall take my leave. Goodbye! Okay, well, thanks. Well, let's go inside Teddy's front door. It's what these kingly deer would want. Hello? Hello? Behold! Our shop! Okay, let's see what we got here. It looks like we have a 20-sided die that we can just keep pushing and pushing. Oh, and if you go to the other side, it does tell you what it landed.
Like, I just start letting things fall apart and then be confused it comes back on me, because a lot of it isn't my job. Yeah. I'm sure there's lots of things that you can think of that people are doing wrong that can cause problems. Like, just minimizing the effect it has on you. And then if anybody tries to come and be like, oh, this is a problem, and it's like an us problem, you can be like, no, it's not an us problem. I make sure I do all my stuff right. And then hold by that. I'll stick to insurance scheduling and registration. Yeah. Make sure you're always doing your things right. And then if things start getting a little messy, just make sure that your books are all straight. Like, honestly, if I was you, that's what I would do. I'd be like, hey, all my shit done? All my shit done right? Fuck. That's all I care about.
And if you push it just the right way, whoops, off it goes. And I can't pick it up from here. I can, however, go behind the counter again and just pop it from here. Oh, goody, it still tells me the results after I jailbroke the thing. Well, this sure is fun and... Oh, well, I'm never gonna be able to find it now. And then we have this other thing right now.
No, they're not doing it wrong, but I'm catching things other people should catch way before it gets to me. So I notice them, and now I just leave them instead of fixing them. Yeah. Yeah, so if you got paperwork and it's like missing like the date, and the person who checked them in was supposed to fill out the date, I would just leave the date blank, and I'd be like, oh, who checked them in? I would make a note on there and be like, checked in by Alex, insurance ran by Shanice. Like, you can put a little note in there so you know who's responsible, but I wouldn't fix the date.
Next to it, which looks like a sword in the stone, which if you pull it enough, you can indeed pull the sword out. And then if you try to grab it, it's like, just kidding. And I think that's it for the fidget gallery. Nothing else seems to work right now. And then we've got the book of almost everything, which thank God it's for finances and upgrades and stuff. I was afraid we'd have to do some reading. And over here in the upgrades tab, we don't have enough for anything anyway. And what might this be? Some floating concrete? What do you do if I click you? Oh, you give me 1 gold coin. Wait, are you here for me to just do this? Oh, I guess I tuckered it out. Thanks for the free 10 gold, though. And then we've got the bag of endless storage, which is where you can store all your crap, and probably also take a crap in. And this thing doesn't work yet, probably because we have to do this tutorial prompt. Enter your shop, left-click the box, left-click again. Box, left-click. Oh! Okay, let's give this a shot. Pick up, open, and it looks like we can just place this anywhere we want. Can I place it outside? I can place it outside. Now, that's the kind of flexibility I look for. Actually, wait a minute, I have an idea. Oh, cat creature, hold still. Yes, there we go. How do you like that? Thank you so much for doing the heavy lifting. And here I thought you were gonna hold still. Little did I know that something even more magical would happen. Well, so far this is going great. And now we need to place 2 more remaining furniture items in the shop. Yes, in the shop is where they will go. Hold still. You can't carry 2, can you? Oh my god, this is amazing. At this point, it seems like the only option is pivoting, which it does like a champ. Okay, there's no way we can do 3, right? That feels like that would be too good to be true. Okay, fingers crossed. Okay, cool. I guess everything's attached to the cat. I also started to notice this chunky slowdown, and I was like, well, it's early access, you know? And then I realized, no, that's not just the game being early access. That's the game crying out in pain every time the cat moves. Well, in that case, that's okay. I can live with that. Anyway, it looks like this book is working now. The Book of Summoning, and that's where we buy all the stuff we're gonna sell. You know, like potions and food and swords. And then we've got this, the empty crate. Cost per crate, 0. Well, that's a compelling price point. Tell me more. Yep, there it is, having cost me no money. And it looks like I can just keep buying these. Yes, I can. Well, I think you can see where this is going, right? We're gonna push this button as many times as we can and see what happens. And now my vision is completely clogged by empty crates. Okay, I stopped buying them just to see if these crates could settle, even though right now they're in the jiggle phase of existence. And I'm trying to navigate out of here, and all I can see is more crates. There we go. Oh, well, look at that. It looks so peaceful from out here. What about the viewing platform? Yes, it's looking great. Well, the game does seem to be handling this quite well. Everything just falling and settling like it should. And for better or worse, I actually can't climb on anything, which is less fun, but significantly more functional. So I'll let them have it this time. So I guess that's probably the only test we need to do. Nah, I'm just kidding. I found my way back over to the Book of Summoning, and now it's back to buying crates. Oh yeah, that's more like it. I especially like how it's ever so slowly expanding. Boxes slowly leaking out of every orifice. What do you think about this, cat creature? How are you doing in here? That's what I like to hear. So there is some good news here. Like, yeah, now the frame rate sucks and I can't see anything. And once I buy some actual stuff like potions and swords, there's of course the struggle to figure out how I'm gonna get those items. But it turns out if you go outside and grab from the balcony, you can eventually find them, you know, by complete and absolute luck. But the point is you can get your goods. And luckily, stocking should be a little bit easier. And don't worry, I got a good feeling about this. I think the frame rate's gonna level out. Not yet, of course. Right now, we gotta focus on stocking. Hold still, cat. I need to figure out where these potions can go. Yes, thank you. They'll just go right there. On my living storefront. Okay, and there we go. We got our potions ready for selling. Our cat looks extremely happy. Oh, and look at this. Our first customer. Sliding his way to victory. I love it. These people just kind of slide up and they're like, that's not a problem. And then before you know it... What was that? Oh, is that how you found the items? You didn't want to take the stairs like everybody else? On the plus side, it means that people can find the goods they're looking for. By any means necessary, it looks like. And then when they're done, they can leave through the door. Or, the hell with it. Couldn't even find him on the other side. Either way, I think people are waiting in line. Can't say I'm all that excited to go in there and ring up their purchases. Okay, let's see if I can figure out where I am. This is looking promising. I found the customers. Happily waiting among the boxes. And if you move enough crap out of the way, eventually you can see their purchase. And then we can do the whole normal transaction thing where we take their money, stumble over to what we can see of the register, struggle to see how much change we need to give them. This is definitely using the register on hard mode. And there you go. One transaction done. Genuinely, the only way I knew was seeing my money count up. Now manage your shop until closing. Oh, hold that thought. It looks like adventurers have turned in for the night, even though there's definitely still people waiting in line. Time to head home, get cozy, and rest up for a new day. Well, sounds good to me. Sorry, suckers. We'll have to deal with you tomorrow. Day 2, new us, new frame rate. Well, hello, everything's smooth again. What about you, shop? Are you still... Oh, I guess going to sleep gets rid of the excess boxes. What an unexpected surprise. And look, more good news. It looks like all of our patrons from yesterday are still here. They must really need their goods. Oh, hey, and look at that. That thing is gold again. Can I mine it for more gold? Oh, yeah. You can hit it 10 times just like before. So 10 times a day, huh? I mean, they've all waited.
Yeah, this is... it's called Teddy's Haven? It came out 7 months ago, this video, and it was, I think, just beta.
Long enough. Surely they don't mind me trying another experiment. Cat creature, hold down the fort. I'm going back to bed. Day 3, new us. Wow, look at this go. Still here? Good to see you. Okay, and we'll just go up to this thing again. Hit it another 10 times. Launch myself off the balcony back home. I mean, it's a rainy day anyway. Who doesn't want to be asleep for that? You have unpaid bills. Unpaid bills? Can you believe this? I'm just trying to rub down my magical gold block. What's the problem? Summoner's Tribute? For 10 gold? I don't even know what a Summoner's Tribute is. This is all too much. I'm going back to bed. Besides, I don't even know if this affects us. The only way we're gonna know for sure is... Excuse me? What in tarnation is this? I mean, I know it's a bear cub. I mean, why is it here? Dear shopkeeper, I hope you can help a small creature in need. He's still small, but I believe he can get better with some care. I believe one of your health potions could help him heal faster. I'm not a healer, but I'm gonna give you medical advice anyway. Maybe he'll grow to be a friend, a protector, or just a reminder that kindness matters. You know, you're right. Kindness does matter. Oh, you know what? I think I've got the perfect place. You'll be so warm right here. Yes. Yes, you will. Is the game gonna let me do this? Yes, it is. What do you think? Great place for it, right? Let's hope so, because I can't seem to pick it up and move it anymore, so I guess that's where it lives now. Whatever, it's fine. It's still breathing, probably. Anyway, back to ignoring my bills. Spend this lazy morning throttling my golden rock. Ignore all of my bills piling up, and so on and so forth. Oh, okay, I see what this affects. You can't use the Book of Summoning if you don't pay, and without that, you can't summon more items. So I guess I can't just make infinite money off of this. Alright, fine, so be it. We'll pay all the ones that are overdue. I guess it's nice to be able to buy stuff. And by that, I mean furniture. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize we had so many options. For example, look at this small table. Wow, what a treat this thing is. What do you guys think? Do you like it? You wouldn't mind if I just have the table commingle with you, right? Oh dear, he jittered a little bit. Did you see that? Wait, can I move them with the table? Oh god, yes. Well, come with me, sir. I've decided we are moving you out of line, one nudge at a time. Let's see, where can we take you? How about... How about up there? Yeah, I think we can do that. And onward. Still going and doing quite well. Whoa, wait a second. What the heck happened? Oh, well, we're just gonna keep going. I don't know why the table's acting this way now. Whatever, it's all the same to me. As long as I can still shove this guy, I don't care how the table looks. All right. There you go, sir. Why be over there when you could be up here looking at all this? What is all this anyway? Like, what is that? What is that? Wait a minute, what is that? Let's go see what that is. Ah, don't worry about it, we're fine. Don't worry about it, he's fine. See, I told you. But more importantly is this. An entire kingdom, what? Were you here the whole time just hiding from me? Hey, who's around to let me in? Hello? Hello? You
Okay. Very funny. Who, Teddy? Yeah, exactly. I'm assuming it's the dev self-inserting himself. As they do. What the fuck?
Hello fellow engineers and welcome to Syntopia. We're in charge of this flat earth which is inhabited by these little guys that live their life here in the overworld until one day their god turns against them and sends them flying, where their souls come over to this cemetery until the Grim Reaper bus appears and then takes these souls into hell, where we'll be trying to automate them to gain currency. So these guys all get on board and then the bus drives down where we can go and have a look. This is hell down here. And you can see the bus arrives, the souls get off the bus, and then these guys are all waiting to be processed, and that's where we come in. And thank you to Team 17 for sponsoring this video. Be sure to boost your link in my description. We can check out the free playtest on Steam. It's available between the 10th and 16th February, so check it out for yourself. But yeah, let's get into it. So bottom left, we have all sorts of currencies. So this is the main one, the Purger dollars, and we can spend these on various buildings. So let's start by getting a waiting booth in. Although as a Brit, I do actually quite like queuing, so perhaps this isn't my idea of hell at the moment. But right, we now have a queue path. We can then just assign in an employee, and that's employee, just in case you're wondering. So for this booth, we need a secretary. So we got these three to choose from. We can headhunt and look for other ones, but like this one here, they have 0 wage. Now, the amount of time they work until they take a break isn't as good as Janet here, and their upfront cost is way higher than Judy, but I think we'll go for that. So let's just assign her to there, and then she'll go in, and then everyone is joining the queue, ready to get processed. Now, the way this works, if we click on a random human, they have a variety of sins that they've accumulated during their life in the overworld. So you can see all their little sins here.
Yo, what a good idea for a video game. Automating hell, depending on the person's sins. This is good. Does this guy only play like engineering type games? Building a railway manually. Tunneling. I added wheels to my castle. That sounds dope. I went fishing the American way. Oh god. Okay, this guy's channel might be a good spot for us to look for games. Looks like he's got some funny ones on there.
Welcome back to Meaty Magic, or should I say, Meaty One Piece.
Alright, well, I don't know whether we can actually do that.
Apparently right now, One Piece cards are red hot. Big Nick is not here. He actually plays this game. He likes it. We've played it once or twice. It's not bad. I don't know. But apparently, people be opening packs and they be hitting big ones. So today, we're going to open up one of the new boxes, which is the Azure C7. Little Nick is here.
Hello.
He's going to be our One Piece connoisseur. What does the Azure C7 mean?
Azure, blue, seas.
Perfect.
The 7 warlords is what I'm guessing.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Working right into it. Also, it comes with a box topper.
Open that baby.
Should I do it now or later?
Okay, we'll save till the end.
Well, because there's a lot of big hits in this. Trevor, who's here doing the price checking, said that there is a big, a buggy card that's gold.
Yep, buggy gold rare. That one's $2,850.
God damn.
Not bad.
I am curious to see, how do these fare against Magic cards? How they feel? Already, don't know if I like the box. Actually, you know what, the box isn't bad. Let's see. The popularity of this game skyrocketing. I'm wondering, do you think it's gonna have the similar Pokemon effect where it's just gonna be people only buy it for collecting and not really play it?
It already is.
Oh, really?
It already is.
To Logan Paul.
Oh, Logan Paul did it?
Yeah.
Who's Jewelry Bonnie?
That's
Bonnie.
one of the...
God damn, look at the fucking titties on that.
You know she's 12?
Nuh-uh.
She is 12.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
She's got the fruit where she can imagine any time, like any possibility, so she imagines herself as a, 25-year-old, but she's 12. Oh, fuck.
Is this an 8-year-old as well? Is Terracotta, that's also an 8-year-old?
No.
Oda's like, oh, so funny. Porsche. I really gotta watch out with the Japanese shit. Hellboy. Looks like Hellboy. Fisher Tiger. The art on that's really cool, actually. It's a nice drawing.
Like Baki. He died because he needed a blood transfusion. He said, "No, I don't want from human."
Is this the Okay. Is this the rare?
That is not the... Is that Zoro?
No.
It's Isho.
Isho. No, that one doesn't look like the rare.
That's Purple Tiger.
I'm guessing this one is then. No. Yeah.
That would be the rare in the pack, I think, yeah.
Or no, yeah, in the pack. Is it the last card in the pack? I'm just trying to figure out the order.
Yeah, that looks like it'd be the rare of the pack.
It didn't look fancy, so I'm guessing it's nothing. I can't wait to see what other cards are 12-year-old girls. That's going to be fun. How about Lao G? This is actually a 4-year-old boy.
No, he's actually like 8.
And Oda's like, oh, it was so funny.
He had a heart attack and died.
Awesome. Is it who? How old is this person, Nick?
Nice.
Rindo?
Rindo.
Who the hell's Rindo?
I mean, God damn.
Is she a Marine?
I don't know what that. How old is Rindo?
I don't know. I've never heard of Rindo.
Rindo. Have you never heard of Rindo? You're a One Piece expert.
I can't tell who the fuck that is.
Rindo.
I don't know. Who
Rindo with the biddies out.
Oh, she's a Kuja pirate. She's probably in her 30s.
Probably. It's a safe bet. Oh my god. I mean, now I'm I mean, this looks like a child.
Marguerite? No. She's 18.
She's 18.
I feel like you're making that up.
Monet?
Rindo is 16.
What?
Yeah.
Did you really?
I looked that up, yeah.
She's what?
Rindo is 16 years old.
Shut the fuck up! This is a 16-year-old?
That is a 16-year-old, apparently in One Piece lore.
This looks really fancy.
Ooh.
Who's that?
Your turn plus 1,000.
Your turn.
The foiling is really nice. Also, I wish Magic could have done something like this for the Avatar set. Like, this looks nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The Avatar set needed more attention.
Oh, okay, so the Your Turn cards, there's a bunch of different ones, so it just depends on what the art is on it. Is that, it looks like it's the Dawn card, the Egghead. Right now, that one's $21.
Wow, I'll take it.
$21.
I'll
That's
take
a land card. Who's that?
Johnny. And I know since it's a guy, it's going to be, this is actually a 47-year-old man.
Yeah, 48-year-old.
He's a bounty hunter.
Cool.
Johnny?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Victoria Sindri.
What is she? What pirate is she?
I don't. Thriller Bark Pirates.
Oh, okay.
Got real quiet, so I wonder how old she's supposed to be too.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I think that guy's
Gulp.
12.
X Drake.
Okay, he's a
Ocean Current Shoulder Throw. I'm just gonna put all the gold ones beside each other because they look nice.
Yeah, those look like a short print.
I just want a buggy, dude. Can I get a buggy?
Yeah, let's get a buggy ball.
Sachi and Penguin.
That's Law's crew.
Okay. Hannibal. Oink Chuck. Stealth Black. A little racy here, huh? Bluegrass. Bird Neptunian. I heard the sound of a lady's teardrops falling. That is the name of a literal card. I heard the sound ... of a lady's teardrops falling. So I'm actually gonna play. I heard the sound of a lady teardrops falling on the stack.
It's no longer standard.
So this is either a 6-month-old infant or it's a 9,000-year-old wizard.
Yes.
Koala was a slave.
Okie dokie.
What is with this game?
There you go. Throw in that one too. Cavendish. Is this a girl too?
No, that's a guy. It's a beautiful guy. Everybody loves him. He's got an evil
Beautiful
side.
guy.
Very cool.
Miss Valentine, classic. Whoa, what is that?
Kiku Nojo.
Kikunojo?
Kikunju.
Looks like a. You know what I wish they would do? Wish they do a little fucking Tekken secret lair.
Ooh, Tekken.
I want a little fucking what is it? What's his name? Yoshimitsu.
Yeah, where he's stomping.
Fucking stomping on that. I need to introduce the Yoshimitsu in my bedroom, dude. Bounce on that shit like Yoshimitsu. Bang, 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 bang. Thong, 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 thong.
Fours. Nice. Shiru. Okay. Spider Mice.
I'm just gonna let you say the name of him.
Mr. Nine. Ooh,
What the
Appo.
fuck is that? That's kind of cool.
He's from the Long Arm tribe. He's got
Alrighty.
long arms.
Please take me with
Alrighty.
you. I can be of great help with you. These are just literal sentences.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are
That's just
translation.
That's just the name of the card. I'm gonna play. Please take me with you. I can be great help to you. Oh, this is just the card name is just the text of the manga.
That's like the manga art.
That's the infamous line Jinbei says.
Oh, is that our deal?
Yeah.
Oh, he's your favorite guy.
Don Flamingo.
I'll hold off to the side for you, buddy.
Monet.
Ooh.
All right, how old?
How old
She's
she?
got to be in her 30s.
Monet double.
Okay, fact check.
He said about that other one.
She's got a sister. Sister's young, but she's old. She's at least 18.
Okay.
Monet's age. Zoro cuts her in
Monet.
half, I think.
30 years old.
See.
Oh, actually, 30.
This art looks nice. I don't know if it's worth anything, but
Mr. 2, Bonchan. He's got the ability when he touches you, he can turn his face into you.
That's awesome.
When you say Mr. 2 Bonchan?
So there's a scene where he...
Curie.
Bonchan, but he touches Nami, and then he shows everybody her titties.
Oh, nice.
So this is just the horniest show of all time.
True.
Salem. Vosty. Color.
Kill it.
Bingo.
Buffalo.
Puddin.
Charlotte Puddin, yeah.
Charlotte Puddin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Crescent cut ass. Groggy.
Crescent cut ass.
I mean,
Miss Golden Week. Okay, she's a child. She's actually 16.
This is a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
So we've seen. So go ahead and put up the other 16-year-olds. So these are two 16-year-olds in this universe. Okay.
Okay.
Gecko Moria.
Corona? Ooh, Law.
Ooh.
That's got to be expensive. That's Law.
Let's see here.
He's a heartthrob. He's got death.
It's like
on his
Trafalgar Law.
Trafalgar Law.
He's a supernova. He teams up with Luffy, and they beat Big Mom and Kaido together.
This one, it's like 40-ish bucks.
Ooh,
not bad.
Oh wow,
It's got some hits so far.
It's no buggy, but
I'm gonna jump into the box topper.
Okay. Wow.
Okay.
I hope it's buggy.
It better be buggy gold.
We'll be so
not
fucking
buggy.
rich. I don't know.
Oh,
I couldn't tell.
We're gonna be so rich.
oh my God, Rayleigh. Silver's Ray. That's the captain's wings.
So you're more excited about the character.
I mean, the thing they take away from this though is that I know legitimately you're excited about this.
Yeah.
He loves
It's
opening
fun,
these
yeah.
packs, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Why don't you play more of this? Well, you don't really do anything.
Yeah. I clean up dog
don't
poop.
really do that.
That's my hobby.
Oh my God, a 2-year-old girl. Isho.
Boney. Lao G.
Almost got it.
Captain Curry. Meepo? What's his name?
Epo.
Oh, go back to that girl. Hold on, go back to her. When she was the youngest, she was considered the hottest woman in the world.
When she was the youngest, what does
Yeah.
that mean?
That means like
Could you let me know what that means when she was the youngest?
Well, sorry, when she was
Don't
young.
touch your dick. Did you see him touch his dick?
I did see him rub
You
it.
legitimately
Yeah.
touched. You did this. You're like, well, when she
I was putting my hand up.
Yeah.
to smell what?
Why?
Why did you
Smell what?
Get hand on hand.
When she was younger, she was considered the hottest.
How
Not-
young?
She was in her 20s.
Oh, okay.
Roger, okay, the pirate king was simping over her. Rox, the greatest pirate ever, was simping over her. And then Silver's Rayleigh got to marry her. Yeah.
How old is she now, though?
She's like 80. Yeah.
She's 80?
This is an 80-year-old
Yeah,
woman.
she aged gracefully.
Why can't we just have them all? Why do they have to be 12? Why
Yeah,
can't
why
they just be?
can't
I'm
they all-
80. I'm 80.
They never have old women who look young.
No.
Now they do.
Well, actually, I should say that.
Oh my God, Boa Hancock.
Wait,
that's one of the cards.
God
is-
damn, dude. Her fucking. I tell you what, you about just see her fucking pussy lips
Hold
coming out of that.
on.
God damn, look at that fucking leg hiked up.
What is that art? She's
Got her fucking leg hiked up, I'm telling you.
Now, she's considered the most hot.
Monkey. Monkey.
Boa Hancock loves Monkey D. Luffy
not
and
the
wants to marry him, but Luffy says, "Icky, ew, I want to be Pirate King."
Really? Is he like asexual?
No, he gets a boner, but
What the
Damn.
I think you can get a boner if you're
gets a
asexual still.
no, he just likes meat.
Don't we all, brother? Don't we all?
He just likes meat.
There's a scene where they simp over Nami.
Isn't that, yeah, everybody seems over Nami, huh?
There's a scene where the Kuju pirates see Luffy's cock, and they say, "What is that?" And they like dangle it, and they pull it.
What is that?
I will say the rares, the
Oh,
foiling,
king.
the foiling is
King?
actually pretty sweet. Whoever the way they did the rares is really nice. It's like multi-layered. It's like slightly textured too. It's kind of nice.
That's Yonko Commander level. Yonko Commander Plus.
It's just nonsense. That's Yonko Commander level.
He's Kaido's second in command, and he's a Lunarian, and they're an ancient race that were hunted down for their strong durability. And Zoro cuts him in half.
I don't like that. Oh, damn. Please tell me she's of age.
Miss Doublefinger, yeah.
Miss Doublefinger.
Double finger. I like that.
that's
Holy
a good
hell.
Oh, Senior Pink. His backstory is when he was younger, his wife miscarried and died, and so now he pretends to be a baby. Or she had the kid, and the kid died, and then she died, and now he pretends to be a baby.
I kind of like that backstory.
Oh, Zoro, yes. That's a great scene. That pulled at my heartstrings when that happened.
Was that last card Zoro?
The baby one?
No, Doflamingo's brother,
baby one.
Rocinante. I don't know how to say his name, but he's Law's like.
Don Quixote Rocinante?
Yeah.
Did it have a gold border, Hunter?
Did it have a gold?
Ah. Well, shucks. That art is one of the best ones, apparently. It's like $60 if it had the gold.
What happened in the scene? Why did it have so much?
Oh,
what?
because he sacrificed himself. Because his brother Doflamingo killed him, and he saved. He sacrificed himself so Law could live.
Alrighty.
And Law wanted to die.
That's pretty crazy.
Wow.
There you go.
And so Law's whole backstory is
Just audio is great. Didn't realize this was
me.
Father. I'll tell you what, there is something impressive about the story been going on so fucking long that people still give a shit. There's a big Doflamingo one. I'll leave there one there too. To still continuously have people care about the characters that much is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people would be like, I don't give a fuck. You think people would, like, in Dragon Ball Z, you think people give a fuck about Yamcha? when Yamcha dies, you think anyone ever gives a fuck? Maybe at the very, very beginning when Dragon, because he was kind of, but even, I don't know, I don't think anybody gave a fuck.
Well, now he's so weak compared to everybody else.
Yeah. Everybody's fucking weak in every anime now.
Yeah,
Like all the first cast people, you know? Like so, Usopp and fucking Usopp. Reindeer Man.
He hasn't had something cool happen to him in 10 years.
Hope it'd be funny if his nose turned to a fat little cock and he was able to fuck people with it.
He is based off Pinocchio. He's
Aesop?
a liar. Yeah, Aesop's fables.
Right.
So everything he says that's a lie ends up being true.
Oh.
Throat clear after that. So everything he says is a lie is true after that. Surprised you didn't touch your dick there.
Oh. Whoa.
God.
Nami. Oh my God.
If you're doing it that revealing, just show the fucking titty.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that son of a bitch.
That's not the one I was looking for.
God damn. No one. These are little Gooner cards, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
Gooner
Where are we
cards.
putting those after? No recording?
Your office, dude. And I ain't ever touching them again. It's gonna feel like a goddamn fly trap.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to stick them to the wall.
It's
You ain't fucking kidding me. That's what we call little Nick sticky fingers here at the office. Kind of looks like Rick Sanchez.
Well, yeah, it does.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, Pickle Rick. All right, get rid of her.
I have to stop because after a while I have too many to fucking pick up.
Shanks? Shanks!
Oh, your turn, but it's not gold.
Well, how much is Shanks?
Shanks? I thought his name was Shanks.
What is Shanks?
Oh.
The Rat King. Because he's a rat.
He is not on here as a big ticket item, it appears.
When is Luffy gonna fight Shanks?
Soon.
How is soon? Years?
No, this year probably.
Is it
Really?
years?
Yeah. Oda said that pirate is gonna meet that guy, and they're gonna do that thing. He literally said that.
Aren't they?
Was he on a fucking? Was he on a ventilator whenever Shonen Jump was keeping him alive in a room?
Isn't Shanks like his dad or something?
No, Shanks. Well,
no, he's just like a fucking
Monkey D. Dragon is his dad, and he abandoned him to go serve the revolution.
The Revolutionary War with George Washington.
The Revolutionary Army. He's leader of the Revolutionary Army. He abandoned Luffy so he didn't get in trouble.
But I'm saying, like, isn't Shanks like his?
Yeah.
So why is he?
Okay,
fighting?
that's Monet's sister, Sugar.
Oh,
and
there is a sugar card.
She ate the kid fruit or the toy fruit, and she's permanently a child. And she has the most OP ability where she touches you, you turn into a toy, and everybody forgets you.
Jesus.
What a fucking haunting power to have. God damn, what depressive arc was Oda going through that?
That was not the sugar card.
No, it didn't look very fancy.
No shucks.
Ah, shit.
No. Oh.
Oh my god.
Flame Dragon Torch. Gold.
Yeah, Flame Dragon. Getting excited. I smell it. I smell a buggy.
I'd love a buggy, dude.
What about a Mrs. All Sunday?
I don't think I've seen that. To be fair, though, I've been blindsided with lore.
There is a Nefeltari Vivi.
Vivi?
Arlong.
Vivi is a queen.
Why?
Is that it?
Dad just died.
So that makes her a queen?
Yeah, well, her dad was king.
Was her dad a king? Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you were just calling her. I thought you were
she-
saying she's a queen.
No.
I thought you were like just
She's
a little
my
femcel
queen.
there for a second.
She was Princess Vivi. Now she's Queen Vivi.
Right.
Okay.
And she saw the world government kill her dad.
Nice.
Actually, that was Sabo. And then Sabo...
You'll frighten me.
You want to guess how Shirahoshi, how old she is?
Fucking 6 months.
16. She's also like 100 feet tall.
Just really quick, what's the What's the age of consent in Japan?
16.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, that's weird.
Huh, what a coincidence.
I ain't touching that. I'm not gonna have those fucking anime fucks get mad at me again. Ice time. Ice time.
What card are you hoping to pull? Like what?
I want a fucking buggy, dude.
Yeah.
I want the buggy.
Outside a buggy. Just what card?
A Buster Blader.
Oh, that'd be cool.
He's not, in one piece, but still.
Buster
Blader. Like you said, that'd be cool.
That'd be cool.
That'd be pretty neat, actually. We are coming up on. We have 3 packs, boys.
That's one of those. It's fucking one.
Which one do you think? Left?
It's the middle.
You're guaranteeing a buggy in the middle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Last pack, then.
There's buggy balls in there.
What if there's a buggy, a part of the buggy card in each one of them? Alright.
Yeah.
Isn't that his power? He can cut himself in half or whatever?
Yeah, he's got the chop fruit.
Gotcha.
Yep. Ground death.
Oh, wait a minute. We're looking for ground death, not ground smash.
That's ground death.
Oh, it is ground death. Is it, yeah, that's the art. $170.
We'll take it, baby.
Oh my God, we made our box
We
back.
have definitely made our money back.
Yeah, how much were those?
I think I bought this box for, was it 240? Yeah, like 240?
Oh, for both?
No, for
each. Yeah, you should have got
240.
Oh, I've gotten a couple still. All right, this is where you said it was B, Nick. If it's not, you're fired.
Well, wait a minute.
No.
Wait a minute.
The future, your future at this company is all dependent here.
It's gonna be so sick when you pull it.
Beepo! A rouge. An A? Oh.
Cool. Yeah, I think it's probably.
So I also got a sealed Yu-Gi-Oh thing I'm just gonna open. Remember those tins you used to buy from Walmart? I just want to open the Buster Blader. Oh, baby, this is nostalgic, boys. Now this is the real pack opening here.
It's like 20 years old.
Yeah, what is that box?
Ooh, I mean, look at this sticker that's still on it. 5 packs. 1 Legend Blue Eyes White Dragon, 1 Metal Raiders, 1 Magic Ruler, 1 Phantom Servant, 1 Labyrinth of Nightmare. Variant card 1 of 6.
Does it say what set that is?
What do you mean?
For that box? Like what it was part of? Or like what are those, yeah.
What do you mean? Oh, this is just back in the day. Those are the packs. You get 1 of each pack.
Oh, just one of
Yu-Gi-Oh
each
starter
pack.
tin.
Oh, shit, okay.
Oh wait, it's not a full deck. It's just packs.
It's just packs. And baby, look at that minty Buster Blader, boys.
Wow. Okay, there you go.
Ooh.
Foil Buster Blader?
God, he's the best, man. I don't know. I think he's dog shit in the game, but man, I was obsessed with him.
Yeah. I thought those came with the decks.
No,
they're just
literally. It just comes with this, and then you hoard. You just stuff as many cards as you possibly can here until they're bent to shit. And you throw them in your bag and you go to school. All right, which one do we want to go with first?
What name sounds the coolest?
Which one has?
I'm gonna do Labyrinth Nightmare first.
Okay.
Oh baby, these old pack. Oh god, opens like butter. Oh, peel open.
You just got 2 shinies? 2
Amazon
shinies? Damn.
Supply god, Yu-Gi-Oh cards feel like such shit. Are these fake? Feel that. Hold this card.
Yukuku and a Togepi?
No, that's just a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
My god.
Fukuku
Spirit
is
Message
one
L.
I think I think we have the pig. Right.
The Dark Door. Dream Sprite. Earthbound Spirit. Grave Robber's Retribution. This card used to scare me when I was younger. Look at that. Isn't it fucking horrifying?
Yeah, that's like a very out of place Yu-Gi-Oh art compared to all the rest of it, where they're little like cute clocks with wings and stuff.
I'm gonna do Magic Ruler next because I see a Relinquished.
Oh.
Dude, let me pull a fucking pack fresh Relinquished, please.
I remember I had a Relinquish, and then some people came over and stole all my cards.
What?
And then we had to call their dad. Like, I think they took
Oh
his
my
card.
god, reran. These are some fucking throwbacks, dude. I am stoked.
Yeah. Damn.
Oh. Yes, Karate Man.
Yeah.
So stoked. Dark Zebra, Red Archery Girl,
Yeah.
Malevolent Nuzzler, Ancient One of the Deep Forest.
Malevolent Nuzzler, I remember that.
I'm gonna do Pharaoh's Servant next.
Okay.
Shadow of Eyes. Always thought this looked like a Courage the Cowardly Dog frame. Drill Bug. Darkfire Soldier was so stoked in this. I'm pretty sure this is one of the guy pieces that goes into Flaming Swordsman. Eye of Truth. Forced Requisition. Herpes Brother.
Herpes.
Reigns of Mercy. Type 0 Magic Crusher and Inspection. Alright, well at least maybe we can pull, if we pull a pack fresh
Blue Eyes, White
Blue
Dragon.
Eyes, I think that's actually a hit.
Oh.
We have to get that grade.
Yeah.
Disc Magician. Rabbit Horseman. Pumpkin, the King of Ghosts. I used to love drawing this card. I drew it all the time. Paralyzing Potion. Mirror Force.
Whoa.
Pack Fresh, which I feel like Mirror Force is a hit.
Search that up.
Yeah. What's the set?
Pack Fresh Mirror Force? I'm pretty sure this is a fucking hit and a half. Lady of Faith, Blue Winged Crown, and Tonyo.
What pack was that from?
Yeah, what pack was that from?
That was the Metal Raiders or something.
Metal Raiders?
Yeah, something like that. Back then, I've almost positive that used to be a fucking expensive-ass card. All right, dude, Blue Eyes time. Come on, boys. How about a Blue Eyes? Fresh pack Blue Eyes, please. Beast Fangs. Flame Manipulator. Pretty sure he also went into Flaming Swordsman.
Flaming Swordsman,
Oh, it's those two?
Frenzy Panda. Silver
Ooh,
Fang.
I know Silver Fang.
Flower Wolf. Fiend Reflection. Spike Seadra. Mammoth Graveyard. Firegrass.
Wait, you get less cards than Yu-Gi-Oh! Packs too, right? There's only like 10.
I think so. I have got to see if that Mirror Force is worth anything.
Well, from what I can see, anything from Mirror or from Metal Raiders, it's either $4 or $10.
So he got a $10 card.
Yeah,
I'll take it. That's our video for today. I'm gonna keep opening more Yu-Gi-Oh! 10s. That was way funner. So, One Piece. I think we made our money back on One Piece though, at least. I don't know. We'll see. Editor, what do you think? All right. We'll see you next time.
'Oh, tarnished. I've heard you've been sitting on cocks outside my castle.
I was looking forward to playing that Elden Ring DLC, and then and I saw that in order to play it, you had to be kind of towards the end of the game. So I hopped on Elden Ring to make sure my save was still there. It's gone. I have no idea where it went. Tweety Bird's gone. So I quickly make a new character and start blitzing my way through the game, trying to get through it as fast as possible. And let me tell you something, as a Souls veteran, I still got it.
Hi, pimp. It's no!
Earthquake resistance, built in Japan.
Is that a dog with the J's, man?
Hey, what's up? Welcome
months. Today, Max and I went on AliExpress and bought exclusively tech items ranging from $1 all the way up to $5,000, all without the other one knowing. So today, we're going to reveal what we bought and see who got their best bang for their buck.
The first budget you had was $1.
How is yours so much bigger? Isn't mine like a...
What was that, a pen?
The fucking pen? What is this?
Chad.
Oh, it's got a light on it. What is it?
Here's this thing.
Oh, that's right. Put your fucking phone on it.
The other way.
Oh, yeah, my bad. And it doubles as a touch pen. See, a little touch pen.
It's not an actual pen, though.
No, it's not an actual pen.
I think it does do real pen. Does it? Twist it?
Oh, my God. Brother.
Bro's like, there's no way it does a real pen. That would make it too incredible.
So, you had any drugs or alcohol this evening?
Heaps.
All right, what'd you get?
Mine is...
What is it?
It's a mini ball candy catcher toy mini claw machine for kids catch ball candy game hand-eye game activity gift for children toddler.
Nice.
Congrats, Jed. You won.
You have a go.
Okay, that's actually kind of...
Let's try it out with Skittles. Get rid of those balls.
I'm just going to eat these, I think.
Skittles are too big. You're not going to find a candy that fits down there. All right, Darcy, who wins?
All right. Cent per feature. Chad definitely comes on top there.
It has a lot.
Yeah.
I didn't think... No,
Chad.
It's mine.
Don't
You
break
lost.
it. Yeah, but don't break it, because the only reason I got it is because I wanted to play a game with it. But I wanted to put 4 different shots on these. Like a lottery ball. And then put it corresponding to a shot, and then do whichever one it corresponds to. Okay, Chinese ball game, guys. Chinese ball game.
Bonus round.
Chad, go. Chinese ball game.
All right.
You can see the ball, Darcy.
Yeah, but we don't know what's in any of the shots or the numbers. Is that going to fall in?
Yeah.
I got Ender Pearl.
1. Number 3, Burger King foot lettuce.
There you go. Do some of them have water in them?
Nah.
So we're just both drinking regardless. Whatever.
Well, one of you's drinking something very different to the other person.
Cheers to the claw.
To the Chinese blokes.
Nice. Mine's that coconut one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's a treat, Darcy. Thanks for that. What was in there?
Green fairy.
Oh, absent.
Good God, what the fuck is wrong with you?
All right, Darcy, next items.
Now it's time for the $10 tier.
That is a big box for $10. Max, we do the honors, please.
$10 or mystery box? I got random mystery spelled M-I-S-T-E-R-T-Y. Random Miss Dirty box.
All right, you gonna dig in or what?
It does say 1 piece.
You can apparently get an iPhone.
It's fucking
or some sort or a drone.
That's fucking bullshit.
I kind of want to buy 100 of those and see if the fucking drone shows up.
Well, that's a new video.
That is not a drone.
Could be, Chad. I haven't opened it yet.
Nice!
Whoa.
Is that an outdated iPhone cord? It's everything in one. Well,
Looks like all of them.
Break it out. This is brave. Is my phone gonna fucking blow up?
It won't blow up. It'll send data to the mainland.
Alright, we'll now test if my phone charges or... Wait! Alright, now for my piece. You ready? What is that?
Is that a charger?
No! It's a microscope you put in your phone. Can I use the work phone for this one at least?
I will use a laptop.
Oh my god, Chad. Why does it come with gloves?
Because it's clearly got to go into your asshole.
Does it work?
Yes, it's fucking awesome.
Whoa!
Oh my god. Are you going to swallow this? I don't know if I can look at that.
What's going on down there?
Go again.
Let me check my ear. Hang on.
Chad.
Whoa! That's what the inside of my ear looks like?
Is that earwax? There's a fucking creature in there.
What's going on in there? That don't look
wax?
right.
Is that like a clump of wax?
I think so.
No, that red shit, that's like a burst blood vessel or something.
Is that normal? I'm going to check the other ear to see if it looks the same.
You're going to have to check Max's to compare. Fuck off. You ain't putting that shit in my ear. What the fuck? Chad, that's a Chinese listening device. That's a fucking microchip, brother.
Am I microchipped? What the fuck is going on in there? Why is it less red? Alright, I'm going back down my throat. You guys ready?
Oh!
Max.
Chad.
Wait. Oh, okay, get it out. Max, pull it out.
Congratulations, Chad.
Thank you.
win the $10 round. You had the better purchase. That shit was awesome. Why did you put it in the bin? Because it's... Can I have the normal cord?
Do you actually want it?
Yeah, I got it.
It might have cross-contaminated.
Okay, up next, $50 items. Okay, Chad, you first.
I want a drone.
Nice.
Sick. All right, let's see how this thing goes. control.
Fly away from the wall.
I'm trying to.
I'm trying.
Hi, Silas. It controls pretty poorly, but like other than that, like it's pretty good. Like I'm gonna do loops around the table.
Can it do any tricks?
About to find out. Jesus fuck! 100 points.
Yeah.
This is garbage.
No, let me get it. Ow! Fucking bit me. Ow! Fuck. Chad, stop. Chad, stop!
I stopped it. Why are you doing this? No, come back, you fucking little shit. No, why are you flying into the roof? I'm not asking you to do that. Like, it's really hard to control. All right, Max, let's see yours. That's pretty hard to top.
I got a dog.
You told me not to get one of those. I wanted to buy a dog, and Darcy was like, "Nah,
one for $50.
Nah, I want to buy like a $2,000 one."
The problem was, Chad, you sent me one and it was just the remote.
That looks kind of okay.
Look how many fucking buttons it has.
What buttons work? They're just printed on there. They don't actually work.
Oh,
Whoa,
shit.
whoa, whoa, whoa! Hey, chill!
What's happening?
It's waving at us.
Darcy, are you doing that?
No. Maybe back it up a bit, Terry. Back it up.
Ah! Cool. Urinate. Give me a handshake. Attack! Okay, I'm gonna get piss again.
Hey!
Handstand.
Why is it twerking? Why is this so violent?
Alright, greetings. Oh shit, he dead.
What the fuck is it doing, man? Is there a story time button on it?
Why did he say that like he knows about it? Like, wait a minute, is there a famous story time button on that thing?
Little lamb and the wolf. Wolf meeting with a lamb who strayed from the fold. Resolved not to lay violent hand on him, but to find some truth.
Why is it in a Chinese accent?
The wolf finds pity, he thus addressed him.
That is fucking beautiful, man.
Last year, you grossly insulted me, leaving the lamb in a mortal ton of worry.
Can anyone like understand that?
No.
Yeah, that's my boy.
You look like a fucking Fortnite emote.
Dumb. That's what happens when you give adults money.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, we got a Nick Shirley alert, and honestly, I think it's pretty necessary. You know, the focus on Democrat fraud, unfortunately, has kind of died down. I don't think we're ever going to be able to reach the peak virality that Nick Shirley was able to attain during that initial Minnesota video drop. What was it, the first week? I think he had over 115 million impressions on X alone. We're talking billions of impressions across social media. Well, as we know, he's now working on his California fraud expose, and it's still going viral, but it needs a little help, folks. It needs a signal boost, and so that's exactly what we're doing in this video. Let's take a look at the latest Nick Shirley expose, the video that now has Gavin Newsom running for mommy. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so Nick Shirley just dropped a 22-minute long video. Obviously, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I can kind of edit the best parts all together, then we can talk about it. Take a look.
I already watched it. Hasn't gold. Already chose.
I don't know how I did not see this sooner. I couldn't resist. This is too good. We have 2 students disagree, 3 students, they are adamant, and things suddenly just pop off.
I'm not willing to open my mind to be a bigoted piece of shit, no.
Anyone who does not have the same opinion as you is a bigoted.
Trans women should not be able to compete in women's sports has transphobic beliefs. Point blank, period. Trans women are women. Therefore, they compete in women's sports. Like, that's really just like the end of conversation.
This is the rage that you face when there's a logical breakdown.
There's some sort of bias that you definitely do need to work through and actually listen to something we're saying. It doesn't matter if we're getting heightened in emotion because we're passionate about something. That should make you want to listen more, and it shouldn't make you want to smirk and act like, oh my goodness, you contradicted yourself, la 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 la.
The other two students don't care. You can see their faces. Coincidentally, they're the rational ones.
No, you guys are like, what's the point of it? My point for coming over here and participating in this is because I'm very open-minded and I like hearing other people's points of views, and I'm not very, I don't just shut people down when they have an opinion and start calling them names.
They're used to being on a college campus where you cannot question this stuff. Someone like Peter arrives and questions it. They are outraged by this. They become very hostile.
I have a question. What the fuck is the point of this? Like, what is the goal of this?
What is the goal of what?
Yeah, what's the goal of this? Of us talking?
What is your motivation? Are your intentions noble enough for you to even have permission to run this thought experiment?
Like, what is your goal in doing all of this?
Well, my goal is to figure out if the lines you're on are the lines that you should be on the basis of the reasons you have.
So you don't even care about, like, adding to the narrative, understanding social consciousness, or, like, social feelings towards this question. You just want to know if we get the facts straight enough to be on the correct line.
No, it has nothing to do with fact. Well, it's a little to do with fact, but doesn't really have to do with facts. It has to do with reasoning.
So you're just curious on individual reasoning.
It's epistemology. It's to analyze the validity of your own thinking.
Because I don't know what you're adding to, like, the social...
Absolutely nothing. I'm adding nothing.
So then why are you, like... Because, like, this question just opens up the floor for, like, transphobic people to spread transphobic rhetoric.
If we allow an experiment like this, we're opening up the potential for transphobic people to talk. According to your logic, it must be shut down.
So, like, why would you do that? Like, what is the point of this? Why would you risk adding transphobia to the world when, like, you just, like, didn't need to?
So do you think these questions are better off not talked about?
No, I think they should be better facilitated.
Okay, what would that look like? What should I do according to you?
What could I do to facilitate the question better?
Well, have a clearer goal in mind. Like I've asked you, like, what's your goal?
I just told you the goal. It's epistemology.
Goal is just nothing. Like, no one's going to convince a transphobic person that trans women should be able to compete in sports. If they were going to be convinced of that, I should have already been convinced by that. It's been a big topic. Clearly, I'm not going to change my mind because I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, like, let me be transphobic real quick.
So therefore, we just shouldn't have the conversation because nothing in the world will change your mind. You are so sure that you are right.
So, like, what is the definition of transphobia?
Transphobia is when you exclude trans people. Transphobia is when you do not believe that trans people are really the identity they identify with.
But when we say there's a women's basketball league, we're excluding men. That doesn't mean you're male-phobic.
You have a definition? Okay, hold on.
Google definition. Hold on. This pisses me off. We're not using a Google definition. Hold on. We're not using a Google definition to describe transphobia, because this is exactly like when you say white people can't be racist, and they pull the definition of racism, and they're like, oh no, but here it says racism is blah 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 blah. Google definition can literally not define something that you literally have spent years studying.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you convinced that her definition of transphobia is, like, to say that the exclusion thing was the thing that got me? It can be anything anybody wants it to be. It can be a pastrami sandwiches if someone wants it to be.
No.
They can't define anything they want
You can't define it as a pastrami sandwich.
But this is the student who is just arguing that there's no need to look up the actual definition of transphobia.
That's a joke. Like, that's literally a joke. Like, I'm sorry, that's a joke.
Anybody can define anything the way they want it. There's no...
No, that's not how words work. Words have meaning.
But she tried to look it up in Google, and you told her that wasn't how to adjudicate the meanings of words.
My point in that was that Google definitions cannot adequately describe and explain such a nuanced topic. I didn't say it can't be defined. I just said that Google definitions wasn't going to have a...
Who does give the right definition then? Which definition is correct? How can we...
Hold on. And I don't think there's ever the most concrete definitions when it comes to nuanced topics. However, you can't just be defining words however you want. And you know that for a fact. Colloquially, things mean things. And colloquially, we all know what that shit means.
She's walking right into it. You can probably already see what's coming. Oh, you mean like men and women?
You cannot describe it as a pastrami sandwich.
there's very clear parameters that you can work within. You may disagree on specific nuances, but the overall, like, you can't just describe anything as anything. Words have meaning for a reason.
Like man and woman.
And this just sends her over the edge.
Yeah, trans women are women. Like, I don't see. You keep trying to get people like caught up. What is your point? Like, what is your point? Like, this is kind of a joke because you could just said.
I know your point. You just want to try to catch us in a contradiction.
To be fair, that is the point of epistemology, to find contradictions in your thinking.
And you have literally no reason to be doing this whatsoever.
Yeah.
You're trying to prove a gotcha. Ooh, you have no idea what you're talking about, silly liberals and your silly trans people, instead of just not being a dick.
Who is behaving like a dick here? The students over there, Peter, or you guys?
I know you guys are like, what's the point of it? My point for coming over here and participating in this is because I'm very open-minded and I like hearing other people's points of views, and I'm not very, I don't just shut people down when they have an opinion and start calling them names.
What if I told you that the censored medicine that saved millions during the pandemic was being made mostly in China? About 80% of the world's ivermectin supply comes from Asia, but not at the wellness company. Introducing American-made ivermectin, safe, trusted, tested, and made locally in Florida. Ivermectin has been prescribed globally for over 30 years and even earned the Nobel Prize in Medicine for its proven ability to eliminate parasites. But after success treating COVID, emerging research shows it can help everything from rosacea, arthritis, and even cancer. Most pharmacies charge $5 per tablet for 12 milligrams.
Shilling weird medicines. I like it. I like it. Skip it. I'm gonna go beat him to it. The other one. Disney AI videos are nightmares. Oh, we're watching that later. Good video, Lazy. Let's see, we'll watch later. Is this the same channel he did the other one on? Oops, I don't remember that.
We are live here in San Francisco. I like to
Shirley interviews. Videos. This is the same channel. Oh, it only came out 3 hours ago. Okay. I was gonna say, wow, it is doing poorly. The San Francisco one.
So this was crazy. I saw this, and it's like, romance is dead, tradition is dead, doing all that simp shit, dead, and this is going to tie into your train story. Go ahead, pull it up. All right, start from the beginning, play it. All right, told the men I'm dating, it's men, plural, it's Valentine's Day. Wait, sorry, go back really quick, go back. I didn't read the whole thing. Let's see what time the flowers arrive. Okay, play it. All right. Doctor from Hinge, 9:45 a.m. Crypto trader met in the wild. Self-employed from Raya.
Damn, she's got motion.
Finance bro. She's got like 7 dudes. I don't know what this one does.
Get your
between
flowers,
jobs.
girl. Well, some guys.
So all these men sent her that she's dating multiple men. She's on Raya, the dating app. Raya, pretty popular dating app. I guess she lives. I'm assuming she lives in LA. Happy Valentine's Day.
It's a good
and it's
Raya.
like, why the fuck? You can let it. Actually, no, that's fine. Me looking at that as a man, that's fucking bullshit. That's fucking
That's a
dog
full-time
shit.
job.
Some men, they
You know what that is,
like to
though, is-
compete, and they
No,
see a
that's-
prize woman, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna get like I'm not saying it's right or good.
That's
but
simp shit.
some men
They can have her. They can share her.
What is Raya?
Well, I'm
It is
sure
simp.
they're
It's a
okay with it.
dating app.
I love Sims. So
It's
it's
like
a
an
good
exclusive.
marketing strategy to get women on the app, is what it is.
Yeah.
So it's not that it's real. It's just a good
It's an
marketing
advertisement.
Yeah. Whoever was behind the scheme did their thing because girls are gonna be like, ooh yeah, I want all of that
Is it an
flowers.
ad?
I want this and that by this time and that time. Like, if I seen that ad, I'd be like, okay, probably.
But you have to make a
Let me see
certain
what's
amount
up.
of money to be on it,
Advertisement.
right?
That girl.
Oh, it's not
an
advertisement.
advertisement.
That's so much work.
But
though,
you
to
said
talk
Raya
to,
is an app.
or like
Yeah.
date like 10 dudes at a time. Like,
It's
so
it
is it
so
worth
much
it
work.
for some flowers?
Bro,
Why
oh
is she
my God.
talking about Raya the app if it
That's
wasn't
where
important?
she met them. She's just. Oh my God.
Right,
Should-
which will get women
if
to
we
get
have-
onto the app, which is why she mentioned the name Raya
Is this an
in the
advertisement?
post.
Because we're now talking about Raya. Are we now doing an
Raya,
advertisement?
pay us.
Fuck it, I guess we are. I
Drop
guess
the
this
check.
is another
Shout out,
app.
Raya.
It's not. It's a
Sponsored.
non-intentional type of advertising.
Yeah, but it's not. She didn't do that video for the purpose of advertising for Raya. It was just.
I think she did it because she was advertising.
What is happening?
She did it because she was advertising the fact that she was getting all these things from different men. And one, I do not think that is right. If you are dating, that's okay. That's cool, kosher. But if you're trying to date to be with a single person, advertising how many, because a lot of women and men do this, like, oh, on my birthday, I got this from this guy, this from this guy, this from this guy. So you're really not trying to find love. You're just trying to get your coochie ate.
Yeah,
like
like
a
you're
finesse.
You're a trick.
Yeah, you're a trick. Like, she's a trick. Like, I don't know.
No,
they
the
a
guys
trick.
are the
She
trick.
pimpin'.
No, yeah, no, she pimpin'. She pimpin'. They a trick.
In any
Potato,
case,
potato.
like this idea. But this idea in terms of like, why should men do this? Why should men do all this shit on Valentine's Day? Like, that's completely ridiculous as a man that you would do the flower thing. And she's getting flowers from other men.
Yeah.
It's totally cuck. It's totally simp. It's totally. I mean,
Boss
maybe they
bitch
don't
shit.
know. Maybe those guys don't know that they're getting played. But that's crazy. Getting flowers from multiple men. That's a huge L for all those guys.
Chud life.
I mean,
Okay.
some guys give flowers to
I
people
thought
they're not
it
even
was like one
dating.
thing.
For an example, I rented a car and the car guy brought me flowers this
Look.
morning. I never met him in my life.
Yikes, that's an L. So
Nah,
look,
yeah, you get
I
flowers.
think this is an example of a man eater, but not not a traditional woman. I think a traditional woman is gonna follow her man, be loyal to her man, support her man, build her man up, and make him successful.
my
They don't have a
standard is, and I think the standard for men should be, a woman gets nothing, unless she's your girl. She doesn't get a date. She doesn't get dinner. If a woman isn't your girl, nothing.
Okay, right.
End of conversation.
I have a question for
No, you disagree?
Yeah.
You disagree? Well, how well did it go for that really nice guy who took you on a day trip, who paid for the train tickets for both of you, who bought you dinner, who took you to the aquarium, paid tickets for the aquarium?
You got to experience me.
Oh my God,
You got
no.
to,
You
got to
go
experience
according
me.
to and have that story.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that even when men
And he wanted to.
But what I'm saying is, even when men do all that effort, that isn't. By the way, just to be clear, I'm not saying that men are. If a man does do all those things, he's not owed anything. But what I am trying to convey is that even when men do these things, it seems to me like women don't really appreciate them. You said the guy did nothing wrong on the date. You said he was nice. Why would? Look, you met him in person, you saw him in person, but then you went on the date anyways. So you're kind of leading him on a little bit. You went on the date anyways just because, well, fuck it, I'm not doing anything else. But he clearly had romantic interest in you. So it's like, I mean,
To give it a try. And that's why we had that conversation.
you said you weren't attracted to him though, like physically. You talked to him for 2 hours when you met him in the bar. Did you know in the bar that you were not attracted to him?
I really appreciated his actions and his effort. And that's why I gave him a chance.
This is what I'm talking about. Women don't reward effort and all this shit. Women reward maximized attractiveness.
No,
So if
no.
you're maximally attractive, women will just fuck. Women will give you the
No,
pussy.
no,
Yes, they
no.
will.
False.
Yes.
There are so many beautiful
False.
women with ugly
I've
men.
been with the ugly dude.
Bro, this
I don't
is
even
why.
like people
This is
based on
why.
looks.
Look, if we were
not true.
living in the 1950s, maybe it makes sense to do the courtship thing in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, whatever. We live in a different social order, social climate, dating landscape, dating hellscape. Effort means nothing to women now.
No,
That's why
that's your experience.
you put in minimal effort. She just really likes you. She fucks with you. Then she's your girlfriend. Then you can show her that treatment. Until then, you're in the streets. You're not getting any of that shit until you're my girl.
That's
I think
because
so.
of men.
I
I have
okay.
a question.
I think.
Are you in a relationship? Do you have a girl?
How would that be relevant? I don't really share it just for privacy reasons.
this guy.
But here, just for let's say I'm single. Let's say that. Let's say I'm single.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to know, like, if that's how your relation, like, if that worked for you already.
I think it's okay to think the way that
what do
you're
you mean?
thinking and expect that. Like,
Don't you wait?
like
Don't you have
if-
you have 2 kids
Yeah.
from different baby daddies?
Yeah.
How you've been doing things worked out so far? And you've been dealing with a guy for at least a year. You say, I mean, you've known him for 4 years. You say it's complicated. You already have
Across the board.
two kids from 2 different fathers.
I do.
I mean, mean, shit, it doesn't seem like whatever you're doing is working either. If we're just gonna do a criticism of
No, I didn't. No,
our lack of
I didn't say
lack
that.
of current relationships.
No, that's not what I said. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Okay, but so
I
you
was asking from your example that you gave, where you were like, "Oh, I think guys should do this." I just wanted to know from your experience if you'd done it and if it worked. I don't know
All
if
the
it
time.
did.
All the time. I'm very.
That's why you shoot your shot. See where it goes.
I mean, yeah.
There's
I've
different
done
dating
high
styles.
effort. I've done low effort, and truthfully, if a girl really likes you, you have to do fucking nothing.
No.
Bro, girls will. You can do the most for a chick, and it's. If she's not into you, it doesn't fucking matter, and you can do fucking
I
nothing.
agree with you.
But if
That's
she
true.
really fucking likes you, you can be broke, you can be homeless
Yes.
even.
That's true. If that's her type.
And
That's
she will be down for you.
When you know, you know. That's what I've been saying.
So to say,
Match my
by the way,
yearn.
the guys in 2026 or even the past 10, 20, 30 years can do the courtship thing, can do everything that society and women tell you. This is what you have to do to be a gentleman. You got to take women out on dates. You got to pay for the date. You got to be chivalrous. You got to open car doors. You got to be a perfect gentleman. Here's what happens. I guarantee you this happens all the fucking time. A girl goes on a date with a guy and he does everything right. Nothing wrong. Everything right. But maybe she's just not quite that into him, or she didn't feel the click, she didn't feel the connection, she didn't feel the vibe, the chemistry, the electricity, the lightning, the butterflies.
You have to be on the same
Hold
page.
on. She did not feel that. And what she'll do after a guy takes her on the most gentlemanly, courteous, courtship, chivalrous date ever, and he takes her to a $300 steak restaurant. She eats her food, but she doesn't finish it all. She gets a to-go bag. And then when she gives the guy the ass-out hug at the end of the night, oh, it's nice, ass-out hug.
I've never heard of that one.
And then the date ends 8 p.m.
Oh.
The date ends 8 p.m., 9 p.m. And then she goes to her fuck buddy's house, who she's fucking, and he never had to do that shit.
Dang, bro.
And she fucks him.
Crazy.
And then gives him the leftovers.
Give her leftovers of the steak? That's a trick. That's not somebody that you genuinely that's her pants. That's not you have to never well, you're dating a woman that's not on the same level of what you want, because there are women out there that will like only focus on one person at a time. They don't do that. That's a loser ass bitch mentality.
You women at the table have this experience, maybe not exactly as described, but you've definitely had the experience. You go on a date with a guy, maybe it's, and then later that night, or even before you go on the date, or maybe the next day, some other guy is fucking balls deep in you, and he never had to do any of that
Not
shit.
me personally.
That's just the guy you're
I have
fucking.
very high standards. I have no motion. I have no motion,
Fucking
bro.
bullshit. That's the guy who
I don't
you're
go on
after.
dates.
And he
I have
didn't
super
have to
high
do
standards.
shit. He did not have to do shit. You gave him the pussy for
That's a
nothing.
loser bitch.
And then the guy who's gonna be, oh, the gentleman, the gentleman.
I don't even give my pussy to men.
Brian, what happened to you?
Dollars
Wait
at
till
me, bro.
marriage, bro. We're
Men
gonna
are
wait till
throwing
marriage.
tens of thousands of dollars to
shit.
try to get coochie, and I don't give it
I'm
to
not talking
them.
about you.
So
I'm just
why
saying
would I
in
do
general,
it?
by the way.
I was actually
For
going to say,
some dumb shit.
in a sense, I agree with you. Effort should grow, and I think that's something men struggle with. Is they try to do their best effort front forward, and then women are like, "What the heck happened? You used to do so much." And I like that. I like the idea of coming in emotionally and being there emotionally and not spending a ton of money, and then being like, you know what? I want to be exclusive. I like this person. I'm confident in you, and you're both on the same page on where you're growing together. And that's when you invest in each other.
That's love bombing. You're saying
That's
that they're
love
love bombing
bombing.
you first, and
Yes,
then
I think that's something a lot of men
but
do.
to gradually love bomb you isn't good either.
Well, no, not love bombing.
Dude, love bombing works on me though.
$100. C6. You let him hit it raw. Didn't have second thoughts.
Oh.
Now you a single mom.
That's for you.
You said I'ma have this kid. Don't care if he's here or not. Now you a single mom. Now you a single
Really
mom.
had to drill that.
And I am.
She's not single. She doesn't know. She's in a situation.
Okay, D's nuts. Do you want to
I
respond to
did.
D's nuts?
I did. I let him hit it raw as fuck, like some sushi. It's cool. and my babies are beautiful. And I'm gonna do it again. And if my man is watching this, be prepared tonight.
Oh, she said her man. She said her man.
Get pregnant tonight. Baby daddy 3 on the way. have Ryan. He says, what a disgusting group. Serious demon energy. Be sure to shower after the show, Brian. Thank you, Ryan Johnson. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Does anybody want to respond to that? He called
Brian or Ryan? Thanks
I'm
for
a
$100.
nasty bitch.
Thanks for the 100. And
I'm a dog ass bitch.
Wow.
I'm very pure.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan, for your super chat.
Thanks for the
Appreciate
input.
it. Okay, Valentine's Day, though. Was there anything else on the Valentine's Day thing? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just think, look, if she's your girl, then yeah, you can take care of her. But shit, if she's dealing with other men, nah.
I agree.
But you
I have a question.
You gotta find a girl that's only focusing on one person at a time.
Undivided attention.
I have a question for you,
And
Brian.
that's how
So
I like 'em.
a lot of men won't put a title on things, which has women going out and dating and doing certain things. But I feel like a lot of men aren't putting titles on things, so a lot of women are like, okay, well, I'm gonna date some. Why am I gonna wait for you? Like, that's something wrong with a man too. Like, if a woman wants to put a title on something and you don't want to do that, why am I gonna wait for you? I'm gonna go get my flowers from over here and over there. Like, why?
If he's
I'ma
not
go
talking
give
to
him the
just one
cookie. What
person
the hell?
either,
Look
I
at
don't
the
talk
cookie
to
up
dudes.
I mean,
so
look,
I go the other way.
If you value long-term relationships, you value monogamy, and you're dealing with a guy like that, that's not the guy for you. You should probably move it on. I mean, look, you're going to have to, when you first meet somebody, depending on your, I mean, look, you go on the first date with somebody and you ask them, are you seeing other people? And they say yes. I mean, it can be a wrap right there for you. I mean, look, ideally you should be screening these people well before you even meet up in person. At least that's
What if he doesn't? What if you don't ask those questions on the first date? What if you on the first date
Shit, you gotta
those
do it.
questions aren't asked, and then the second or third date, then
Actually,
you
let me give
solidify
you
something?
women some game. I'm going to give you the game.
All right, now he knows ball.
So here's the
ball, y'all.
You guys have a lot of leverage when it comes to dating, and here's how. You are pursued. Women are the ones being pursued. So when somebody's coming to you, and this applies not just in relationships, but also even in business, like if somebody's coming to me and they want to sponsor me, I have more leverage in the negotiation, whereas if I'm doing outbound, sales, and I'm like, hey, you want to sponsor the podcast? It's like you have less leverage. Where if somebody wants something from you, you can set the terms. Whereas if like you're the one reaching out, it makes things difficult. So as women, you have the benefit, the privilege of men typically being the pursuers. Now, I'm not saying all men are going to go for this, but honestly, y'all women could really be screening these dudes. Like you could, as a girl, you could have a guy, and some guys might think it's a bit uncommon, and maybe some of you do this. Have them fill out a fucking boyfriend application. I'm telling you, the dudes would probably fucking do it, and then you could just fucking screen. You could screen, and so it's like, I don't know. Me personally, time is valuable. I don't have time to just be like going on a date just to see how things go. It's like, nah, let me know everything about you before I even fucking consider hopping on a phone call.
I need a deposit too.
Well, I don't do
That's
that.
called standard. I need a deposit.
What about liars?
Nah, deposits. That's not gonna
Like,
fly.
what about liars? It's not lie proof.
Tested.
I made a good boy punch cards, so every time they did something good or something,
Good
nice
boy
towards me,
punch
like, I
card.
would punch their card, and
Yo, this
that's
bitch
like
is
basically
crazy.
What do they get at the end when they punch all the holes?
They get to potentially be my
Punch your
boyfriend
hole?
or punch my hole, baby. Yeah. So that's why I haven't been bugging, because nobody's got to the 10th punch. So yeah.
Damn, nobody?
Nobody. No, because they want the cookie way too quick.
Yeah.
It's
So
not gonna
what
happen.
do
They
you
want the
gotta do to,
cookie
like,
way
get
too
your
quick.
hole punched on the card? What's a good thing?
Do something on Valentine's Day. I don't know. Maybe like I don't know. Like think of something. Men know how to get cookie. Like.
Well, actually, I mean, my position on that, I think it's totally fine for to have sex super early on.
I do too, but I'm saying that's
you
how
judge women with a high body count,
It's
so it
only
doesn't make
Did
sense
we
to.
establish that yet on the show?
I've heard your
Tonight?
show
Did we
before.
establish- When did I don't really judge it. I wouldn't say I judge it. Well, it depends what we mean by judge. But so is it my preference to date somebody who doesn't have a promiscuous past? And yeah, sure, that's my preference. But I don't know if judging necessarily comes into play. It depends what we mean by judge.
I respect that answer. I guess like.
But you would agree logically it's possible in the same way that it's logically possible that a girl could be shown her pussy and butthole and doing dick ratings and be a virgin and be a sex worker and be on OnlyFans. you'd agree it's possible that I could encounter a woman who's a virgin, for example, who lets me hit right away. Like, it's logically possible that could happen.
That just fried my brain. I was trying to keep the.
No, but it's logically possible, because I think what you're trying to say is that, well, you prefer women with a low body count, but like women who would sleep with you quickly, they probably have a high body count. Is that what you're saying?
I guess I mean, if you were to sleep with someone right away, then you're giving them a body that's like not meaningful.
Oh, it's going to be meaningful.
Oh, it's gonna be meaningful.
Look, I don't know if you guys have had bad experiences where the guy just hits and disappears or whatever. I'm sorry that happened to you. Me personally, I'm not into a one-time thing. Is fucking pointless to me. I'm not interested in a one-time thing. Also, even if I was sex motivated, sex is better. Like 20, 30, 40, like after you, one, you're comfortable, one, you love, or, well, excuse me, one, you are comfortable with each other, two, you love each other, three, you just practice, like you know what each other likes in terms of, dislikes and whatever. So for these reasons, sex is better in a relationship. So even if you're sex motivated, sex is better with a girl you care about, a girl who cares about you, who loves you, you love her, and when you've built that comfort and connection. But so just sex one time, completely pointless.
You never had friends with benefits before?
Oh, look, I mean, I have had like shorter term situations, more so when I'm younger, but going in for, even when I was younger though, like a one night stand, like if I see a girl and I'm like, well, she's not that attractive, but I'm trying to get some pussy. Like that never appealed to me. I have had shorter term relationships or more like friends with benefits or whatever, where it wasn't like super serious, but I've always had the intention of, if I'm going to sleep with a girl, this has to go in an intentional direction. Like I'm not just gonna, like for example, if a girl presented to me, Brian, here's some pussy, but here's the catch, you can only fuck me once, I'd be like, no, I'd actually, I feel like a lot of people are not going to believe me when I say this. I would turn her down.
No.
If I can only
Yeah,
have
don't tell me what to do.
I don't want you.
Interesting.
I need your fucking soul. I don't know. Sex is just like.
He's a lover boy.
Yeah, he's lying.
Are you a lover boy?
No, I'm not lying. I'm just saying. Like it's
That's
not.
what it's giving. Yeah, like because if there was a girl, that walked in the room and head to toe was just everything you desired, you're not gonna say no to her for that one night.
Well, I mean, if we do,
she's like, hey, I'm gonna die tomorrow
crush.
because I have this illness.
Now it's a pity fuck.
No, I feel like
I'll do a pity fuck. Just
you want a Cinderella. Like you want a Cinderella. You want her to leave a glass slipper so you guys can fuck again. Like you don't want just a one fuck. You want a Cinderella.
Look, you could give me a hypothetical scenario where it's like, look, she's fucking drop dead gorgeous, and you don't have to put in any effort, and she's just offering the pussy. But like for most guys getting laid, it's there's degrees of effort to be put in. So I guess my argument here is it's not worth my time to put in the effort just to fuck a girl once. Like even if, look, some girls be giving the pussy away a couple hours. I'm not gonna do a couple hours just for some pussy. Like if I'm going to pursue a girl, at least from my end, some girls I've been hurt, bro. I'm like, I wanted more, and you just wanted to fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, damn, you hit and quit it? What the fuck? I thought, maybe, hey, shit, sometimes performances, hey, you don't always do your best, you try your best. But ultimately, yeah, I'm always pushing in the direction of continuity with a girl. Fucking a girl once is pointless. Now, look, just to be clear, if I hook up with a girl, and she, like, does some crazy shit, like, afterwards, like she fucking stabs me, or like punches my cat.
Oh, I thought you were saying like the God
Your cat?
3000.
Dang, R.I.P. the cat.
No, I'm saying like
These are like some psychotic shit.
no, it's like, yeah, okay, well this is probably gonna be a one-time thing, but like my intention always going in, it's like it's not worth my time to just, okay, well we're just gonna fuck once, and it's not worth it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't do hookups. They make me feel bad about myself. I'm like,
Okay,
well,
so
they're just
okay, so
pointless.
you
But-
pointless. Literally
But
pointless.
just a reminder, like I have no qualms, like of all I've had multiple long-term relationships, 5 years, 2 years, one, like a couple others, like first, second, third time hanging out, we have sex. So I don't have any, like sex can happen quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want more, I guess.
Tectone went to court today, and he lost the court case against Pink Chew. Tectone, with his 5 lawyers, lost. She had 1, and she won. That's how bad it was. For the next 10 years, Tectone can't own guns and has to pay all of her attorney fees, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Thanks, Ms. Kiff. We can always trust you to report things accurately. In case you haven't heard, Twitch streamer Tectone and an ex-girlfriend of his who goes by Pink Chew have been in a legal battle after Pink Chew publicly accused Tectone of sexually assaulting her. Recently, Pink Chew filed for a protective order, which is to prevent stalking and harassment, and Tectone lost a motion to get it dismissed. Now, before we get into all this, let me just say that I'm not even remotely neutral on whose side I'm on. I started out neutral. I started out with the mindset of, let's take a look at the facts of the case. Maybe there's some nuance here. Maybe both parties did something bad at certain points. Usually that's how relationships in particular work. But my mind changed when I began researching, and I think after you guys watching see the details, you'll come to the same conclusion that I did, which is that this is a massive failure of the justice system. Which is why this video is a defense of Tectone.
That's what I need.
It's about how, in my opinion, none of...
I don't care about this. It's old. Definitely nothing wrong with her system. We're defending dog votes? Oh, thank God.
A dog successfully registered to vote in California, and they're still going against voter ID. So we're going to talk about Newsom's reaction to this, but let's go ahead and watch this video because it's going to be crazy.
We're just looking for these individuals as they're registered to vote here.
Oh, my car thing's here today.
Is Gloria here by chance?
Okay, I gotta go do that.
Because she's 100 years old and she voted last election from here.
Why wasn't there something to detect how a 100-year-old was able to vote? Not saying centurions? Not centaurs. That's the horse thing. Centurions, I think. Whatever it is. How come nobody was checking in on this?
I just want to make sure you're not 126 years old.
I'm not. So a 126-year-old voted. We got issues, guys.
You think it's possible, like, illegal migrants could be voting?
Do you know where the ballots might have gone? Like for 108 people, that were registered here?
When it comes to fraud...
And I'll tell you right now, living in Los Angeles in an apartment complex, not the poorest one, but not the greatest one, you would see mail-in ballot. Like, whenever you get a letter in the mail that wasn't yours, and it happened a lot, post office guy's lazy, he's just throwing shit everywhere. You would just take the mail that doesn't belong to you and you'd put it in the lobby for the person to pick up. Stuff was probably getting stolen all the time, but you would see mail-in ballots sitting on the counter because they got stuff that didn't belong to them. It happens a lot.
Most people think about money. However, there's another potential massive fraud story taking place in America, one tied to the most consequential system in our country, which is our voting system. This has to do with everything.
Yeah, that's why that probably 99.9% of, actually all first world nations except for the U.S. need voter ID, in-person voting, in-person voting, and they count it within hours. None of this. We have 7 weeks to count the vote over here.
About who runs the country and how elections are actually controlled. And if we don't have voter integrity, what even are we? And there's one state that is the breeding ground for potential voting fraud, and that is California, where it can take up to 1 month to count all the votes.
1 month. What nonsense is that? And the thing that upsets me the most is where I lived in LA. As soon as about the voting booths closed, they already called it for Kamala. It was not Kamala. They already called it for Biden as soon as the booths closed. But then days after the election was over, they were still collecting boatloads of ballots from these drop-off boxes around where I lived. And I was like, wait, how do they know he won? I'm certain there's like mathematical probabilities, but honestly, it didn't seem secure.
Voter ID and millions of ballots are cast by mail. And with voter rolls that are extremely vulnerable to errors, such as over 200 people who are over the age of 125 years old.
And I think somebody in chat said the oldest person ever was 122 years old. So we have people breaking rules. Not rules. People breaking records in massive amounts in California. Either we have the fountain of youth here, or we have voter fraud. Either way should spark an investigation. If we can live to 126 in California, I want to know. If there's voter fraud in California, I want to know. But for some reason, both of those will get you banned a couple years ago.
Registered to vote in certain areas. And now to see how easy it is to vote, I headed to the location to register to vote inside the state of California. Now this is the register of voters right here. And I want to ask him, why don't you need voter ID to vote here inside of California? I was curious.
Yeah, why is it illegal to ask for your ID to vote in California. That should be the bigger issue.
How come in California you don't need voter ID to vote?
When you sign your affidavit, you're swearing that you're telling us the truth.
Exactly. You're promising you're not lying. But also, there doesn't seem to be a system to catch if you're lying. So if a criminal is willing to break the law, why would if they're willing to commit a felony by voting when they're not allowed to, why would their criminality stop at signing that they're not breaking the law?
Compare the signature that you put on your application to the
Battery 65%.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it leaves any room for error with voter ID, or? Yeah, I'm just like curious because
She knows what she's saying is a lie, but she'd rather toe party lines than actually be objective about anything. This is scary that these are the professionals in charge of the leader of the free world's elections.
I want to make sure that like our elections are as fair and honest as possible, and I feel like voter ID is just something super simple to have. And do you think it's possible like illegal migrants could be voting?
Not really. How?
You just told us how. They signed and promised that they were allowed to vote. Of course they wouldn't lie to me. Again, this is just plain dumb. Nobody is this naive into adulthood.
I mean, what was showing their ID?
Yeah, if they don't have their ID and they could just sign on behalf of Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
Then they could technically vote, right?
What? This is like somebody just discovering a lie for the first time. Like, no. I wouldn't claim I'm a famous Seattle Seahawks cornerback with dreadlocks as a white guy. No, nobody would ever do that. Like, I honestly wonder, Nick should have just said, hey, what would stop you from me coming in, voting, signing this thing, coming in with a mustache, signing it, coming in with a beard, signing it, like, oh, thanks for the prime sub. Nothing stops me from coming in here repeatedly or coming in here with a boatload of ballots.
Dog votes.
And you're trying to say, well, it wouldn't happen because
I thought he was going to tell me something different about the dog votes from the video.
It would be lying.
Yeah, but what if they just don't?
But he's just watching the next Shirley video again, and that was his clickbait. Was that they're trying to take the dog votes away?
Every time we lie awake, after every hit we take, every feeling that I get, but I haven't missed you yet. Every roommate kept awake by every sigh and scream we make. All the feelings that I get, but I still don't miss you yet. Only when I stop to
Dang. Wait, is it a live thing?
This fat woman talking on the side.
Myron, I'm not trying to attack you in any sort of way. And I'm not trying
You're
to...
You're 17 and you're already fat? Yep, here we go.
What are you doing to earn it? I mean, men get given anything for having dicks and testosterone, so what are you doing to earn it?
No animals.
Well,
Nothing?
it's interesting how I see girls like, this one over here doing this dumb shit or clock it or whatever. The reality is that men have to bring far more into any type of relationship because women are more selective. So since women are more selective, by definition of the guy even talking to you and being around you, he has to bring something to the table.
Yeah, because most guys are assholes, and women don't want to just sit and deal with that. So they're more
But that's my
choosy.
point. That's my point, is that men have to bring far more to the table than women. So what I'm saying is, for the guy, at least have her reciprocate something on her end before you give her some type of reward.
What do you want her to reciprocate?
Well, do acts of service, submit, be nice,
Like
be pleasant, not be a whore, don't
What
be
do you mean by
annoying.
submit?
Listen to the man. See, this is why nobody likes black girls. That's why they're lowest.
Oh shit.
This is why. See, of course, these guys, don't simp for them, man. Like this is actually one of the problems. We could talk about this. Like, this is why black women rate so low on dating apps, right? Like, there's a reason why so few men actually actively go out and date black women besides black dudes. Like, they don't really do well outside of their own race because black women have a lot of bad habits, such as being rude, rambunctious, loud, fake hair, ghetto. They don't submit to men. They don't believe in male authority. And you guys can see that right here. Like, when I said submit to a man, she looked at me like I'm insane. But that's how relationships work. So, Okay, tell me how I'm insane then. Well, so they can hear you. How am I insane? Because you can't even tell me why. See, since the beginning of time, men have been the leaders, women are the followers. That's how relationships work. Women want a guy who they can submit to. They want a guy who's taller than them, stronger than them, more competent than them. And I find it interesting how it's like women want all these things, right, from a guy, but then they'll sit here and lie and be like, oh, no, I'm not going to submit. It's like, well, what? That's not how this works. No relationship works when a woman's in a leadership role. And we all know this, and the women even know this as well. The only thing women can lead is to the end of the relationship. Here, you want to walk up and say something? I see you want to say something, you stop. No, it's fine. Come on up. Well, let the girl go first. Ladies first, right? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, so I'm not going to lie. I have no idea who you are. So can you just kind of explain to me your thought process here?
Sure. Women are stupid.
Okay, so women are stupid, yes?
Yes.
Who's Marie Curie?
Correct. That is what he said.
Who's Marie Curie?
I don't know.
So you're stupid. You don't know a woman who who discovered radiation?
More than likely, she probably didn't discover it. It's probably a man that discovered it, because girls always love to come up here for some odd reason and say, we invented Wi-Fi. And then I fact check, and it's like dudes that made it, and then women just think that women made it. The reality is that, like, men are like 90% plus of like all human innovation. Women don't really create anything but headaches.
Who creates men?
A man and a woman.
Okay, but would a man be able to create a woman, or would a man be able to create a man without a woman?
Would a woman be able to create a man without a man?
Yes.
No, they wouldn't.
Bone marrow?
You need semen.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Bone marrow pregnancy is a thing, is it not?
Yeah. It was fact check that man found radiation. Yeah. See, there you go.
As far as I'm aware, it was Marie Curie. That's what I was
See,
taught.
this is what I mean when I say women don't create anything but headaches. Like, it's like, dude, it's honestly, I'm just gonna keep it real. We need to make women second-class citizens again. We would fix so many problems if we made women subordinate once again, because you guys, whenever you guys have authority or power, or you think that
I
you're
just
smart,
don't understand why you say all this
This
shit
doesn't
up
work.
here acting like you're like untouchable for whatever reason. You came from a woman. How dare you? How dare you call us stupid? We created you.
we don't have to be smart to have kids.
Yeah, that's why men just spread their seed wherever the hell they feel like it and then leave after about 5 minutes. They have absolutely no responsibility.
Well,
You
here's
talk
the thing.
about selective, whatever the hell, selective service. You have no responsibility. You leave after you have a child. So what's up with that?
You leave after you have a child?
You do, not you specifically, men.
Well, I mean, look.
That's what I thought.
What the?
Oh, burn! Got him.
Yo, it's always hilarious. Like, she didn't own anything. Just like. That's the name of the radiation thing? Yeah, so sure, facts are wrong too. Yeah, see, guys, that right there is precisely why we need to go back. We need to make women go back to the kitchen, second-class citizens, repeal the 19th Amendment, just all emotion, no facts. I feel like, I'm mad, I'm triggered, how dare you? It's like, at the end of the day, you need a man to have a kid. It's a two-part process. Women always tend to forget that. But it is what it is. Guys, don't be simps on Valentine's Day.
What's up?
Yo.
You say Indian stink, right?
One of those blue hair
that you like to speak about, obviously.
You said what you're.
Yeah, I date girls. I have before. I've kissed one.
Oh, you're a lesbian then, and
No,
confused.
I'm currently dating a guy. I have been for the past almost 4 years.
All right, so you're really confused.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know who the I am day to day. That's nothing new. So I heard
Well,
you
you're a
speaking
woman,
about
it's fine.
ICE earlier. I completely understand if you were talking about the people who are actually harming. But what happens about like the children who are being taken out of schools? What happens about the people who are being captured by the IRS, who are paying taxes, who are going to jobs? I understand if you're getting the people who are harming the economy, but when you're talking to people who are not, they are actively helping the economy, when they are paying taxes, such as people who are
You
not,
mean illegal
as in
aliens?
the billionaires, the millionaires.
Illegal aliens, you're saying, paying taxes?
I'm sorry?
Are you talking about illegal aliens?
I mean, they're not illegal. Most of them are not. Have you gone to the process of getting a green card? Have you gone to the courts?
Yeah,
a
it's
lot
miserable.
of IRS agents are not IRS. Sorry. I'm fucked up in the brain, obviously.
Yeah, I can.
At least I can admit it.
And that is why you should not be able to vote.
I mean, I was just 17 a few months ago. Of course, I couldn't vote then. I was a
You
child.
shouldn't be able to vote now either.
So I like how you said the F word, the F word, obviously.
Yeah.
What happens if someone were to say the N word to you? Would you get upset about that?
No, because just the word.
Honestly,
Yeah, I don't give
agree.
a
But at the same time, words have consequences because each person believes in something different.
What word?
I'm not going to say it because I do believe that words have meaning. I just do. I simply do. I think that words can be harmful, and I like when people say sticks and stones can break my bones, words can never hurt me. A lot of people have mental health struggles, and that words can actually hurt them. So I'm curious about the people that, like I was saying earlier, the 5-year-olds who are being arrested at school, the people who are being arrested at their jobs. What do you believe in that point? Like, when I understand when people are being harmful, but most of the people that are being harmful aren't the ones that y'all are fucking arresting.
I'm still trying to figure out, what are you arguing?
So you're agreeing with ICE. Fine, whatever. I agree with that when they are actually going to the people who are harming others. What about the people that aren't and still being arrested?
Why should we have to wait for them to harm others? If they're here illegally, get them out. Why wait until they commit a crime? You're making the same argument the
Technically, white people
retired
are
guy
here
said
illegally.
earlier.
We are
Like,
the ones
they
that
need to be
fucking
criminal
killed everyone on
aliens.
the Trail of Tears. We're not here legally.
If you're
We
here
came
illegally,
over illegally.
Hold on. If they're here illegally, why do we have to wait for them to commit a crime for us to arrest them? This is the same argument that the Arab dude made earlier. Oh, they need to be criminal aliens for us to deport them. No. How about we get them out before they become criminals? Why the should American citizens have to deal with illegal immigrants committing crimes? We already got enough criminal activity going on with American citizens. So if you're here illegally, you broke the law. Get out.
Yeah, but why are the people that are being arrested 5-year-olds? Why are the people being arrested, I don't know, being actually murdered in the camps?
If you're talking about like Renee Good or Alex Preddy, I've discussed this a million
I'm talking
times.
about in the ICE camps, they're being murdered.
How did they die? How did they get murdered? What are the facts and
agents.
circumstances to it? Did they die of natural causes? What happened? I don't know.
What about the one guy whose testes were literally broken because an ICE agent stomped on them so much that he's literally completely impaired for the rest of his life?
I'd have to look at the facts of that one.
Okay. Look it up.
I don't.
Look it up.
I don't.
Do you have a phone around you?
I'm not going to look it up right now because we're literally in the middle of a discussion. But you've said a couple things that were incorrect, so I'm not too sure if we can rely on your interpretation of what happened.
Okay. What was
All right.
incorrect?
Who's up next? Unless you have another thing.
No, I'm just curious. And I also don't agree with your saying, but that's whatever.
Well, you have green hair, so why are we surprised at this point? One more. One last person. Let's go. One last person. Oh, okay, here we go.
I know. Aren't you so excited? I just have one question. Is your mom, like, still around?
Yeah.
And, like, she didn't blow her like, immediately as soon as, like, you turn into whatever the you're into?
No.
Are you sure? Like, you say this to her face on a daily basis.
She was the one that actually warned me about you dumb bimbos.
Really? Is that why you're lonely? Or is it just because you're a
Peace.
Yeah, laugh because you don't have a answer.
No, it's just funny. It's just it's interesting because it's like you came in and you said, "I thought, aren't you like a progressive? That's like a mean word, isn't it?"
can say what I want. Maybe I
great,
don't.
great.
Maybe I'm not what I look like. You ever think
Okay.
about that?
That's good. I mean, do you have an argument though besides asking me about my mom?
Yeah. So, I think you think Valentine's Day is for simps because
Yes.
you want a mother as a girlfriend. She probably wasn't around. You want somebody to feed you and dress you and take care of you. That's what you define as women.
Well, she doesn't have to dress
Providing
me. She
enough.
just has to make sandwiches though.
Right. Because you need somebody to feed you. You're incapable of doing that yourself.
Well, I don't want to I don't want to have to make my own sandwich. Why would I do that?
Because you don't know how? Like, that's what it sounds like. You think it's because you
No,
don't know
I'd
how to do
rather
it.
like focus on other things. That's a woman's job to make a sandwich.
Why do you think it's a woman's job?
It's a woman's job to make food, give sex, be quiet.
You're not answering the question. I
I
asked
just
you
told
why.
you.
You're telling me what you think they should do. You're not telling me why.
Because women are inferior to men in almost every way, pretty
But
much.
you can't tell me why they're inferior to men.
They are, from a biological standpoint, from a mental standpoint. Men are better than women at everything.
Right, okay, that's why you're sitting on a college campus debating teenagers. Duh. Thanks. No more questions. That's all. You told me all I needed to know.
That's why nobody dates black girls. Holy. Hey, man. Yeah, once you get some money, you're going to stop, bro. Trust me. There's a reason why Ye said that. All right, is that it? We're wrapping it up? They're kicking us off now? Okay. Well, anyway. Oh, one more? Okay. They got a mask on. Oh man. Here we go.
Hey, man.
Mask on in
how you doing?
2026 is nuts. What's up?
So before I ask my question, I just want to clarify some things about your stance on women. Just so I'm aware, you don't like women, right?
I don't like what?
You don't like women, right?
No, I like them a lot. Enough to know that they have to be in a subordinate position.
But no. Can you just clarify why you think that way, right?
Men are leaders. Men are supposed to lead, women follow. And I love women enough to understand that men need to lead.
Men need to lead.
Absolutely, and protect women from themselves.
It just, the way you talk.
These women think they're best at everything, so that will never be happen. When want a man more compliant than them? Would they bang or marry these dudes? Read me! Roasted. This is funny. Man, he just does not give a shit, does he? Poor Myron, man. He out here just repeating the same line. Bitches dumb. Bitches be dumb. Bitches be dumbin'. Dumb bitches. People just coming up and trying to be like, yeah, but what do you think about women? And he's just like, bitches dumb. Bitches be dumb. Yeah, this is one of those nuanced issues that, it's the IQ thing. What is it, midwit IQ chart? Yeah, it's this thing, like, in the dumb area where Myron is, he's right. I don't even know if he's actually dumb, but he seems pretty dumb. Where he's just like, no votes for women, and then there's these guys here in the middle being like, women should vote, and then there's the smart guy who's just like, no, we want them to vote. I agree, but we just can't let them. It's a very nuanced position, but it's the chart all over again.
Talk about women, though. It sounds like you're kind of a homosexual.
It kind of sounds like you gay.
I just really want you to clarify, like.
So which one is it? I've been called everything today. I've been called trans. I've been called gay. I've been called. Someone said I have a girl, but not really. Which one? Which one is it?
Just for the crowd to hear, do you have a girlfriend?
A serious girlfriend, long-term girlfriend, or women that I'm seeing?
Anything. You have a girl?
I got a couple ladies, that I'm seeing. What'd the guy say? What?
AI doesn't count.
AI? Oh, okay. That's the cotton picker over there, right? Or
You
is
don't
he supposed
agree?
to be?
You don't agree with the fact that AI doesn't count as girlfriend? Is that what you said?
Oh, that's one of them. There you go. So the other ones are real, though.
You have an AI girlfriend?
Sarcasm. What's your question, though? Because you wanted to know my position. I gave you my position. Men lead, women follow. Women are supposed to be in subordinate positions to men. That's just how things work. That's how it works out the best in a relationship. That is my position. So what is your argument to that?
My argument is that I don't think you actually like women. I think you like men. Because the way you talk about men, you're
I
like...
think I'm gay. You think I'm gay?
Yeah.
What's wrong with being gay?
Nothing's wrong with being gay.
So why are you using it in a pejorative sense then?
I'm not using it. I think I
You know, this is the thing with progressives that's very interesting. If I was actually gay, you would never actually call me gay because you would be canceled for doing that. The only reason you're calling me gay is because you know I'm heterosexual and you're not going to deal with any social consequences for calling me gay. That's what progressives do every single time, and I know the game. So I love it when you guys come in here and say, I'm all for everybody having rights and privileges, and I'm all about egalitarianism and equality. But then you go ahead and say that I'm gay. But the only reason you feel comfortable saying that is because you know I'm not gay. But if I were, you'd be canceled. That's why you feel comfortable saying that I'm gay.
No, I feel comfortable saying you're gay because I think you like men. You know, calling a spade, whatever that saying is.
Sure. Now, if I actually was gay, what's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with being gay. I think you're gay.
Then why are you bringing it up if there's nothing wrong with it?
Because it sounds like you like men, and I'm clarifying.
See, this is the OODA loop of liberals right here. They'll sit there and say, there's nothing wrong with being gay. I'm all about everyone having rights. But then they'll go ahead and use it in a pejorative sense against you, which is interesting.
That there's something wrong with being gay, though?
You're bringing it up as an insult.
When did I bring it up as an insult?
Okay. What's your next argument?
Do you like men?
Do you like men?
No. I think that's pretty self-evident at this point.
I just want you to know I'm perfectly okay with you being trans and gay. Be who you are.
Clearly not. You're using it in an insulting way, but that's fine.
Earlier, I heard you say that you don't believe that women should have the right to vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so I want to go to medical school. I'm pre-med. I'm a freshman. And I'm just curious about what your opinion.
Mic drop, she won. Yeah, you gay. It's a good one. Women the sidekicks. Duh. Man. And I think a lot of guys want to be sidekicks. I think that's why there's such a big thing for, like, transitioning from men to women. I think it's a big thing why there's, like, very feminized men. I think there's a large part of the male population that knows that it's just so much easier to just work underneath someone else. Just easier. It's just more comfortable. It's more reliable. Like, there's so many good things about working underneath someone that as a man who's worked underneath other guys before, you just know. There's, like, inherent value in it, and I think, but it's something they choose, because their mandatory thing is to be someone in charge of their own lives and their own responsibilities and all that other stuff. And they choose it. So I don't think it works the other way around, where women, like, your natural state could be that, you know, males lead and you just kind of, you know, the sidekick. But because they didn't have the choice, that's the part people get hung up on, like, emotionally. It's like, oh, it'd be okay if it just I have to pick that, but it's the choice that gets it. I'm like, ah, man, what is the choice feeling that everybody has a hard time with? For research purposes.
Is on a lot of women that want to go to medical school or higher professions, law school, and what you think about that.
Sure, have your profession, but you shouldn't vote. And see, that's exactly why right there. Some girl screaming on the side.
Could you just elaborate a little bit more about why you think so? You think it's
gay.
like, would you have a woman as your doctor?
Well, these are two different discussions. We're on the vote thing, right?
Okay, why don't you just explain why you don't think women should have the right to vote then?
Okay. What is a selective service?
I'm not sure.
That's why you shouldn't be able to vote.
Okay, I'm willing to bet that a lot of men here don't know what that is either.
Oh no, they all know because they wouldn't be here without it. They all know. They wouldn't be able to go to school here without it. And that's the difference, and that is precisely why women shouldn't have the right to vote, because I don't think it's fair that men have a bunch of responsibility and women get the same level of authority without the same level of responsibility.
Okay, so you think it's okay for women to go to higher professions like law school, medical school, but they can't vote. So a woman could be a doctor, but she can't vote. Is that what you...
Can a gay man not still have an opinion on women? No. And a gay man can never hate or always hates women. That's why he's gay. He hates women, which means he must love men. It's black or white issue here. Okay, get on board. Get on with the logic. Okay.
You would agree with that?
Yeah, and also, here's the thing, right? I am realistic. I understand that we live in a world where dual income is kind of needed. Things are more expensive, etc. But what I will say is, I don't think women should be prioritizing career over a family. I think they should be prioritizing a family first. But the problem is that we have this society where we tell women to prioritize career, and I think that creates a lot of issues.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
No worries.
Wow, that last one, very respectful, very nice. And he was very nice. It's weird. He's matching energies. I like it. But what he's saying is offensive to them, which is so she gets most of the points for that one. Has it stopped raining? Yes. Yes, it has. Okay. It's not raining enough. Okay, I go do the thing. See if I can get this bitch started. I love you. If I can't figure out the truck thing in like the next hour or two, I will probably be streaming again. And I'll come back on for your last little stint. Well, I mean, men used to be okay and still mainly working underneath others. And then they get home and not feel emasculated by their wives, so being in charge of their house was enough. But now, yeah, I mean, I agree that I think more men now want to be in the non-dominant role of their life. And I say that, and I mean that, like, their life as a total. Like, they don't want to be in charge of, bills. They don't want to be in charge of all this other stuff, because it's just easier if somebody else just handles it for you. I think parenting has a big thing to do with that, but I also think, relationships can train that into men. They've essentially been castrated, and it's just learned helplessness. Yeah. But I just mean, like, men inherently do know the value of working, and women do too. Like, women who are more like you, who are like, oh, I don't want to be in charge of that. Like, I don't want to be the manager of a department. Like, you understand that, like, that's just a bunch of headaches that you don't want to have to deal with. So you're like, you value your boss. You want her to pay you more, but you value the fact that she's doing that job and you don't have to do that job. And I think because men have the opportunity to always have had the opportunity to be the manager, that when they're not the manager, they appreciate the lack of responsibility. And like I said, some more masculine women understand this as well. There's a value in not being in charge, and in being a boss bitch. In reality, is just a lot of stress, a lot of work, and it comes with its perks. But if you just isolate the perks alone, that's not how the world works, unfortunately. That's how it feels like it works sometimes. Like, oh, he gets paid 6 figures calendar, and he doesn't do any work or whatever, and I'm doing all these things, and I'm just like, well, he probably does a bunch of stuff. Whatever value he's bringing, he's probably paying the price for it one way or another. But I agree, there are too many emasculated men doing some weird shit, putting panties on and sucking dick for money. Oh, you must be. I think you're behind a little bit because you keep saying "read me." Well, the first "read me" was probably legitimate. because because you. But I think you're behind now. Anyway, like I said, I was going to go do car stuff. It's a good point I made, though. You didn't. You make a good point. I love so much. I hope you get this last little stint of the stream. I know that I'll be back on later probably, and that I love you, and I will see you soon. I'll be back.